Hello. Oh, I'm saying hello, but ain't no one with you and what's going on? I should have started streaming earlier. Fucked up, and I know I did. Alright, let me hop into the podcast Discord. It's done. Let me hide the streams chat. Streams chat is not going to be very useful for this. Let's be real. How are you doing? What's up? Are you having a good evening? Good day? Time zones, you know? Alright, let me this is good. Tonight's podcast, honestly, is gonna be scuffed as fuck. Like, I don't know what we're gonna talk about. We are like deciding subjects last minute. It's gonna be mega scuffed. So yeah. One of them apparently is going to be election stuff. So let's read up about the American election right before the podcast starts. Yeah, I should have started earlier. Until Tuesday, the Democrats dominated in Virginia. The party had full control of the state house, and President Joe Biden had won there by 10 percentage points only a year ago. Youngkin won 17% of the voters who said they disapprove of Trump. Exit polls showed, what? How the fuck do you do that? While keeping Trump's base. Sorry, McAuliffe, who was governor from 2014 to 2018, tried to win his old job back by casting Youngkin, a milder-mannered former business executive, as Trump in a sweater vest. Interesting. Alright, fuck it. We're gonna improvise.
Hello, Hans.
Hello. Sorry about that. I literally just got out of the shower. I ran from I ran to the gym. I forgot that I had this today, so I got to the gym at 2:30, and I was like, oh shit. So I was like, finish workout. I finished my workout, and then I left. I got home about 10 minutes ago, so I popped in the shower, just popped out. Haven't had anything to drink or anything like that. I'm struggling right now, but we'll get through it. Right? 4 of us, I believe. Heart the cards.
5 in total. There's one more person that will join us. I don't know what's going on with Chow's camp, but he's gonna fix that. Yeah, I mean, I noticed, like, I remember, like,
That's the coffee, the chocolate one on the right.
Like, I was sick. I was really sick for the last 3 days. So
Oh, no.
I was basically in bed. Like bedridden, sick because my stomach hurt like that much. So I didn't like respond to any DMs, and I didn't DM people, shit like that, and that was pretty. Because I honestly, like, usually when I invite people over to the show, I at least I sent them one day like before that, you know, because everybody forgets. That's Twitch famous, right?
Hey, dude. All right. I'm sorry. I normally consider myself pretty good at it. Sometimes we fuck up. All right.
You're here, so there we go. But that being said, everybody's here. Can everybody also hear me?
No.
Name?
Yep. Hello.
Ciao.
Yep, I do.
Okay. So welcome everybody. Welcome to the Lib Practice podcast. Hans, first of all, welcome. You're new here. So
Hi, Hans.
basically, today we're going to talk two topics. Normally speaking, we do only one topic. Like we discussed at the end of last podcast, we discussed if the topic would suffice for like a 2 hour, and we thought like we needed another topic as well, which is the U.S. elections. Besides, like the topic that name came up with. That being said, the format is as follow. Basically, what we do is like we have one person that provides like a topic, and then that person can explain the topic and its like how you call it, position on it. And then from there we have like opening statements for everybody, and then we have open debate. That being said, no 20-minute long statements, that kind of stuff. So I won't time people exactly, but if I think it's going on too long, one-on-ones are allowed. So that's also a thing here, because we have like a smaller podcast, and we appreciate that, because then you can
It's
flesh out,
not a
like,
battle
each
party, man.
issues.
There's
So,
nothing to win.
that
But thank
being
you.
said,
I appreciate the support.
Name.
Yeah.
You provided one topic that we can talk about, and maybe you can
Sure.
introduce it a
We're
little
starting
bit.
with that.
Yeah, we're gonna start with that, and then the second
All
topic
right.
is going to be the U.S. Elections. So
So
go ahead, name.
okay. So as much as in general, society has become more progressive to LGBTQ causes, there is I'm left with the impression that specifically bisexuality sometimes falls through the cracks when it comes to public perception. Something that, for example, that people who identify as bisexual probably often experience is erasure of the entirety of their sexuality. If you're in a heterosexual relationship, you appear heterosexual. If you're in a homosexual relationship, you appear homosexual. There isn't the same leeway that's given of like, well, maybe they're also attracted to the other gender. Together with that, there are curious perceptions, for example, that bisexual people are more likely to cheat, that bisexuality in general, it seems it definitely is acknowledged in general as part of the LGBTQ movement, and I don't want to like draw a wrong image of all the support it receives, but it's even statistically, if you look, bisexual, especially bisexual women suffer from worse outcomes in society, specifically mental health, and almost on par with transsexual people, as well as let me double check so I don't say the wrong thing. They're extremely vulnerable to poverty. It's the poverty level that's matched with that matches that of transsexual people, and yet there's very little support for outreach that's targeted at bisexual people. So I'm curious in discussing why is that so? Why is is bisexuality like an ugly stepchild, or what's going on here?
Okay, Elysium. We're now gonna do opening statements.
Yeah.
Okay.
So and then we open the floor. So Elysium, go ahead.
Yeah. I guess from opening, I don't
Hey, thank you, Frank.
know how much
I'm doing good,
I
and you?
really have to comment on this, because I'm not really aware of much data or anything around like the bisexual population. And overall, I guess the one thing, like my one thought about it was, it does seem to be something that no one really not no one cares about, but no one like explicitly disagrees with. Because if you disagree with someone in a homosexual relationship, that like takes precedent. And if you see a bisexual person in a heterosexual relationship, no one even thinks about it, as Name was saying. So like it is a very innocuous thing, and it's more like more representative of how non-issue these things are if people like didn't have this like massive cultural and religious like disagreement about them. It seems to be like such a non-issue thing that no one even cares about it, and that would be fine if it wasn't having negative outcomes.
Okay, Hans.
Yeah, so I think not to like restate anything that Name Menon said. I would say that a really easy reasons to why bisexual people can easily be erased, right? Is just that again, you can pass as straight, you can pass as gay, regardless. There's like, I guess there's this weird thing I've seen thrown at a lot of people, like whether it's in the online space or IRL, where it's like, oh, like, are you bi enough compared to say like to be able to call yourself that? Like I've like had people be like, oh, like how many guys have you been with, right? So it's like it's very very easy. And people do this in a way that I don't think anyone like or other sexualities really I'd say experience, right? No one asks like a straight person like how many women have you been with? I mean, like unless you're like trying to make fun of someone for being like an incel or something like that. Or in the same way that like you would say like talk about to a gay person, but it's like, oh, like how many like people like of the opposite of like the same gender have you been with, right? So I think it's very easy to erase that, and then also by nature of I'd say like being bi, that because you can both encompass like appearing like a heterosexual or homosexual depending on like what you're in, it's very easy, especially for people who are like just like in hetero passing relationships, to just be like, oh, like, you know, it's a choice for you, so it doesn't matter to you, right? It's like you can turn off the gay, so it doesn't bother you, right? In the same way that it might bother like a person who's gay, who's like explicitly still like maybe experiencing overt hate from society, but like say a bi person who doesn't let people know that they're bi, and they're only is like, if I say only dated women, then like suddenly I could pass as straight and I wouldn't like be getting like very much shit, right? Because technically it's really easy for them to be in the closet, if that makes sense. But there's a lot more I want to talk about, but I don't want to take up too much time, so yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I thought it was like really interesting, like saying like virgins are basically like asexuals. That's basically the analogy. Like
Because I don't think any of us would say that, right? But people kind of do that to bi people. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, ciao. Go ahead.
Yo, bisexual people are kind of like moderates. All right, they go either way. They see
Oh,
both
no.
sides.
No.
No, but then like I can't help but think
Centrist?
that like there's some if you want to take it that way, sure. But I just can't help but think that like I see this through some groupthink kind of from a perspective, where you may have like people who are just like gay or lesbian, but then they see someone who's bi, but they don't really identify because, well, guess what? They have a different experience, and then all of a sudden, when like these identities they're trying to find like some sort of group in order to kind of like find some sympathy, then well, bi people, where do they fit in? You know, there was that one instance, I can't believe I'm going to be the one bringing this up, but the drama between our most favorite Marxist Leninist shit poster on Twitter, Mel, telling Dylan to take down that LGBTQ
pride flag, yeah.
flag. Yeah, that pride flag. There's something right there. And then I remember this other instance, like somewhere on Reddit or Twitter, people were talking about this. You know, Destiny was talking about this actually because he's the incel guy on Twitch, Lamau. In that there was like some Tinder, no, it wasn't a Tinder conversation. It was a text message conversation where one person was like lesbian, the other person was bi, but they didn't know that they were bi. And then when they kind of like split up and they're like, hey, it seemed like it was nice. It seemed like there was no hard feelings. And then when the other person was like, well, I'm bi. Oh no, the first person was trans. And then the second person came out as bi. And then the first person was all of a sudden, they just flipped the switch 180. They're like, oh my God, you were dating me, but not because you were seeing me as like a trans person and things like that. So then there's like this tough situation with bi people because since they see both ways, they kind of like mesh up the standards. But guess what? When it comes to gendered identity, people can't help but say that like there's a separation in gender. So then like for bi people, there kind of is like no separation. It's weird.
Yeah, I guess that'd be like that's something I never really talked about if we're going into the open. Like listen, Chinchilla wants to say something again. But in particular, like I'm not. I feel like that's a really I would say like stressful, or I'm not saying like the trans person like reacted like correctly in that, right? But how does someone say in terms of like their self-perception, right? Like we're not trying to like trigger anyone's dysphoria. If someone say is like bi or pan or whatever, right, and they experience just like a general attraction to somebody, when I said this might affect like bi people more than the pan people, like in relationship like with trans people, is like if you say, "Oh, I like you," and they're like, "Oh, like do you like me because you're attracted to me because I appear feminine or masculine," right? And so that's like, I guess that could be like a worry. I've never ever like experienced that, but I could understand why that might be like mildly dysphoric for somebody. But I guess like the best way of like clearing up that kind of thing is just like communication, right? And I don't see like how that sort of situation probably shouldn't exist, right? We should be trying to make sure that people like understand like where other people are coming from while things are like while like the relationship or the hooking up is happening, so that people don't feel really weirded out, but or like I guess hurt by like someone's sexuality in regards to like how that person expresses their gender. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like in that specific situation, if both people have like internalized and acknowledged that the both sexualities on the spectrum, because something we haven't mentioned is that like you can be bi, but that doesn't mean you're like 50-50 attracted to men or women. You can be like a bit more heterosexual, a bit more homosexual, and your preferences like more easily find men or women attractive. It's a whole
I absolutely
spectrum,
prefer
right?
women. Yeah, I'm bi. I absolutely prefer women.
Same for me. And the same for gender, right? Gender is a spectrum. I think most of us here acknowledge that. Everyone here acknowledges that, as far as I know. So you obviously, if you have a mature understanding of that, I think you have to acknowledge that your gender identity as a trans person and the other person's sexuality, both those like non-linear approaches to gender, if they mesh like in the couple, then you're like a couple and it works, right? It shouldn't devolve into this idea of conforming to specific societal gender perception or not, ideally.
Hans?
No, that's very fair. I don't really have anything like specifically to add like to that. Like I guess it's another issue about say like being bi. Not saying like obviously being bi isn't a problem, but like in terms of defining bi, but I'd say bisexual people are a lot more fluid compared to a lot like to either like a heterosexual or homosexual people, because obviously like they're like, oh, like no one X, right? Like who isn't like the gender that I'm specifically attracted to. So sometimes it can be weird, right? Like I've had guys come on to me and I'm like, no, not up for you. And they're like, oh, I thought you were bi. I'm like, yeah, I am, but like doesn't mean I like everything that like comes my way, right? So like it's very I'd say it's difficult for like navigating that, because I feel like that requires just more communication, and a lot of people are terrible at communicating. So there's not like yeah.
I have a question to ask Dane, because I want to have the dumbest reactionary take here, just to throw you off. But basically, when you have like younger females that they call themselves bisexual because it's like pretty much like hip and that kind of stuff. But when it boils down, they aren't actually like interested in like females or that kind of stuff, you know. So like, don't you notice like a trend that there is like that there are some people that identify as like bi, well they aren't like necessarily bi?
Sure. Like it can be an easy way to like add something cool to how you are and how you perceive yourself and how others perceive yourself. But I think people get way too triggered about this idea of people doing things for like the perception. It doesn't. It's in the end, it's still someone exploring their sexuality, and we should all be free to explore our sexuality. We should all be free to take on an image if we think it fits us, and then realize it doesn't fit us and change our mind. the reasons for doing that are like people get way too judgmental and gatekeepy about them, and I've seen that in bi in gay communities, that someone who takes on the mantle of this identity, but if you can accuse them of credibly of just being seeking attention, then suddenly they're like a terrible person and all that. And like I understand where it's coming from. It's coming from a similar thing to what Hans was talking about in his intro, where if you're looking at people who haven't suffered through the same things as you, you don't feel like they really belong in your community. We see that with gamers, like old school gamers who are bullied in school. They gatekeep the new gamers who are cool and don't suffer from like being social pariahs and whatever. But if you want to look at it as a mature human being, you have to be happy about it. Okay, like you look at bi people maybe getting less discriminated against because they like in their heterosexual relationships they'll pass as a heterosexual person. Well, yeah, I'm sure they have a different experience than you, but you shouldn't be mad at them for that if you want to be rational about it. So I think it's an understandable behavior, but I think it's irrational.
Okay.
I'm a little confused with that, I guess.
Yeah, Elysium, as a gamer, go ahead.
Yeah, as a gamer, no. I guess like the idea of someone exploring their sexuality or exploring a mantle or something seems totally fine. But like if you're gonna take on a mantle for its aesthetic or for like an perceived increased attractiveness, whether that is true or not, I don't know. Those do feel like a negative thing. I don't think it makes you a terrible person, but I don't think that should be like a acceptable thing either.
Well,
yeah, you know what, Elysium, I'm on board with you actually. It seems like it's less genuine, but I'm actually just going to qualify a little bit of name, and I'm kind of like in between you guys. So nowadays, it seems like the society is a lot more accepting to what are diverse kinds of sexualities. Before there was you had to conform to society, there were these norms, and well, if you didn't follow those norms, then you were kind of bullied out from your peers or family, work. This still happens today, but not as much, if you know what I mean. So I think because of that, and as new generations come about, and when they get exposed to, well, exploring their sexuality, since they have that choice up front, and since they're not getting a lot of pushback, then I think there's a lot more. It just seems obvious that more people nowadays are coming out and being like this, and that just makes sense to me, at least. But
Yeah.
to people who are just like doing it for aesthetic, like they're just doing it to get likes, or they're doing it to like or because it's like popular or whatnot, then yeah, I think like it's a bit suspicious. But I'm not going to go out there and be accusing of everybody of like, hey, I don't think you're actually bi. He's like, hey, he's getting a lot of name drops from me this time. Dylan Burns, a bunch of conservatives were coming out, a bunch of Republicans were coming out. He's like, yo, you're not gay, you're not bi. Like, what are you? You're like blah blah blah, things like that. And then like, it's just fucking weird because like those kinds of things, that's personal, right? So like, I think we could make personal judgments, but I forget who it was on this panel. I think it was Naaman that like, yeah, people get like way too triggered over something that really is like kept to oneself.
Yeah, well,
Okay,
it's like, so I'd say like I want to like zero in on something specific that Senpai Chow just said. So it goes back to the idea that you can't really prove whether someone's like gay or bi or like just straight. And and going into further about how more people are just kind of okay with this, right? In general, and I'd say that's overall a good thing, right? I think a lot more people are just being more comfortable like exploring things. Like I have friends in high school who I thought were straight, who like have recently kind of like come out to me as bi, and that's just because like I feel like maybe they feel more comfortable exploring themselves and exploring their sexualities and stuff, right? And I think that as society becomes more open and welcoming, more people will start dipping into that, even if it's like just like as like a small thing. It's like the memeing about like I think, oh, like someone's like 99% straight, but like they had like one like gay experience, right? So like, does that mean they're technically bi, right? Like all that sort of like stuff. So I think it's totally fine for people to do that, and I don't think that like lessens their existence as a member of the LGBTQ like plus community. And I guess this would be like my issue in terms of like say like gatekeeping, like oh like you haven't had sex with enough like people the same gender to be considered bi or gay, right? Like people like threw this accusation like at Dylan, and I think that's like, and I got my issues with Dylan, like that's completely fucked up, right? Like I'm no like just because like he's dating a woman doesn't mean that like he's a member like of the LGBTQ like plus community like isn't in any like doubt or like jeopardy or anything like that. And so I find that extremely frustrating, extremely stupid. And think that goes back to the idea that we have like this little like oppression like club, and like unless someone like has proved their like bona fides of being oppressed, they can't like join it. And I find that extremely frustrating, and it's not really like the point of solidarity, the point of bringing awareness to these issues, of saying like, oh hey, you didn't like suffer enough so you can be a part of the club. Because at that point we can do like the fun calculus, like cutting people off, where it's like until eventually we find like the most oppressed like trans gay black woman, and it's like, okay, like I guess, but like why did like there's plenty of other people who are dealing with plenty of other shit, so there's no reason why we can't like at least like talk about these sorts of things. So you must be this gay to play. So true. Someone in my chat said like,
Okay, first of all, stop the name dropping, guys. So just kidding.
I just want to add something.
Go ahead.
Just to add, there's like a fundamental problem, and like Hans kind of touched on it. You can't prove someone's intention. You can kind of look at the circumstances around it and try to demonstrate it, but you can never prove it in absolute terms. Obviously, you can like there are thresholds in like courts of justice or whatever to prove that something was intended or not. But on a fundamental philosophical level, you can never prove that someone intended to label themselves bisexual for clout or for just to be like whatever reason you're attributing to it, that's not legitimate. So it's kind of it's just a weird thing to try to judge people for, I think.
Oh, Damon, so you brought up attention, so I have to bring up consequence. Okay, is that something that we have to look at, right? So like if somebody is calling themselves bi and we can't really judge them for their intentions, so we have to look at their actions, right? So then what if like I'm gonna name drop Dylan dating a female, okay, dating a woman, okay, he comes out as bi, like that sends that signal that hey, he's actually in a straight relationship, but he's saying that he's bi. So like it's really weird because and I'm not saying that like there's something suspicious, but like this is kind of how people think. And it's really
suspicious
how these people
that's what
I was like
very sneaky of you, dating a Famoid, curious.
Okay, I put on my MAGA hat. Ooh, that's a bit suspicious, huh, Dylan? Where was I going at with this? Oh yeah, because like
Where were you
bisexual is a sexuality, okay? It's an orientation of attraction. And so like if you're in a relationship and like it includes within the Venn diagram, okay, of bisexuality, then you're good, right? But then like so many people look to whether or not like you're in a relationship as to like your proof of whether or not you're bi, you're gay, you're straight, etc., etc. And like I think like those two things, they just misalign.
I think so. There's two like aspects of this, right? One, I would say like again in defense of Dylan, he is clearly working out his sexuality like in real time. Again, like I feel like we forget how young he is, right? Like I have a friend who's my age, like 24, and he just came out as bi, right? So like I don't like if Dylan says like, you know, 1 like month like, oh, like I'm gay, and then after like 4 months of like meeting someone that he maybe like didn't understand or didn't like appreciate like as much as he thought he was going to, and then he comes out saying like, oh hey, like, you know, I like specifically this woman, right? Like there's nothing to say that he's not like 99 like 90% male attracted, and then just like has one one lady that he likes, right? So I don't think it's like a negative thing. And I think this goes back to like the potentially toxic thing of like proving that you're X, right? Because at that point, I could say to like literally everyone, like, yo, unless I see you like fucking sucking face with someone, you're asexual, all right? Like I haven't seen any of you have sex, so clearly all of you are asexual humanoids, all right? There's nothing here. So like,
let me link you my chatterbait after this.
Oh my god!
No,
please,
he doesn't.
no.
He doesn't have that. So just for reference, Twitch, if you're watching, he doesn't.
Yeah, it was a joke in Minecraft.
Yeah, but so But yeah, no. But so I guess like I'm not really sure what we can say this. I guess you might be. I guess you could be frustrated with somebody for maybe like taking on a label and then not like following that label in the same way. Like, oh hey, like we care about like I'm a socialist, but I'm not doing anything that like remarkably resembles even like attempting to push for socialism, right? But I guess like your ideology, I'm more comfortable holding someone to like more concrete standards than I'm comfortable holding someone to concrete standards for sexuality, right? Because I feel like sexuality is like a super internal thing, whereas a lot of times, like in terms of ideology and praxis, right, it's like what you're trying to do on the world itself, where I'd say the sexuality or gender or whatever is like specifically, and those are two different things, obviously, but like those two things are much more so internal and personal. And I'm not trying to like make the world like mega bi, right, or anything like that. I am trying to make it more, say, like economically fair and redistributive and just. But like I'm pushing for one, whereas I just am the other one, right?
Okay,
So.
let's go to name. Oh, sorry. No, I wanted to go to Elysium because he
Okay.
has like the most contentious
Oh.
opinion.
Okay,
So
I guess I guess I haven't really followed what the conversation has been around the Dylan. I don't understand why any of it matters. I guess to clarify, since it wasn't very clear, what I understood from Chinchilla. Holy fuck. I forgot your name for a second. From Chinchilla's question, for no reason. I don't know why. Okay. From what I understood, what Chinchilla's question was saying, is asking Nayman, and like an accusation that gets thrown is that people take on bi as an aesthetic to be more attractive, especially young women to be more attractive to men. And do you have like any thoughts about that? And then I don't know, Nayman, I guess you're saying like, well, if people are exploring their sexuality, that's great. I don't think anyone disagrees with that, but that seems to be like missing the point of the question, which is why I was trying to like, does that make sense at all, Nayman?
Well, it was addressing the question on a meta level, like what does it mean to start questioning people's intentions in getting this?
Okay. This makes more sense. Like, I guess the other thing that I'm taking away from you is you're saying, because this is not only an issue that bi people face, but just in general, my interpretation is that you don't think questioning people's sexuality or saying that you're taking this to be more attractive is like a beneficial thing, and if someone claims a label, we should just be good with it.
Yeah, kind of like I remember when here in France when it started being a bit more mainstream that gender was a spectrum, there was this really controversial debate on TV where there was this big like fucking lumberjack type dude with a huge beard and everything, and he started off the discussion. Someone was like, "Sir, so what do you think?" He was like, "Sir, wait, what makes you think I'm a man?" Like it's super like kind of confrontational about it, and basically telling them, no, I identify as a woman. Like how not that he like actually identified as a woman, but he wanted to kind of demonstrate it live.
Mm-hmm.
He was making a point.
Yeah, he was making the point, and that point is that like if you say if you got a huge beard, if you're a big ass lumberjack type person, like you say you identify as a woman, that people should be just like, oh, okay, I guess you're a woman then. Your pronouns are she, her, and whatever. Let's move on with the discussion. It's no big deal. I feel like sexuality should be the same. Like if you say you're something, like it's no big deal. You're that. Cool.
Can I ask you one question and name, because you brought up like the lumberjack. You have people that call themselves like lumbersexual and that kind of stuff. So, in what regard would you gatekeep like sexuality? Would you say like calling yourself like lumbersexual is like actual like preference that you accept within that whole region?
I mean, I would just say for that people like I think that's just an aesthetic preference. Like people, I like burly people in flannels and like jeans and beanies, right? Like
Kink.
there's there's plenty of
more kink.
Yeah. So like that, I don't like I probably wouldn't say that's like a specific sexual. That's like saying like my sexuality is I enjoy people in sweatshirts, right? Like how you doing? Like, but but specifically, like I think that's more just like an aesthetic preference, and like those things are valid, right? Like I like like if someone's like, oh, I like tall people, or I like muscular people, right? Like those things are like, or I like people that are lumberjack looking, right? Like there's plenty, like there's no reason why you can't do that. I would just like, I guess I might hesitate calling that a specific sexuality, because I think I'd say part of it is just more, again, I don't want to get too deep into this, right? I feel like this is like more of a basis of utility in terms of description, saying like these are the kinds of people that like I like, or like I'm comfortable liking, and saying like, oh hey, like I like if you're bi or pan, it means like you like pretty much everybody. If you're like straight, it means you like people of the same gender. If you're gay, it means people like the same gender. And then for straight, I fucked up straight and gay. Oh no, I'm bi and I'm ruining all the barriers. But you know what I mean. So I think that saying that every preference is like a new sexuality is kind of dumb. But like I'm not trying to negate someone's like desire to have preferences. So yeah.
So wait, to clarify, from that, are you saying that like the idea of the lumberjack identifying as a woman is dumb, or are you just saying?
Oh no. That's completely valid. Like for the lumberjack to identify as.
I guess I'm just confused at what you are saying.
He was responding to Chinchilla's question about like lumber sexuality. Is that an actual sexuality or not? And he's saying it's an aesthetic preference.
Yeah, I wasn't. No, wait. Okay. Like, we want to fight about this. We can fight about this. They're completely different. Saying I like people who look like lumberjacks is entirely different than I guess like a person who appears very masculine, saying that like they're not like particular, like say that like they're of like a gender X, right? Like there's a trans woman who I believe is like a powerlifter or bodybuilder, and she was made fun of by Blair White, and a lot of like people attacked her because of her presentation, because she is absolutely fucking stacked, right? She's like more muscular than I am.
Okay.
And so
that's not possible.
No, it is. And so a lot of like assholes were like, oh, like you're not a woman, because like you have like big muscles and stuff. I don't think that we should like say gatekeep like being a woman or being like trans because you're not presenting like hard enough for certain people, right? I think that's like that gets extremely discriminatory, like based on just like passing, and I very much don't like that. If someone asks, or if someone is genuine and saying, hey, my gender is this, right, or like, or I am a woman, right? Like I don't want to talk about xenogenders right now. We can. I really don't want to argue with that. I've already done that like 5 times.
Yep.
Yeah, but like, so I don't think we should gatekeep just because someone doesn't like fit like traditional physical characteristics of femininity, right? Like if there's a muscular trans woman, I would not be comfortable not like saying that we shouldn't. I'm not comfortable saying we shouldn't respect her as a woman just because she's like more stacked than me, right? Like that doesn't make any fucking sense. And some people who would, I would say that is legitimate like transphobia. So
I want to bring it back to the like the lumbersexual, because I was pretty much
No,
the name.
No more lumbersexual. Okay,
I have a quick response.
No, because I wanna know name's precision, like
yeah,
basically,
I have a quick and simple response for that question. It became clear, like listening to the question, listening to Hans's answer. We have two. It's a basic semantic thing. Sexuality, the way we define it strictly, is directly related to gender. It's your gender preference. If being a lumber is not a gender, then being lumbersexual is not a sexuality. It's an aesthetic preference, like Hans said.
Very fair.
Yeah. So, but it makes sense in common parlance. Like we attach a word to sexual to describe a preference, and that's fine. Like if people will do that colloquially, there's nothing wrong with it. But the strict semantic sense of it has to be related to a gender if we want to be like correct and with definitions and everything.
All right, Naaman, let's play semantics. Can I be a lumberjack?
Yeah.
Right now, now I'm a lumberjack.
Sure, go get a job cutting trees.
Huh?
What do you mean?
No. I mean, like right now, I'm presenting as a lumberjack.
Okay, it's
Do I?
Halloween. You can present us whatever you want.
This
I mean,
is so
yes, you
stupid
could,
because I caught you because I obviously don't look like a lumberjack at all.
What do you mean? A lumberjack doesn't carry any look.
I express no qualities that makes me a lumberjack.
No,
I don't
absolutely, yeah.
qualities
look
of
like
a lumberjack. Never
both
mind. We don't need
aesthetically
to do
and in
this.
actions. Okay, I don't cut down. I'm not cutting down trees right now. So how can I call myself right now a lumberjack?
Never
Okay,
mind.
Well,
how can somebody who is like
there's
in this hypothetical? in
Wait,
this
so is a lumberjack
somebody-
not a lumberjack when he's wearing pajamas? Like I
Yeah.
don't like because like you if we're
Okay,
talking
so
about
but see, now that's an occupation, right? So now
lumberjack
are we talking
is an
occupation?
occupation.
No,
two
because
different
like,
meanings.
hey,
No,
if I say
it's
I'm
fine.
attracted to lumberjacks and I just see a normal person, I'm not attracted to that person, right? Not unless they're actually doing the things that makes them look like a lumberjack. Unless like them looking like a lumberjack, it just looks like everybody else.
Which is why they're specifically attracted to the specific aesthetic of like the
Mhm.
like apparently like cultural accepted thing of like what a lumberjack is supposed to look like. Like
Yeah. Okay. So that's
there's-
standardized, right?
there's plenty of I think we could generalize to saying that most I don't know what it's like in Europeanoid land, right? But I would say most
Whoa.
people like I'd say North American understandings of what a lumberjack is a large burly person with like a like sort of like heavy beanie, a beard, and flannel shirt and jeans, right? And like they're lumberjacking, and they have like maybe like a like boots or something, right? And and that's like I would say that's specifically an aesthetic that is related or correlated with the job of being a lumberjack, but not every lumberjack like looks like that when they go to work, right? Like maybe I like maybe I like shorts, or maybe I like sweatpants when I go lumberjacking, or I like a sweatshirt when I go lumberjacking. And so when someone says they if you want to like decouple like the lumbersexual thing, you could say, oh hey, you're not like attracted specifically to lumberjacks, you just like people who smell like pine and have and enjoy what's it called and enjoy wearing flannels and jeans, right? Like so yeah.
Yeah,
Sure. Like, it seems like, at least coming from Naaman, okay, now I'm putting him on the spot. I haven't
Yeah,
done this
go ahead.
to you at all, so it's coming, baby. All right. That if we're putting that much standards into what the aesthetic of a lumberjack is, why not? What makes it different from then gender? Why is that burly man, Naaman, in France able to call himself or herself or themselves a woman?
Wait, okay, no, sorry, I
Do you
don't
agree
understand
that
the
there?
connection
Okay,
between
do you?
the first
Okay,
part and
all
the
right, leading questions. Leading questions.
I can help you with this. So the way that I would like distinguish between say like gender versus lumberjack is that being specifically a lumberjack is about the occupation, the activity of jacking some lumber, right? Whereas in the case of gender, a lot of that is an internal understanding of what your internal feeling and presentation is, right? So I can be a woman, right? I'm not obviously, but I could be a woman without ever doing a traditionally feminine thing, right? But I could not be. But I'm not allowed to be a lumberjack if I'm not jacking any lumber. If I've never, if it's like if someone says, "Oh, hey, I'm a writer," but they've never written a word, they're not a fucking writer. They might, I have like the solo writer, da 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 da. You're not. But like in the case, and I am comfortable making that distinction and discriminating against that lumberjacks who don't jack lumber in a way that I'm not comfortable discriminating against women who might be like muscular or don't wear dresses, right? Like
And what's
I don't.
the difference?
Okay, wait. I think
one
I
is
understand.
one is internal, right? Okay, all right, wait. No, the difference is that one is internal and one is external, right?
Yes.
Is that kind of what I'm getting at? All right.
Yeah.
So then I'm not going to tell you tell me what is the internal feelings of like a woman, but what is the internal feelings of a man? What makes a man a man? Just to leave some time.
Well, what makes a chair a chair? Like
I guess like you sit on it. But then, like,
okay,
I guess
but
you could
that,
sit,
but that,
you
that
could
could
sit
be a
on the
bench,
floor.
right? Well, again, this goes like into
Yeah.
like the description thing. Like, how can you describe one thing without describing like a million other things, right? Like, am I saying
Alright.
like, oh, in the
So
case
it's
of
relative.
yeah, everything's culturally relative, right? Like if we're saying like that, like in terms of like what's a man, we can say it's someone who identifies in like the masculine roles in society. Because like say if you're asking like why I feel like a man, I actually had this conversation like with a neo pronoun like xenogender person like last week where I was like, hey, like I identify with being like duty bound or being strong more than I like might be considered, like consider myself masculine, right? Like I maybe consider those like masculine traits, but like my understanding of myself as a man is just like how I exist inside of society. Like if you took, again, like this is like the meme where it's like if you take someone like on an egg and you like put them on an island and see like what they if they have like a concept of gender like as they're growing up, then like they probably won't have it. So like my relationship to like being a man is like me growing up in society, seeing like, okay, this is like a we can talk about like genders like correlated with sex, but it's not like completely, it's not like causal, right? Because like you have trans people specifically for that reason. So it's like gender is a thing that correlates but doesn't like perfectly map onto sex, that relates to specific roles in society that can be culturally dependent, and in some cultures those things are different, right? So and then for me, I identify as a man inside the cultural context of, in this case, like North America, Western social like democracy kind of like style of like what a man is, right? So like, and there can be a man who shares virtually none of my traits who also
Can still be a man.
yes, right? So like say like I'm tall, I am strong, right? I go to work. I maybe consider those things are like aspects of being a man, right? There could be an unemployed, weak, short guy who also considers himself to be a man, right? Maybe he considers him like him a man because of like his relationship to I don't know, liking fast cars or like like those things are all again, I don't want to say arbitrary because like that goes like into like the dumb Twitter thing where it's like everything is arbitrary, but like I don't think that means that everything is meaningless. So there is a broad understanding of a lot of things that can be normally considered masculine, and that people kind of like loosely fit into, and normally it like helps people, and for whatever reason, for their mental like existence, right? I don't know why we do this, right? But I guess like most of us would probably on this podcast would be kind of weirded out if everyone started referring to us as women, not because like there's like anything wrong with being a woman, but because like we personally don't identify as that, right? Or like maybe there's like a no, I'm not misgendering anyone, right? No one's trans on the podcast. Okay, cool, or non-binary or whatever. So, but like specifically, yeah.
Yo,
so
thanks for the
you could say
follow,
this is
Iron
like
Nirvana.
sort of like arbitrary, but I don't think it means that it's meaningless. And
Yeah,
I
agree
realize,
with you.
yeah.
I agree with you, and this is why I say like when I ask the question, can I call myself a woman? What is the answer?
Oh, of course. Like if that's like your if that like actually is your gender, yeah, sure. Because like again, because the
But it's
question
not.
no, it is
Internally, internally, it's not. Okay, but can I call myself a woman?
Okay, so if you're internally not a woman, and you're just saying like I'm a woman,
Yeah.
like
He's memeing or something. You know, that's basically what
I'm not actually memeing because like
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about like
if this is all culturally relative, okay, and if gender can be like really whatever we want, like internally or externally or whatnot, then by that, I could just simply decouple it to the point where I am a woman if I call myself a woman. But internally, I'm not a woman. I don't do anything as a woman. Am I a woman?
Then you've changed the definition, like and like and senpai. So like so specifically, like again, if you just say you're a woman, but internally you don't feel like a woman, then you're not like a woman. So like there's not like I'm again like we can call it like I can say that I'm a dragon, but I'm not a dragon, right? And this is why I guess this is my issue. Like I'm still not sold on xenogenders, right? But specifically, if you say that you're X, but you know inside like that you're not X, then you're not. Again, like, and if you are X inside, right? In the case of you're
but being X is not about being X inside.
I'd say it's like it's more than
my lungs
it can be more than just being inside, but that's like the nugget, right? Because essentially what you're saying then is if a trans person is like this happens a lot, like on Twitter. People like trans girls talk about this. They're like saying, like, "Oh, I'm boy moding for the day because like my parent, I haven't come out to my parents, right?" And so like they dress a specific way to have like lunch with their grandparents or some shit. That person is still trans, even though they're dressed and presenting as a boy. They're just not. So like because if you're saying it matters also in presentation, then what I hear is if a trans person is in the closet, then they're not trans. I think like that is like the nugget from which everything else stems, and I don't really see how a trans person can continue to live like that without experiencing like massive levels of dysphoria, right? Because if you're only
Yep.
Like if you only have the nugget and you never present like it, you're obviously gonna like start having some serious like problems like mentally because you're like, oh, like what's happening to me, right? Like I'm like existing, like I'm not living my truth, da 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 da, blah 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 blah. So
Okay.
Perfect.
But
This is what I wanted to establish. Okay, I wanted to establish that
cool.
it's actually something internal. But like whenever like I'm kind of thinking about these gender identities and like what internally, like it seems to be that there is no concrete idea like across the board of what it means to be a man internally and what it means to be a woman internally. Everybody seems to have like different ideas, and is that okay?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, like
And like
again, like
so then like so then if that's okay, then why is it okay?
Look,
So-
one of the
Wait,
main.
I wanna
Sorry.
give it the name. So name.
Sorry.
go ahead.
First, I want to intervene just to clarify one thing. Like the whole like accepting someone telling you, even if they're male presenting, that they identify as female, accepting that is not a question of like some kind of metaphysical correctness or some abstract logic. It's just a question of human relations. If someone, like Hans said, their chances are they aren't lying. They're just trans, but not presenting as their preferred gender at the moment. And you gotta show just respect for what is their preference. It's more about treating other human beings with basic respect, like good behavior between us, rather than something more abstract about the meaning of what it means to identify as a gender, etc. But also to address that question, I think obviously for most people, most cis people, at the end of the day, the way they would the fundamental feeling that would match their gender identity, at least for myself, if I wanted to put words on it, it's that I feel I am inside a male body and I feel good in it. I would love to switch to try out like a female body, but I don't feel dysphoric within my body. I'm happy within it. I know there are also trans people who don't suffer from dysphoria. They just have a preference for another gender. I don't have that. It would suck for me to like go through a transition, go through huge changes in my body that admittedly most of them are reversible, but it would suck to go through all those changes and then have to go through all those changes again just to get back to the original body that I feel comfortable in. And this feeling of comfort is for me what the fundamental mean of what it means when I say that I'm a man, that I'm male.
Naaman, when people have dysphoria, doesn't that imply that they're trying to change something? And that
what that implies, the
like
change is more a
standard?
consequence, right? This dysphoria literally means being unhappy. They're unhappy with the gender they are in. So the solution is to change the gender. It's the second step, the changing. It's not directly implied. It's more of the
but
treatment.
if it's just, but here's the thing: is that if it was really just an internal identity, then they didn't have to change, right? They did.
Oh, because
the
gender is
point.
more
The point is
complex than
the
that, right?
dysphoria. Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Explain.
gender also has components of that are socially determined, of appearance, of how you present to other people. You want other people to perceive you as that gender, and you want to conform to those social dynamics. Right?
Okay, we're conflating a couple things. Like so I know what like Senpai's trying to get at. So Senpai, it's entirely possible that you have that nugget inside of you that tells you what you are, but you reform or do something outside to better like fit your like mental state of like what you consider yourself to be, which is why a lot of like people either to like do hormone replacement therapy, whether they like dress differently, like to the cultural customs of like you've seen like the over feminization or over masculinization of like certain like trans women or men, just like so they can try and fit their role or like maybe potentially alleviate dysphoria or like make them feel like they're like living the gender that they describe. If they're not doing those things, I don't think it makes them less trans. And so when you say like, oh, it's about the out thing versus the in thing, I think the most important thing is the inward thing first, and then all the other stuff is just like a stem from that in a way of trying to either alleviate dysphoria or just like fit the if they're not dysphoric, helping them either actualize like the gender that they consider themselves. I don't think that's like any way I don't see like how those are conflicting. You can always say like there's like the internal thing that stems from like everything else, and then all the other actions are just like them like trying to actualize their decision of like living their identity.
Oh,
I don't
jeez.
think those
Okay.
things are disparate, and I don't
Yeah.
think if you take away like the hormones, like and the dress from like a trans woman, I don't think she becomes less trans, right? Like unless you think that, which in case like I would say like that's like
No, now we're
verging
going in
to
circles. Now we're going in circles because now that leads me to then say, hey, I could be a woman. I could switch my identity right now to a woman, and there'll be no difference between me identifying myself as a man and me identifying myself as a woman. Isn't
if
that a
you
dilemma? That's a dilemma, right? I
if
think
you-
that's a dilemma.
I can't tell what your internal and like this exists like the concept of being like politically trans. I can't tell whether you're fucking with me or not if you say that you're a woman, right? If you say
Yeah.
that you internally feel that way, I have no way of knowing if you're being like sincere or not, right? I could ask you clarifying questions saying like, hey, how long have you felt this way? What ways of expression? Like, are you like if you say like, oh, you feel like X and you haven't done anything about it, why not? Da 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 da. Is there anything you plan on doing? And if not, that doesn't like invalidate your like position as a trans woman. But if you're just doing it to say, hey, you can't possibly know inside my head, so I can identify as whatever I want, checkmate, like I'm sorry, like I can't look inside your head. And if we can't, and if we're saying that like that's like not good enough, and you can say, oh no, you're not actually that way, then essentially we're saying that like you have to that all of like transness is related to performativity. And I think everyone, I don't think anyone would actually maintain that position unless you maintain that position, which I guess we disagree. Like,
No, I think performativity actually has a lot to do with identity across like all the things in like when we call ourselves a certain ethnicity, a certain culture, or like a certain occupation. It's all performative, right?
all performative. Okay, what do you like specifically mean by like all?
Oh boy, this is kind of like going down the Doe rabbit hole or like book smarts. Oh shoot, no, it's kind of like this philosophical concept that like everything that we do is performative and is therefore like correlated to how we identify as.
Okay, well, what if I like just I like playing balloons tower defense, right? I play even in
Okay.
my free time away from everybody else. I play team fight tactics away from everybody else, right? I don't think
Yeah.
that like me liking team fight tactics has anything to do with my gender, right? So
Okay, but you can say that you like team fight tactics.
yeah,
You can say that you are a team fight tactics player because you play team fight tactics.
yes, but again, I would
Okay,
say
so
like
then that's
either
the
a
performance. That's the performance correlated to the identity, correct?
that's fair, but again, I think there is a difference between either a hobby or an occupation versus a gender because I have not
Why?
seen because like with few exceptions, right? That I've never seen someone have dysphoria like because they haven't been able to like be a lumberjack. And
Yeah.
also you can't be a lumberjack unless you're actually jacking lumber. Like you can be you can be a woman just by identifying as a woman on the inside, and we know this because like trans women, like either pre-hormone transition, pre-hormone therapy, like pre like social transition, they're still trans. We just call them in the closet. So my question then is, if it's all related to performativity, is a trans woman in the closet a trans woman?
Yeah.
That's for senpai.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joe.
Thinking about this.
Because if you
Trans
say
woman in
no,
the closet.
because they're not performing anything, right?
I want to
Yeah.
say I want to say that they are just because they want to perform, okay, but they can't because of some other reason. So
Okay.
I'm going to say yes, okay. So then like there's a desire to perform as well. So then like you talked about like dysphoria and like there's no lumberjack dysphoria. I kind of want to disagree. Maybe not on occupations. No, actually, I will go extend this to occupation, and I actually do want somebody to tell me to shut the fuck up, because right now I'm just debate broing. I'm just like using this as food for thought and just like going to the next step, next step, next step. So then like a lot of people say like for me, there's like we may not call it dysphoria, but we kind of feel out of place when say like I'm Asian, but I don't act like other Asian people. Or that like I'm Asian and I'm around other Asian people and they're like doing like quote unquote Asian things, but I don't fit in. And then like I kind of feel detached. I kind of feel like I'm not Asian. Okay, this is kind of like some personal experience coming from me. And so then I feel like there is some dysphoria that does happen in other areas of identity, but we don't call it dysphoria. We just call it feeling out of place.
But you're talking about identity. like we're talking about
Yes,
sexuality.
Asian is
identity.
Asian is okay.
Well,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
guess
yeah.
sexuality
Yeah,
is a
but
then-
subset of
but then-
identity, but
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
yeah.
like it connects like from gender to sexuality as well. Because like here's the thing, is that a lot of the times when it comes to like say sexuality, what often it is like, okay, I'm straight, but I am not attracted to every single girl, and I do not see every single girl as somebody who like I could be in a relationship and love and like fall in love with. Okay, but yet again, I say I'm straight as if all the girls in the world are like are like choices for me when they aren't. And so then like what Haas was talking about before, in that like we decouple from like sexuality down to our preferences and things like that. And so then this got me thinking, like, can we do the same with gender? And I feel like when we do start decoupling and finding meaning in what gender actually is, then all of a sudden we find ourselves in a dilemma, because then we start standardizing that. Then we start gatekeeping gender because we do standardize.
I understand.
Okay? So then, like, when people say that it's meaningful, and then but then like don't tell me what the meaning is, and like they basically are treating it as if like it's fluid. And that drives me nuts. It drives me crazy. I can't think like that. This is why, like, every single time
I
I'm
understand.
in like this
so
debate.
Semba, I'm gonna tell you shut the fuck up. So
Yeah.
you're entirely so what your question then is that, are there lines that we draw on gender and we can like make a stopping point, right? And I feel like every person here, every person like everywhere normally has a point unless they bite some really disgusting bullets, right? In the sense of like, I'm totally fine, however you identify, man, woman, non-binary, da 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 da. There are certain things in regards to xenogenders that I either don't understand or I'm like less comfortable with, right? If they identify as like N-word gender, right? I'll probably be like, I don't think you're that. Or if someone's like, oh hey, I'm like I'm arbitrary, and I know like that'll probably make people like either doe or like people like who want to deconstruct everything like down to like nothingness, like very like frustrated. But I'm comfortable because that makes that's a more consistent in utilitarian like based worldview in terms of like making things like better for people. So I can respect like how gender, because if we break down all of gender, I've heard this argument from like gender abolitionists a lot, where they're like, if we break down all the gender into nothingness, then like gender dysphoria can't exist because like we've completely destroyed the concept of gender, checkmate, da 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 da. Like completely ignoring that there's like a lot of people that right now are kind of like dealing with gender like dysphoria or just like issues like with like their presentation or gender or like or what have you. And so there's like this question where it's like, all right, if we're completely breaking down these concepts, right? Into like nothingness, at what point do we completely like change society from our gendered society, or even like where trans people are still accepted and stuff like da, into the completely non-gendered society where transness like or like gender like no longer exists, right? And how do we have that functional cutoff without like removing all the people who existed in the society beforehand? And
Yep.
I would say that is like so profoundly utopian that I don't see that as having any functional utility in terms of like making things better right now, or even as a way of like moving towards that. Like we can keep like slowly like breaking things down where it's like, oh hey, if you're straight, it doesn't mean that you're like, doesn't mean you've never like like kissed a dude before, right? Maybe like you just don't identify that. Maybe like we make these things more elastic, right? Instead of making a million different like genders or a million different sexualities, we just expand what it means to exist inside a sexuality, right? So like, oh, like you're predominantly straight, most people would still call you straight. Or you're predominantly gay, most people would still call you gay. As opposed to saying like, I am a 90% hetero, 10% homosexual, like, and it's like, okay, like I guess we could do that, but like it's probably more colloquially useful just for us to have a couple of terms that we all seem to understand, we can all use. And I think that's why it's like respect, like we can do that sort of a thing with regards to sexuality and gender without like breaking it down into a million pieces. And I disagree with people who are like, oh, if we keep making things into like a million genders, eventually like everything will break down. It's like, no, we just like essentially like create a bunch of different names for everybody. So like, but feel free to push back. I'm starting to ramble.
Yeah, I honestly like I really struggle with like the neo genders and that kind of stuff. Like some people say like if you just have like a billion genders, and that point you just blow up the stuff and you get like the abolish gender. And but I think honestly like I think it's making things way more complicated than it should be at this point in time of society. So, but Elysium. Would you consider yourself like an anime gender? No, just kidding. But what's your point on this?
Stop discriminating against our allies, all right, in the VTuber community, all right.
True. VTubers are press. I've just been chilling. I don't know. It went in a different direction than I was expecting. I don't really have any thoughts. I'm sorry.
Okay, so then we're gonna probably wrap this topic up before we
Or-
ask like a name, like basically, because he brought up this topic. So
I still feel so
Uh,
dissatisfied even after this.
If you
yeah,
want
because we're
to,
just being debate, bro. Just so there you
Senpai,
go.
if you want like a breakdown, like there's two things you can normally do, like in regards to like this conversation. You can either say there's an arbitrary line that you stick with, and like say that things on this side of the line are okay, things on the other side aren't, or you just bite the bullet and say anyone can be anything in terms of their identification. And
Oh, that's so lazy.
it's like, but
You
like,
can't do that.
but that's true. Like, if you want to have like a better, like a longer phone call conversation on this with someone who's like probably more qualified, I try and reach out to the Silly Series. She's really good at this sort of stuff. So
Yeah, I agree. But
Wait, before we move on, I do have a question for name, if that's cool.
yeah,
But it's gonna like loop us all the way back.
no fuck.
Oh yeah.
No!
We're looping. Let's go.
No
Loop.
looping.
We already looped twice, okay?
No
Because
loop.
I will allow it. Easy, go ahead.
Cool. One of the things that you said in the very beginning that I thought was super interesting was that bi people have economic outcomes similar to trans people. Do you have any like do they have any idea why that happens? Is there similar levels of discrimination between the two groups, like in like family situations, or like?
I would
how does
also
that-
like data for that. Like I thought that was like a really strong statement that I've never actually heard before. It's like
I never heard about it either. It was when I was looking this stuff up for the discussion. I stumbled upon this article. I'll link it, I guess, in the Discord. Almost 30% of bisexual women and trans people live in poverty. I don't know why that is. It's like I understand why it is for trans people, but I don't know why that is for bisexual people. It's where should I link it?
Wait,
Yeah,
when it says and, like, is it like specifically saying like both groups have 30%, or like combine the two groups have 30%?
Yeah.
That was
no,
like a question.
it's both groups.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright,
Well, this
sorry,
is interesting to look
where-
at.
where-
Link in the chat. Link in the chat. But
Oh yeah, sure.
like also, it's not stats from Belarus or Russia. Or
One
something. Because I think
It's an NBC News article. I don't know where they
Okay.
got their stats,
So-
like what study it is or whatever.
so yeah, I will link that also. And so
I don't know,
but,
Chin. Russia Today really helped me on that Ukraine debate.
So yeah, there we go. But yeah, that being said, like name.
Yeah.
Consider that we talked about this topic. Does it satisfy how we dealt with this topic?
Sure. I just want to add. There was like a lot of back and forth between Senpai and Hans. I just want to like add my 2 cents if I can, like.
Do it.
Yeah, but we're gonna close it off afterwards.
Yeah, sure.
So, yeah.
Like at the end of the day, it's if you really want to be nitpicky, you always can be nitpicky. Like there are like you said, you use the word performative. There are performative aspects to gender identity as much as there are internal aspects to that. With like the whole lumbersexuality thing really confused me, simply because like we're talking about we were interchangeably talking about two different things. Being a lumberjack is a profession, but lumbersexuality has nothing to do with the profession on its face. It has everything to do with just the aesthetic that people perceive has to do with the profession, just some like performative aspect of it that's not even really related to the profession itself. And we were like interchangeably talking about that got me a bit confused. But like, yeah, there are aesthetic aspects to gender identity. That's why cross-dressing is a thing, right? You can cross-dress and that doesn't change your gender identity, because then there's also the internal identification that accompanies that. I can put on my skirt and I'll say I'm still a man, but I'm walking around in a skirt and long socks. So at the end of the day, you like, if you really want to nitpick, it will be hard to find a strong, robust, logical framework to like put everything into its own little box. And I think that's fine. Like that's just something we have to accept. And that things are, like Hans was saying, things are rather fluid. People identify as different things. They feel more comfortable to identify as different things, especially as society is more progressive. And that's cool. I like that, honestly.
Okay, so thank you very much. So then we're gonna move on to our second topic. Basically, we have some results from the U.S. election, so we are going to talk about that. But that being said, I would appreciate if anybody here would follow any streamer here. So that would be really nice of you guys. So that being said, Chow, you brought up this topic because I saw you ranting a lot on Twitter as well about it. So you probably have strong opinions around this topic. So go ahead.
I'll do like an introduction, and then I'll
Yeah,
do
sure.
an
And then we
opening
do
later.
opening. Opening.
Want me to do it
statements and then-
afterwards?
No, you can just straight go into opening statement.
Okay, so last Tuesday was election day, and a number of races were happening. Two big ones that a lot of people were paying attention to were gubernatorial or governor races that was happening in Virginia and in New Jersey. This is like exactly 1 year after the 2020 election, and so a lot of people are looking to this, seeing if we could get some sort of an idea of where the parties stand, how the turnout is going to be coming into the midterms, which are going to be happening next year. Midterms is where 1/3 of the Senate is going to be running for re-election, and the entirety of the House. There are some typical trends and things like that, but basically at the end of the day, of course there are more elections, but at the end of the day, it seems to be that a lot of people, especially Democrats, are disappointed because we lost Virginia. And Democrats were able to win in New Jersey, so it's really 50-50. But a lot of people are feeling really doomer about our prospects going into the midterms, and a lot of people are complaining about whether it's the leftist fault, or is it because of Biden, or is it because Trump and the strategy. And a lot of people are really shit talking on the Democrats and things like that. I think that's a pretty good overview, unless anybody else wants to add anything.
Yeah. So I think a lot of Dems are nervous, but because there was an explosion of Republican voters in Virginia. I did a bit of a deep dive yesterday, where the amount of Democrats voting went up substantially. I believe rough eyeballing the numbers from the last gubernatorial election, Dems got 1.4 million and Republicans got 1.2 million if I round up. In this election, both of them got in excess of 1.6 million. If you're listening, for the Republicans, they got more than 500,000 more votes than they did last cycle. So both went up. Dems by 200,000, Republicans by 500,000. They activated something that a lot of for people weren't particularly expecting. I actually just moved to Virginia recently. This is my Virginia apartment. Hello.
Nice.
Yeah, but I there's a couple of stats that I think are kind of either worrying, right? Where looking at these, so this is a Washington Post exit poll thing, right? So which of these 5 issues mattered most to you, right? So 15% of people said taxes, and of the people that said taxes, 68% for Youngkin or the Republican versus 32% for the Democrat. The economy, jobs, 33%, so that was the most important. 55% for Youngkin, 44% for McAuliffe. Education, 24%, that was the most important thing. 53% for Youngkin, 47% for McAuliffe. And then the COVID pandemic, which is 15%, 84% for McAuliffe, 16% for Youngkin, and then abortion, which was 8%, 58% for Youngkin, 41% for McAuliffe. So on every issue, with the exception of the COVID pandemic, Youngkin got more votes for people who said that. So unless you cared most about the COVID crisis, Youngkin won. And let me see if someone posted this in my Discord, who does a lot of local action stuff. He talks he went at length about all the quote unquote progressive things that Virginia Dems did in the last couple of years. So just going through, I'll stop rambling after this. Mm-hmm. The Democrats in Virginia expanded Medicaid, bolstered abortion rights, passed one of the nation's most expansive voting rights laws, abolished the death penalty, increased the minimum wage, implemented new LGBTQ plus protections, expanded UI benefits, decriminalized marijuana, and then passed legislation to protect African Americans from being fired due to their hairstyles, and expanded Medicaid funding for trans healthcare. So they did like a good amount of shit. They hit like trans issues, they hit healthcare, all sorts of stuff. They didn't do Medicare for all. They didn't do walling Bezos or whatever, right? But like they did a lot of like what most people would say like are relatively progressive stuff, like at the state level. And Democrats did come out. It's just that Republicans came out far, 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 far more. And so,
Anybody know why? Because I have an idea.
Go ahead.
So I wanna let people do opening statements.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Elysium, you can go.
Yeah, it's really simple. We covered so much ground. Yeah, there's elections. I think the New Jersey election was really clutch, and we saw a big turnout of Republicans. I think we'll get into it.
Okay, then we go to name.
It's always fascinated me how like reactionary elections can be, like where certain states or certain political contexts, things just flip around constantly. We saw fucking the turnout in reaction to Trump was incredible. Like all sorts of Democrats were mobilizing, and I kind of expected this just on a general principle of like, now that the Democrats won, people are going to maybe be a bit more lenient, which is interesting to hear that there was still a great turnout. But like hearing all that went through in Virginia from Hans, all the like different policies, it honestly doesn't surprise me that then there's this huge reaction from the conservatives, being like, oh fuck, they're ruining our state. Like, even though like I'm a lefty, I like what I hear the Democrats did in Virginia, but putting myself in a conservative's shoes, seeing all that happen, I would be probably like super pissed, and obviously they're gonna turn out to fight that.
Okay, Chad, you wanted to?
Yeah, so Naaman pretty much just like already explained it to me, like what I was going to say. So this is something called thermostatic modeling, or which is like a model for public opinion, which basically says that whoever is in the White House, the opposition party gets a buff. And this buff is the narrative. This buff is like
Gamer
them
term.
railing against. Yeah, it's them railing against the status quo. It's them saying, "Hey, holy shit! There's a Dem in the White House, and we got to get our act together. They're ruining our country. They're ruining our future. This is not America." And things like that. This also happens like every single time there's a president inside of the White House. Okay, this happened in 2018, where the Democrats really won a lot in the midterms, and yes, thermostatic modeling is one of those things that is pretty consistent in really seeing the trend of how elections are going to be going. And a lot of people, like, they kind of know about this because like the word is going around that 2022 is going to be really bad for the Dems in the representatives and the Senate. Like, a lot of people are saying that we're going to lose our majorities and we got to get our shit together, right? And it just feels so weird that we know this is going to happen. We know this is the trend. And the Dems did do like pretty well in Virginia in that, hey, Hans kind of just already said that there was an increase in turnout. I saw that as well. That kind of shows me like there is still enthusiasm from Democrats for Biden. It still seems like the Democrats still have like a good grasp of what the voters want, because like the voters are coming out to vote, right? At least that's kind of like my implication. But what I really found interesting,
another important thing for this,
okay,
Democrats won, or Terry McAuliffe won moderates by 21 points. So it's not that like moderates like magically flipped. It's just like a shit ton of conservatives came out. But yeah, keep going. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. So then, that I actually didn't know. That's actually a really good point. And I wonder how like this meshes with what I'm about to say, because if you want to look at the voting demographics between what Biden won in 2020 versus Terry McAuliffe in 2020 to 2021, where votes swung from Biden to the Republican to Youngkin were white suburban votes. And so then that kind of like is like something like really glaring, because it's data, it's telling us something. And to me, what it's telling me is that a lot of Republicans in Virginia did not like Trump, but they're willing to vote for any other Republican who was even gave a hint that they were distancing themselves from Trump.
Right.
And so something like really interesting. Sorry.
That's
I'm just
okay.
like a fucking nerd in this.
No,
Something
this is really exciting.
interesting. Yeah, something really interesting in 2020, which like I was really noticing, is that if you looked at like the Republican vote count between the president and like other representatives, like other races in those states, like Senate races, they were really close. And sometimes the Senate races, the Senate Republicans actually got more votes than Donald Trump in those states, which was like really surprising. I was like, what is going on? Like this, it really is telling to me that like Republicans don't listen to me because I want Democrats to win. Don't listen to me. But like, food for thought, the Republican strategy going forward should be to distance themselves from Trump, because that's where the swing voters are going to be coming out and voting for them. But then like they might be learning something differently here, right? And then for Democrats, I think like a lot of people are saying that, hey, the strategy of like trying to connect Youngkin to Trump, it didn't work. We should be focusing on policy. The White House should be trying to get some things. But like as Hans was saying, and which I didn't know, the Democrats in Virginia, they did great. They've that list of policies that they passed, that's fucking awesome. And so then I think like for Democrats, they definitely should not be thinking about any narrative that goes into the culture war, and they should definitely not be like becoming more racist. Like these are just things that I was seeing on Twitter, and it was driving me crazy because like
I like the populist people like being more racist. So like I would like to like specifically for that thing, right?
Can you clarify? I have no idea what the fuck that means.
Okay, so a lot of people on Twitter that Senpai and I are probably both mad about is that they're like, we got to be more moderate on cultural issues. That's what got them, right? So there's two potential things, right? Education was a big deal for the Virginia race. That's because there was a really nasty quote from McAuliffe during a debate where he essentially said, I don't want like parents controlling what what their kids learn in school, which again, like I'm not in favor of fucking parents like controlling everything their kids learn, right? I want fucking standards, because I don't want kids learning that like the earth is 6,000 years old and like, you know, Jesus invented like America in like 1776 or whatever the fuck like conservatives want to like talk about, right? Like in schools. But you can't say it like that. You can't be like, sorry parents, get fucked. You don't get to have any like interest in like in your kid's education. So that's one thing. But like the second thing, I think Senpai like sort of like we needle around it. I want to like focus on this in particular, is that they like the CRT stuff, like the fear mongering over educational stuff, a lot of the culture war stuff. Like that's like red meat for the Republicans, but a lot of like the quote unquote like the suburban like more respectable Republicans, right? They hated like Trump's aesthetic, but they like the culture war. It's like so that they like can jump in on the culture war stuff that they agree with, but they don't have like the baggage of like a mean man like Mr. Trump that like makes it like less appealing. They'll probably be able to do that like feeling less bad. Like there's a lot of people who like hated Trump a lot and they flipped to Biden because he was like better in terms of like he's more of a statesman. But like if you can take like the culture war stuff that activates like the super conservative like base, while not like alienating the suburban whites who are like, oh, like I'm conservative, but like I'm not racist, right? And as long as Mr. Trump isn't there, like I can like vote for this and not feel like too terrible about myself, right? So it's like it's a really terrifying combination that I don't know how we fix. Because again, like I said, like Senpai said, like Dems did good shit, and it's like, what are we supposed to do, like in regards to that? So
yeah, okay, Elysium.
Actually, I have something to say there.
But Elysium.
I guess I'm still not quite following what you mean when you say culture war stuff. I think
so culture war stuff, like in this specific case, like the two of the biggest ones are CRT in schools, which is like a lot of Republicans are talking about, which Democrats haven't had like a really great answer to. There's a lot of stuff about like mask mandates and how like Biden.
Cool. We're on the same page.
Yeah. Biden's killing the economy. Yeah, and then like traditional stuff like abortion, right? Because that was another like 8% isn't nothing, right? Like in regards to like the top 5 issues. So all those things, like, and if abortion's your top issue, it's almost 3/5 of the people who like voted on like abortion alone voted Republican. So unless you care like strictly about COVID, it's really tight. Education, the economy are actually like considerably closer. But if you care about taxes as your top issue, because I guess like people don't want to pay taxes in Virginia, or if you like, but even in the economy, 10-point difference. On education, 6-point difference. Like those are serious things that like Democrats, I would say, argue. I don't think again we're all Libby sockdems and shit here. So like I don't think any of us think like Republicans are better for the economy. But how the fuck can we get people like to understand that? Like it's very frustrating for me as like a sockdem being like, guys,
Oh boy.
like Republicans fucking destroy the economy every fucking time. Can you please stop voting for these idiots? And it's just like
Democrats can't fix what the Republicans messed up, so we're going to vote for Republicans. Yes.
Okay.
Very good logic.
I will give it to Elysium because Elysium, yeah.
Oh yeah, sure. I guess the one thing. So we've covered a lot of most of the general things. One of the things that I was personally familiar with talking to people is like the CRT discussion has been pushed really hard by Republicans as like a mainstream thing, and like it's actually brought up a lot of the things that we've talked about, like in the past during like the colorblind society stuff. There's a lot of people in America who like don't like the movement away from colorblind society that like CRT represents in a way, and who have grown up in the like what we call it, post civil rights era. Like to them, a colorblind society is like the virtue that they're heading for, and things pushing back on it is like the same things of like, this is causing division and separation when we all should be Americans in a colorblind society stuff. A lot of that discussion has been pushed really hard, and I think it's hard. There hasn't been a good response to that. It's hard to break that down when people's perceptions of the country of like anti-racism or systemic racism being an issue isn't on the same page. And so like a step when we're talking about like what needs to happen, there needs to be like a step before that of like, going back to the problems of systemic racism, pointing them out, and then moving forward from there instead of trying to combat the ridiculous claims around CRT.
Well, it's like like if you could do that, then you just won like Democrats every election ever. Because like how do we beat like how do we how do we beat the Republican propaganda machine? Because like they essentially made like CRT into like an insanely important issue, like to the point where one quarter of people who voted in Virginia said that was the most important thing was like CRT and education, and then like you have they conflate it with like literally everything, right? Like CRT is a very specific thing. It's not just talking about like slavery and like the history of racism in America. That's not CRT. It's a specific like legal theory. I did the Wikipedia dive on it last night, and so it's like if they've managed to conflate like virtually everything, and then they're scaring the fuck out of parents with it. I don't know how we can like specifically get around that, because again, they made this an issue. Like they literally, I mean, like McAuliffe didn't help. Like when he said like, I don't give a fuck like what parents care like do like to their kids in school, or like whether they like should have like an impact. So like we could obviously not fall into those specific pitfalls. But aside from that, like again, like we've activated more Dems than virtually we've ever had in like in a governor's race. Like we gotta like I don't know what we do. So like if you just want to, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that CRT. If you talk about CRT, just ask like, do you have like concrete policy, like things you can point to, and then falls flat on the back, But that being said, like Chow, you wanted to get in.
Yeah, I did. So when people are looking at Virginia, and I kind of want to hammer this point out really quickly, is that I feel like a lot of people are disillusioned because of how Biden won Virginia by like a pretty wide margin. And so then kind of by that logic, like if you wanted to just like follow it really down simply, the next year, Democrats should also win the governor's race. Well, one, okay, there were swing voters. And like two, those swing voters were really more so like Democrat there were Republicans renting as Democrats. There was no actual realignment. Really, how to explain it is that it was convenient for them to vote for Biden, but they are still Republicans at the end of the day.
I'm not sure what you're saying here.
My saying is that there were temporary Democratic voters, okay? And anybody right now or before the election for the Virginia governor race who were thinking that they were going to vote for the McAuliffe, that's pretty short. That's like not short sighted.
Wait,
It's
Virginia's
it
a
doesn't
pretty
make sense.
blue state consistently, right? Am I way off?
No, it's a swing state.
It is.
It's a
No.
swing state.
It's like it's been like more consistently like Democratic recently, but I think like what I guess like what Elysium would be asking, and like what I'm still also concerned about is where the fuck did Republicans find 500,000 more people? Like I just like they like the amount of like people who voted is dramatic because again like we're talking in regards to this race, we're talking say 2.5 million people voting in the last governor's race to 3.4 million when like all things are said and done at this point. Like almost a million more fucking people are going to have voted in like this new race. So it's like, and why did so many of them like come from Republican? Because again, like it's not because Democrats are failing. I think there's it's rated D+5. It used to be a swing state. It's now considered to be blue. Thank you, Morbid Gnome. So someone says it's like it's considered to be Democrat at this point. So again, like a lot of people are scratching their heads. I think we have to find some new way of countering Republican sentiment that isn't related to Trump, right? Because Trump's a very easy boogeyman to use. And I think we used that like relatively effectively in 2018. We used it relatively effectively in 2020. But if he's not there, how do we combat like them still saying the insane shit? But like I'm already seeing like fucking articles about how guys we should pick Ron DeSantis because he's not like as insane as Trump, and it's like he's pretty fucking crazy. I moved from Florida to Virginia, and I'm just saying like Florida. I don't know, guys. Like DeSantis is pretty fucking nuts. Like I'm just letting you know.
Okay,
Like,
name.
yeah,
You
so
wanted
let's
to
try to-
get. Wait. Name was recently.
Yeah, I just want to say, as much as I hate the narrative that's often pushed, that like we talked about earlier, them should like chill on the identity politics, or like basically like blaming it all on pushing too much too fast. This or that like flavor of the month talking point. I have to say I think Elysium's point was very interesting about how the identity education for entire generations was so completely different about what it meant to be progressive, what it meant to be tolerant of other people, and it's changed. It's changed, and there's a generational gap between the two. I could see that explain a big number of those 500,000 people who just showed up out of nowhere, simply being moderates who are like, well, I can't get on board with what their perception is of CRT and those things. Obviously, their perception is skewed because of the Republican propaganda machine, but that is what it is. Like, it's something we have to deal with, right?
So one thing,
But then our issue is
one thing that I
Sorry.
wanted to respond to you, like basically one thing that I looked in, why so many like Republicans came to show up in Virginia, was basically because of the message of the Republican was like saying like we need to sort the Republican Party out, and I think that resonates with like a lot of like even like more like moderate leaning like people and just Republicans in general, that they are like, well, we gotta sort the Republican Party out.
But by sort, you mean like drain the swamp type rhetoric?
No, like move away from Trump.
Either move
okay,
away
yeah.
or
And
reconsolidate or something. That
there's
was
there's
the term or something.
there is like an insanely fine point that the Republicans are trying to walk into the midterm elections as well into this one, that they did pretty successfully in this one, of appealing to that Trump base of far right leaning people that exist, that are like they want to vote Republican, but then also being reasonable enough to the moderates that we are not Trump and still pull in. And we're talking about like what can happen is the Democrats need to be able to drive a wedge there and make a Republican candidate either come out more on that Trump side or come out more on that not Trump side, so that either of those two camps feels at least some pressure to not support the same candidate.
But I think part of like the problem is that we're as like Democrats, we're not as good at making Republicans seem as batshit insane as they're good at like making us seem like more radical, right? Like they've like done nothing but call like Joe Biden a socialist and a communist for the last like 10 months. And it's very frustrating because like they're doing objectively terrible things, And everyone's like, oh, that's just like standard Republicans. But the Joe Biden administration, so crazy, so radical, so progressive, like da 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 da. It's like I'm not saying he hasn't done a lot of good shit. He is, but like pretend that he's like kind of out of bounds when like a lot of like what the Republicans are like either pushing or they want is like just as insane. And so I think we need to be able to like I think you said that you're right that we have to like either like we have to paint these people as like the either extremists that they are or the opposite thing, which is the other wedge drive, is say, oh hey, he's abandoning the Trump thing, right? But like it's very difficult because Republicans are good at like going in lockstep, and if they can like maintain like their like super conservative base while picking up people from the suburbs, like that's really really scary. Because again, like because the Biden administration, I would say, is overall is doing well right now. I think we're if we want to talk about like broader issues, and I followed some people about this the other day as to like why this is like a uniquely bad like election for us is. One, Biden is not very popular right now, specifically because we have been in infrastructure talks that have been held up consistently for like 9 months at this point.
Yeah.
So it doesn't look like they're getting a lot done, even though we all know once that passes, it's going to be like one of the most amazing like bills in recent memory for the American people. It's going to be fucking great. But they didn't pass it in time for this to show that they got things done. Biden bit the bullet and left Afghanistan. Whatever people on this podcast feel about like whether that was a good or bad decision, he did what the American people wanted, and he took the optical price about like, you know, all of like the negative like story and press that was going to happen from leaving. So he did what everyone wanted, but no one wants to fucking understand that like 9 times out of 10 that like bad shit was going to happen, and like someone was going to take some kind of media fall for that. So we haven't got an optical win in a good long time. Trump isn't like the boogeyman that he used to be anymore. We have a more like moderate like appearing Republican Party that get the benefits of doing the insane shit while still picking up some of the like they're supposedly more moderate suburbanites who like flipped last time. And then now, like we had an administration that, again, not demeaning it. I'm not one of those fucking like Biden sucks people. Like he did a lot of great shit at the beginning, and the infrastructure thing is going to be fucking poggers when it passes. But we haven't done it yet. So like it looks like we haven't done like Democrats haven't done much recently. So it's like a perfect storm. And then McAuliffe did like the education snafu thing where he said like, you know, like parents don't care about like their education, which activates a quarter of people who voted in this election. So like yeah, like it was a perfect storm of shit. And again, if we remember we're talking about it, like Youngkin eked this out. I think it's like less than a percentage point, right? So it's like it was a pretty fucking close thing. Like we lost because they overperformed. But to prevent that, like this was a blowout is like dramatically wrong. If any of those things hadn't fallen in place, right? If McAuliffe hadn't said the dumb shit he said about like education, if Biden had gotten the infrastructure bill like passed in time, right? Like there's so many things that could have happened that would have like meant like a percentage point of difference, and it would have been different. So like I think this was a perfect storm. And yes, should we be concerned for 2022? Absolutely. And like I think anyone who like says like otherwise is probably wrong. But to pretend that this is some sort of like massive like a shift in world, like yeah, like I'm trying to think of like the lessons doom. I think this is a good lesson that we can't use Trump as a boogeyman anymore. Democrats have to fucking pass the shit that they say they're going to pass, and then we have to space out our wins like to get people excited. Because if we pass the infrastructure bill like in like December and then do nothing until the midterms, we're fucked, right? I would honestly say like a lot of people are like mad at Biden about like student loan forgiveness. I think one of the best things Biden can fucking do is wait until like August, September, and then fucking forgive student loans like right then. And it's like get those fucking young people out there, right? And then people are saying like, oh, young people didn't vote and stuff like that. I mean, like they really kind of didn't. Like, and again, like this is, and part of this is just again, this isn't just an off year. This is an off year. You know what I mean? Like this isn't even like a 22-year like cycle. Like this is like fucking 2021. And people are like people who don't care about politics are legitimately like I guess tired of politics. And so like maybe like less people came out than like the people who were excited to get rid of like Trump, right? So there's a ton of different things. And I'm like you know, I'm not really sure where we're supposed to run on this, except we just need to make sure that we get more people out there. The Democrats have to keep like showing they can govern, but I guess we have to be tactical about when we take our optics losses and when we like pass our big legislation. And I'm not fucking saying wait another 9 months to pass the fucking infrastructure shit. I'm saying pass that now and then do another good thing right around election time, right? So there's plenty of stuff. And then we have to hit on our cultural stuff in the same way that Republicans do. Because like they're activating their people in a way that's driving them up. And we're not doing the same thing. I think another thing that the Democrats are probably going to like hopefully have to do is if we get like another like a Supreme Court issue or a legal issue regarding like Roe v. Wade, it'll absolutely like we need something like that hitting around election time to drive people out to the polls for us. Because like Republicans can make up issues. I don't think Democrats can do that in the same way. Because again, like bias toward against conservatives, I don't think we can brainwash people as well as they can. So we need like an actual issue that we can rally around that time, coupled with successes from the Biden administration, and then hopefully we'll be able to eke out a 52 Senate majority, and then we can do even better shit because we won't have to fucking be cucked by Manchin and Sinema for the last parts of our term, and then hopefully we'll get more stuff done. And if not, like that shit, but I think that's the best path forward for us. So yeah.
Yeah, so if we want to get the young people out, we need to let Bernie run, right? No, just but
so true. Like brother Bernard. Like I mean, like young people. Like if you want your votes to matter, you fucking vote the primaries. Like I'm fucking sorry, you just don't do it. Bernie lost because we didn't show up. All right, like
so simple is it? But yeah, Elysium, you wanted to respond, so then we go to Chow.
The one culture thing that I think the Dems didn't hit hard enough on is the abortion stuff. And it's really hard because the people who are single issue voters about abortion are going to be like pro banning abortion forever, and there's probably nothing you can really do to change most of those minds. But if we're talking about the suburban areas, I feel like that's like the real winner. I personally go back and forth on like whether this is the real winner or not. Of like if this is the policy that Dems should like make a cornerstone of the midterms. But I right now I'm pretty hard in the pro camp for it. I swing on it, but I feel like the threats coming out against the having legal abortion are like credible and going to be easy to talk about, and the majority of especially suburban people like don't want them. The idea that Roe v. Wade could be overturned, I think, like poses a real threat to a lot of people that if Democrats were willing to harp on, would be something to drive people out and make into like a big hot button issue.
Joe, do you wanna?
Yeah. So there's two sides to a coin, and the one side that we have been really hammering down is on the voters. And when it comes to issues, okay, like what voters care about, salience is very important. As Hans was saying, right now, not a lot of people are caring about COVID. Biden won on COVID. And then when you when you break down like who Democrats are going to vote for and who Republicans are going to vote for, well, they're going to vote on bipartisan lines. It doesn't matter, okay? Republicans think Republicans are good for the economy. Democrats think Democrats are going to be good for the economy. The swing vote is going to be happening with like the moderates and the independents, the people who are like kind of in the middle and like seeing where things are going. And as I was saying before, we're going in with a disadvantage as Democrats because they got the buff. Okay, the Republicans, they got the buff that Biden is in the White House, and any shit that he does, like once he breathes, okay, Fox News is covering it. Okay, Biden wears a hat, Fox News is covering it. All right, so it's going to be like really tough with the voters. And on the voter side, something that we haven't really been like talking about, but I think one person did slightly mention it, is that Democrats need to draw out their base, and they also need to find new voters somehow. And this is going to be, I think, coming from policy and not necessarily anything on the culture wars, because from what I know, at least, Democrats and Republicans, they think differently. They operate differently. A lot of people are like suggesting that Democrats do the same thing as Republicans. I don't think that's going to work out. It's just like grass is greener on the other side.
Like I saw like people like just be more populist, which is like I guess code for be more like racist. Because again, if you're talking about kitchen table issues, a lot of Democrats have been delivering. Like again, like right now Biden hasn't done it recently, but once it passes, it's going to be a big fucking deal. And so like in a lot of places, like so like we have to do those things, and then again like so we have the policy wins that make people's lives better, and then we also got to like hit the culture war stuff where we can in the same way that they do.
Well, like it's not even that, like it's not even where we can, because a lot of people are thinking that like we have to play defense, but we can't do that, okay? Because one, Democrats just aren't going to listen to anything Republicans say, okay? But it's the moderates. If we keep on playing defense, then we're screwed, because now it's the ball is in their court. Okay, so like if we could like get abortion on our side, I have no idea. You know what? There's a good chance because the Supreme Court, they're looking at Texas, they're looking at what, Louisiana, Mississippi, one of those states
Mississippi.
down there, Mississippi. Okay, that might be coming up in like a couple of months around election time. I have no idea, but like salience of the issues is really important to consider. I think the other side that we're not considering at all is how the government is even organized in the first place. And what I'm talking about is the geographic disadvantage. Okay, you're sighing now. Why are you sighing?
Nothing. Go.
Okay, all right. It's the geographic disadvantage that Republicans don't have, but Democrats do. In that Republicans, they could win like 40% of the vote, of the popular vote, and still come out with majorities in the Senate, the House, as well as the like the presidency as well. Like hypothetically, they can.
Mm-hmm.
And that's because they dominate the rural side. Whereas like all the Democrats were compact into the urban areas. So then like, hey, there's some culture war going on there. Urban versus suburban, educated versus non-educated, well-off versus not really well-off, and things like that. And what's going to be really important moving forward is not just like the Build Back Better, the infrastructure, the reconciliation, but also passing some voting rights legislation. Because that's stuff that's going to like address the geographic disadvantage.
I don't know. You can ever. So when we're talking about geographic disadvantage, I'm interpreting this as mostly talking about how like the Senate is, like pretty heavily favored for Republicans,
as well as the House, because like like smaller states
I agree.
They have all right.
The House feels like more we could change that if we wanted to, or like we can add more seats and stuff. The Senate is not something that's going to change. It's something we're gonna have to like go forward with. But like
okay, no. The voting rights legislation has nothing to do about abolishing the Senate or like increasing like the number.
It's just
of
like
seats.
giving us a fighting chance of like actually like not getting like gerrymandered and just getting voted suppressed into oblivion. Like,
okay, I do want the House seats to increase. I really do. But really, like what's in the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, which recently was unable to pass the filibuster, is all about like same day registration voting and like making sure that gerrymandering isn't like done to like shits and all that stuff. Like this is stuff that Republicans have been using for like so many decades to their advantage, and like it's finally come.
Everyone's been using gerrymandering.
Everybody has been using it. Everybody has been, but like I mean to their advantage. Okay, Democrats don't really get as much out of gerrymandering as Republicans, I would argue. Okay, but definitely good point. Both sides do it. Okay, and so then like I mean there are policies such as like having an independent commission where it's split 50-50, Democrats and Republicans that are like trying to figure out how to do redistricting. There are other policies such as like getting even like a completely third party to do it. Like instead of having politicians do it, instead of having our representatives do it, we have just like some like geography experts. I have a phone call. I have to take it. Sorry, guys.
Right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, name as a fellow European. What do you think about this topic?
As a European, I want to flaunt my fucking European privilege. How insane it would be to hear people get triggered about I guess the statement that guy said was actually pretty inflammatory. It wouldn't go down as well here either. But still, like the idea that parents should have complete control over their children's education is like I guess it's something you can't really say in the end. So I guess what I was going to say was stupid. You can never really say it, but it's just obsolete. Once you have a public education system, a Common Core, of course parents are still really involved in their children's education, but you can't. I don't know.
So anyways, I think the context of these conversations too is like this is very much when we get to education, one of the hard things about contextualizing this election cycle for me is like the education issues are combined with the COVID issues, because there's a lot of back and forth about about schools reopening and mask mandates in schools. That's tied.
And I don't disagree that your solution in a vacuum isn't a bad one, like focusing on abortion. But now that the stage has been set by Republicans that it's all about education, like the effective strategy would be to find how to fight back in the field of education. Trying to completely change the topic of discourse, make abortion an important thing again, is much harder than finding a way to fight back on the chosen battleground of education. So I think it would be much more politically effective to find something to fight back on there. I don't quite know what it would be though, because the thing with CRT, like I wanted to meme at some point that one solution would be to have people like have single issue voters on the CRT stuff fucking pass a test where they have to describe what it is to vote. No one knows what they're actually voting against concretely. It's some like obscure academic theory. It's not really like it's
well, you're getting even into the weeds of no one's actually even talking about CRT itself. That's like
yeah,
because no one knows what CRT is. No one's talking about CRT. What people are really talking about is the idea of talking about racism in the past, or saying in any way that America is essentially racist or has racist elements and stuff. And this comes into like a complete failure for a long time to frame systemic racism in a solid argument, I feel like, if that makes any sense.
So do you guys remember Obamagate? Like basically I thought that was so funny because you would Obamagate and nobody knew what Obamagate was, and that was the funniest shit ever, honestly. But then go ahead and then go to Hans.
I just wanted to add, as far as that's concerned, there is actually an interesting parallel right now in France. I don't know for the rest of Europe. There has been a culture war narrative being. I see it as a direct import from the U.S. Like the French conservatives, they see that it's working well in the U.S. It's also on an individual level more like a systemic thing. I don't think it's necessarily a grand strategy where like YouTube conservative influencers they look at people like Sargon of Akkad and all that stuff. They just copy pasted it, translated the memes into French, and they're going full on in that direction. There's like a few years discrepancy between the whole culture war thing, and it just gets copy pasted into French and I imagine Dutch culture as well. So what happened is that there is this nebulous enemy entity that conservatives and traditional leftists in France are fighting against, and it started off first off they called it Islamo-leftism. And they were saying Islamo-leftism has infected our universities. They're corrupting our children with their Islamo-leftist ideas. Then I forgot the intermediate term. Now it's wokeism. They just switch terms every like 6 to 12 months. It never really means anything. It's just this nebulous enemy, cultural enemy, and it maintains this constant state of a culture war. It's hard to fight back against something that has no meaning. I'd be really interested in your ideas, like how to fight back against this kind of type of strategy.
Yeah. So
Elysium and then Hans.
When you said we should like confront education, my first thought was that's like really rough because there is a sizable portion. Or the fail state for that argument is the Republicans pushing the narrative that education is indoctrination and it needs to like be reformed in drastic ways to give more power to people to teach like these small ahistorical things that they want to and stuff like that. Like that feels really risky because there already is like a negative view of education amongst Republicans, in my understanding, especially of universities. And I guess you would just have to be very careful to frame that argument not in the culture war so much, probably as more as like we need to build up our education, or like, we need to support our schools or something like that. Where you could, I don't know how you would handle fighting the education battle. That does seem scary, but.
Wow, it's like this time you guys brought up education and it wasn't Chow. My compliment. So let's go to Hans.
So in regards to cultural stuff, like I'm not, I guess I'm sort of black-pilled on this, where I don't think lack of information will really bother them, because like Fox News, like One American News Network, like grifters on the right, they'll peddle this stuff regardless. If you get one awesome dunk, like Destiny style, where you're like, oh, you don't even know what CRT is, brr, like, cool. But then, like that helps. But I really think the best way of like getting around it is in person, like just talking to people, trying to convince the crazy people that like what they're pushing is like legitimately insane, and then just activating Democratic voters. Like there's no like silver bullet to this. Like misinformation is so bad at this point that they're like we live in like literally different realities. Like I can like go on Facebook and see my relatives like talking about how where we go one, we go all, and like apparently
Oh,
like
no.
Trump will be reinstated into the White House come like November 18th or whatever like the date is because they have to keep changing.
JFK
'Cause, like,
Jr.'s coming back.
yeah, like there's so much shit at this point that like I don't really know how we like solve that. Aside from like again like doing like the hyper authoritarian thing of just like nuking independent media, because honestly a lot of the worst stuff here is from independent media. I'm not saying mainstream media doesn't fuck up like a decent amount, but like if you look at say like the amount of misinformation peddled by people like say Kyle Kalinske versus like CNN is just like it's dramatic. Like CNN might peddle like overall more because they're like a massive organization, he's one man, but like the level of people, like the level of disinformation from individual creators is so bad. Like whether it's him, whether it's like Jimmy Dore or like Breaking Points, like these like places give terrible perspectives that either drive people to doomerism, drive people into brain dead populism, drive people into like nosballism. And I like it's a doom spiral, it's a death spiral for like leftism, it's a death spiral for like living a happy, fulfilling life. So like we have to find some ways to activate leftism. We have to find some ways to activate online leftism, which is like again, everyone see the meme where we finally bullied Hassan into like actually doing something with his money. That was really really cute. But the main meme is that we have to activate all of our people, and we have to do our best like individually in regards to like supporting like these efforts. Because again, Democrats, when you actually give them the power, most of them actually do the work, right? Whether it's in Virginia, whether it's Biden like on the fucking verge of passing something halfway decent like through Congress, like it just takes them some time. So we have to focus on keep winning elections, and then like if you're a lefty like me and you actually care about like getting better Democrats, you have to win in primaries, right? So yeah, there's plenty of stuff that we got to do. And it's none of it's fun, none of it's sexy, none of it is like the Kyle Kalinskism or Jimmy Dorism of just screaming Medicare for all like louder and then like we'll win because poggers. Like I don't like these people are fucking stupid, they're fucking useless. And like the best way to win is like just hard work of like people like my friend Casey who does like organizing in New York and like that kind of stuff. Like and that's how you get like long-term gains. Just keep the good people in power as long as you can, and eventually we'll get enough incremental progress that we'll live in a basic functioning social democracy. Like so, hope
Interesting.
and black pill. All right, like
Yeah.
The one
Like-
you had mentioned before, we need to like activate the Dems. And I didn't respond to that yet. Yeah, I really agree that like a lesson that needs to be learned is we do know that the swing back is coming. You know, typically as Chow's mentioned, there's like the buff to the side that's not in power is people feel like the country's moving away from them, and they freak out. So like there definitely needs to be an effort to be like, hey, we know the midterms are going to be really important. If we do want to get our Senate, well, keep our Senate majority and expand it, then we need to like have the Dems come out, and that motivation needs to match the Republican motivation of like the completely different perception of the country. Everything's falling apart. They're gonna like destroy society and brainwash our children, and like that tier of motivation is where the Republicans are at, and the Dems need to like really take that to heart, that we need to have a similar level of motivation to match it.
Mhm. Okay, Chow?
Yeah, I have no idea if I am really like black pilled on this when it comes to like how to deal with CRT. But more so, CRT is something that Republicans care about. Democrats don't really care about CRT. If
Mhm.
we're gonna be in a debate about CRT and only CRT, then we've already lost. If we're going to be playing defense, we've already lost. Okay. If we
Mhm.
wanted to activate Democrats and Democratic voters or any other new voters, we have to not talk about CRT. Now we have to respond to it, but a response to it isn't like 1 hour of debate on the debate stage. I think like this isn't anything against people who are talking about CRT online, like Twitch streamers, because like for us, we're pundits. We're kind of like want to be philosophers, and we want to be intellectuals and like think about the big ideas and things like that. I more so talk about like from politicians and from government officials. Yeah, they probably shouldn't be doing that and really be focusing on well, what policies Democrats do care about. Now, like that kind of begs the question, what are those? Okay, well, it kind of depends on the time. So we'll just wait and see. What Hans said
Wait.
before about Build Back Better, getting the policies passed in legislation right now, that's really going to motivate Democrats. I think so. Now, like I think this is kind of where I'm going to be blackpilled, is that if we don't deal with the geographic disadvantage in how our government is elected in the first place, then I don't see us becoming a social democracy in like forever. Because what seems to be happening is this continuous cycle of Democrats come in, Republicans come in next time, and that repeating over and over and over again. And the reason why that does happen is because of what I said before, thermostatic modeling, as well as we live in two completely different societies, or like realities, really. Or we live
Right,
in
there's a lot of reasons for that, but how is it a problem?
how is what exactly a problem? I said a lot of things.
How is the idea that Republicans win, then some Democrats win, and then some Republicans can win, and then some Democrats can win? Like
You can't
I
enact
don't understand.
change, like if it
Because you're
keeps
in a
slipping.
stalemate.
Yeah.
Well,
So then,
didn't
if you
the
really,
US
if
move
you
to
really
the left?
wanted like a
Like-
realistic take on when the Democrats are going to get another trifecta, the end of 2030.
Is the only way the country can do anything is if you control all seats of power? Like, I don't understand.
With the filibuster still in place in the Senate, yes, like, hey, you could like see change
Okay.
in like happening really slowly for sure, but like for people who are like SOCDEMs right now and want to live in a SOCDEM society when they're like in their golden years or something, yeah, that's probably not going to happen.
Okay, sure.
I've actually been considering moving because of like this reality. Something drastic has to change. Some sort of a realignment. Not saying like anything
what
replacing.
do these mean? Yeah.
Okay. So realignment is like is what when a political party completely changes its platform, it completely has like a new voter base, or like it gets like new voters from someplace, and it's just like it has a new identity. It can have the same name, but it has a new identity. That's called realignment. So like when the Southern Democrats, and then like and then the North people became the Democrats. That's realignment because they got a new voter base because they changed their platforms and things like that.
Cool. Yeah.
So that's something drastic like that has to happen in order for me to like kind of get some dose of hopium if there's any like future prospects. But
Wait. Okay, wait. If I'm following
What?
you're saying the
Yeah.
Dems need to have a major realignment if we're going to be able to push past this partisan moment.
Yes, because
I
like,
think so, yeah.
because like what he said is like otherwise we're gonna keep like fluctuating where Democrats get in for like 40 years and they do like decent things, and then the Republicans get in and do shitty things, and like we're just gonna keep doing that. And hopefully, if we get like decent like democratic reforms, not like abolishing the Senate or stuff like, but just like basic voting rights protections, and maybe like expanding the House of Representatives. Like there are things that we can do that like make it much more likely that instead of like Democrats being in control like 40% of the time compared to like 60% for the Republicans, it'd be more like say either 50-50 or like 60-40, and then we make a lot more progress. Because right now,
Sure.
that's the
Wait,
basic thing.
but basic voting rights
Oh.
and expanding the House aren't major changes to a policy platform or anything like that, right?
They're not, but like they're part of like again like they're one piece of the puzzle. Anyway, I get everyone.
Fair.
I have a hard
Yeah.
block at 2 hours. Chinchilla, I really
Yeah.
appreciate this. Gang, you're all really awesome. You're all really poggers. I really appreciate this conversation. And
Yeah, I was about
hopefully-
to wrap it up anyways, but
I'm
yeah.
sorry. I'm
So,
sorry.
but,
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So yeah, thank you, Hans, for coming on.
Thanks.
So I appreciate it, and see you around.
Yeah,
So, nice to
let
see
me
you.
know. Nice to see you all as well. Nice meeting you. I believe Elysium and name. I think I've like seen you on a prime panel at some point. Maybe everyone's flowing together. But like this was really fun, and hopefully let me know if you ever want me to have me back on. All right. Have a good night,
Yeah,
everybody.
of course. Yeah, thank you. Bye
have a
bye.
good night.
Bye.
So yeah, then again, like I wanted to ask like Chow, because you brought up this topic, like basically if you were satisfied and if you have like anything else you want to talk about around this topic. Chow?
No, I think I've like pretty much came out with everything that I wanted to say. If there was like anything confusion that I have been saying, or like any of the terminology that I was using that was confusing, I'd be happy to like expand on that. Um, I I, I do kind of like, and I do feel kind of like doom pilled on like the far future of the United States, but in regards to 2022, I feel probably a bit more optimistic than the average Democrat or like the average Twitter user, because like I still see that we have like Virginia was really close. Like that was like an off year, and our turnout increased. So like we're doing something right. We still maintained New Jersey, and we still like made a lot of progress in other races that weren't the governor races. At best, what happened in this election was 50-50. And considering that, like, yeah, Republicans have a buff, like this is actually like a really good sign. It's not like, it may not be a sign in which that like the Democrats are winning, okay, because it is still 50-50, but like relatively in comparison to what would typically happen, it would be 40-60 to Republicans.
Okay.
So yeah, I
So
do feel a bit more hope than like say other people.
that being said, for everybody that's new here, basically leave me a follow. We do this every week on Thursday. We start at 4 p.m. EST. That being said, we are not finished yet because we're gonna pick a topic for next week. So basically, what we do is like we ask people from here, the panelists, if they got like a interesting topic that they want to talk about, and then we're gonna explore that topic, and hopefully we can find somebody else on that topic as well that we can invite. So yeah, so if you guys have like a specific topic that you want to talk about, go ahead.
Hey,
Elysium.
I suggested one. Name
Yeah,
has
yeah,
suggested
Elysium.
one.
Elysium.
I have a topic that I want to talk. Well, okay, but it's probably way too soon. I'm not ready for it, so I don't know. I don't have
Uh-oh.
anything.
What do you mean
It's
you're
a
not ready for it?
you got to prepare for it now. So now
Gotta
you
prepare
you got
for
a
it. I
week.
don't
yeah,
know.
yeah, you got a
A
week.
week. Okay. No. Did I can't remember where it was. I don't think there was anything about this stuff. There. Okay. Have you there's Catherine Page Harden came out with a new book about genetics, and from like a more leftist perspective or SOCDEM perspective, as far as I'm aware. And the initial conversation around it was a lot of comparisons to like the bell curve, or like continuing the conversation around stuff like the bell curve. And so that piqued my interest, but I haven't even read the book yet, so
Oh man,
I'm
isn't
not
that
close.
like one of these losing conversations that you can always have on the internet? But yeah,
What do you mean?
talk
Explain.
about the genetics and stuff like that. Like,
I
Do we
think it's
have
a
to
hard
read the book?
conversation, but I think it's a good conversation.
Do we have to read the book? Is that a prerequisite?
I don't know. I mean,
that sounds like
If we're talking about the book, it would be better. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, that's what I say. This is like I want to still read it. I just got it, so I haven't read it yet.
oh, okay.
So like that is, I don't think we have to do it specifically about the book, but we can do about the conversation in general. But that's not going to be for next week.
Okay.
So I don't have anything very important. I guess I'm curious. Another thing that I want to look into it first as well, like the outcomes of bisexual people seemed very interesting. But like I don't know. We haven't even read Neyman's article on it yet. But that would be very interesting. I don't know.
Yeah,
Well-
the article doesn't really go into like
Yeah.
specific reasons, but
Yeah, that's kind of also what we talked this week about, right? So
Yeah.
basically, maybe one topic that maybe interests Chow, I don't know, but maybe is basically like the rising tensions when it comes to Taiwan and what we need to take from that.
We're doing this again.
Hell yeah.
Did
like
we
we
do
talked
this?
I feel like
We talked about Southeast Asia. We talked about like.
and we
Because-
did talk a lot about Taiwan back then, but
here we go again. Okay, yeah, maybe.
We can talk about that, but if you don't want to, Chow.
I feel like I took a lot of time this time, so maybe not.
Oh, I have a suggestion from chat. We could talk about guns if there are differing opinions here.
Oh,
So,
no.
Hell
okay,
yeah,
you need to
brother.
play more specific. Yeah, what about
Hell yeah,
guns?
bro. Hell yeah,
Well,
brother.
gun.
Or what do you mean by that?
Well, the Second Amendment, like how important is it? What should be its limitations, if any?
Okay, so the Supreme Court did look at what was going on in New York City with its concealed carry and whether or
Yeah.
not that violates the Second Amendment. So maybe we could talk about that specifically when it comes to the gun issue. There's probably some other issues because guns is just something that is always talked about in this country. So yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
It's just an idea.
So we
like
will
it.
flesh it out. But in that case, we're gonna talk about guns next week, and hopefully, you guys have some more topics next week that we can talk about.
Sorry, my
So-
head just hurt. So we
but
talked a lot.
that being said, should we outlaw these guns? You know, but yeah. Thank you guys for all watching. Sorry for the cringe, but so please leave a follow to all of these.
I like the
people.
guns
So-
topic. Sounds great.
So Senpai Chow, he streams on Twitch. Neymannen, he streams on. He's one of the biggest streamers on streams.gg and and Twitch. Not on Twitch, the biggest. Sorry, and Elysium also sometimes streams on Twitch. So I would appreciate if you guys leave them a follow. So that being said, we are probably going to raid into somebody. So yeah, let's
Hello, Malik Al
raid into
How are you
Senpai Chow.
doing?
Also, thank you
Welcome.
for that follow. I
Are
really
you guys
appreciate
coping
that.
about the recent
So,
election?
yeah,
We
thank you very
discussed
much.
it.
So I sent you guys off to Chow, and then yeah, it's gonna be bye bye. So thank you very much for being here.
All right.
So,
Okay.
Thanks for the panel as always.
Yeah.
See you guys.
Also, Hans was really nice, so I really
Yeah.
appreciate that from Hans for coming on. So
Sounds
see you
great.
guys next time. Bye bye.
This is pretty cool.
Okay.
Bye.
Like,
Did you guys share the copium around like a fat blunt? This wasn't a copium stream, dude. This was a. By the way, I know nothing about those elections. Okay, no worries. This wasn't the copium stream. Copium panel. It was we discussed like why those elections turned out that way, specifically in Virginia, because Virginia is the state that's supposed to be blue and that went red. Discussing what would be the appropriate strategies going forward. The great and amazing name, man. You're also famous on Facebook too. Absolutely. Thank you, Frank. What conclusions did we come to? I guess I don't feel like we reached concrete conclusions, but basically it seemed like there are several complex interactions at hand, right? On the one hand, Chow taught me a new term, the thermostatic modeling of politics, which is interesting. I always love learning new words to describe things that I already felt I was aware of. It's like in 1984, George Orwell says the best books are those that tell you what you already know. To me, what that sentence means is that it's always illuminating to stumble upon someone expressing an idea you had forming within yourself, but expressing it well as an author would, like properly and with the right words and everything. So what that means, the thermostatic modeling, it means it's basically that we've realized that modeling changes in elections. It fits pretty much a reactive model where there being a big like right now there being a Democratic majority means that Republicans show up to vote, and earlier when there was a Republican majority, it's the Democrats who showed up to vote. So there's a constant state of back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until something really breaks the paradigm. So firstly there's that. The Republicans very successfully made it about the culture war, which I think the Democratic Party is not really equipped on a propaganda level to fight the culture war, specifically framing it about education, from the mask mandates all the way up to CRT, which has recently been talked a lot about. Do you believe there is an irreconcilable contradiction in the system benefiting the elites but having to pander to the people? I think this is the reason for the perpetual failure of the Democratic Party. I wouldn't say it's the reason. I don't understand why we'd call say the perpetual failure of the Democratic Party when the Democratic Party successfully ousted Trump and attained majorities. That's not a failure. As well as passing, beginning to pass important changes. Like, you only call that a failure because you disagree with her policies, but failure or success has to be measured by the goals that the people you're describing are trying to accomplish. That's not a failure. You're not correctly framing the concept to like understand it. I do think it's a failure to barely win an election against someone who failed at managing a pandemic. It's more complicated than that. The presidential election wasn't barely won. The presidential election was actually a landslide in both the pure turnout and the actual electoral votes. Name asked me to get him this, but I refused. Wait, what is that? It was barely won in the electoral college. Yes, I want this a lot. It was barely won in the electoral college. I don't recall that being the case. 2020 elections. Let's see. Electoral college results. 306 to 232. 306 electoral votes to 232 electoral votes, and you say it was barely won. Oh, because, hey Kino, how are you doing? Oh, because you're saying, you're talking about the votes making the difference in key states. Sure. Look, honestly, I also, just to frame this discussion, I'm against the electoral college, but okay, if you're framing it in like thousands of votes in that made a difference in key states, sure, then what you're saying makes more sense. Ayn Rand would have handled the pandemic much better. Ayn Rand would have fucking let people die. Yeah. Holy shit. Atlas shrugged COVID away. Okay, so and I understand better what you're talking about. I still wouldn't call it barely winning. The Electoral College is the only reason you have a United States, from what I know. I'm not, look, actually I'm American. I don't live in the United States, though, even though I am American. And I haven't lived there in a long time. So I doubt you can change it. Yes, of course you can change it. Practically, I doubt you can change it because it would demand huge. I don't recall what is the necessary majority to be able to make changes to the Constitution in the U.S., but it would require an insane majority to dismantle the Electoral College. So practically speaking, it's not going to happen. Like, yeah. But there are paths to change the Constitution. In every single Constitution, there are clauses that allow you to change it, that usually require extreme supermajorities. So it absolutely can happen. It's just very unlikely, especially not within the system that already exists, which is the Electoral College. It would be really hard to dismantle it. 2/3 in House and Senate, I think. All right, thanks. Do you know why the Electoral College was established? Yes, I know why it was established. It was established because the states with smaller amounts of people in them wanted, correctly understood that an actual proportional democracy would have them have less power. And they thought that it was important for the United States to have states have some symbolic power behind the concept that they just are a state, rather than proportional power to the population that was within them. And in general, the acknowledgement that Yes, and it was necessary to keep the U.S. together. Yeah, of course, because otherwise, smaller states would not have accepted to peacefully join the United States. I understand that. It's dumb as fuck, but I understand that it made sense at the time that it was done. Of course, nah, it's dumb as fuck. I just don't like this idea that it's somehow a democracy when it's not. When the key issues. Do you think that reasoning has changed? I don't think it has. I think it has changed. The reality is that when you look at key demographic issues, let's take for example one key talking point that's of the Democratic Party, which is Medicare for all. A grand majority of Americans support Medicare for all. Americans are being held hostage by conservatives in rural areas, preventing them from getting access to socialized healthcare insurance. Literally being held hostage by a strong minority on several key issues that the majority of Americans are in favor of. If that's democracy for you, then we disagree on what democracy is. Don't worry, plenty of Democrats don't. Oh, really? Okay, let's look it up again. Last time I looked it up, it was 77% of Americans are for Medicare for all. It depends on specific what kinds of Medicare for all we're talking about as well. Not the people, the representatives. I'm talking about the people. I'm talking about a true representative democracy, where what the majority of people want ends up being the policy enacted. Did you catch another typical politics category watch? I am discussing politics with a Twitch chatter. Yes. Okay, this opinion poll is a bit different. Medicare for all is 63%. Positive reaction. Universal health coverage, 63%. National health plan, 59%. So it's not quite the 77%. Very strange. So you want to completely change your system? Haven't seen that from a liberal before. Interesting. I don't think it's a truly democratic system. A system that allows strong minorities to dictate policy is not it doesn't fit the any usual definition of what a democracy is, in my opinion. It is partly democratic. I wouldn't either say that, you know, it's more democratic than a lot of authoritarian systems out there. I wouldn't. It's more of a scale. It's not an is or isn't thing. But it like right now I live in France, and even though I mean I think your entire democracy is a performance, I think China is more democratic. Ooh, that's a very weird take. Oh my god, Sleepy Pepe emote. China is more democratic. Are you sure you aren't a troll? It is strange that people vote against their own basic rights in the US. It is very strange. It's very strange that your things that are in your own interest, because you can label them as socialist. You like get people to vote against their own self-interest. But I mean, to be fair, that happens everywhere. I am a troll, but I do believe China is more democratic. Hey, I appreciate your honesty. Hey, holy shit, you're the first troll I've caught in the politics section who honestly acknowledged that. I appreciate you. I like you already, Malik. The party that is made of the people, for the people, and by the people. See, the thing is, my understanding of the Chinese political system is that's not what's happening. That's literally not what's happening. There is more democracy in the Chinese party than a lot of people in the West assume. I'm going to acknowledge that there's a lot of anti-Chinese propaganda that gives a false image of how the Chinese Communist Party functions. But it's not a democracy. You have multiple levels of representation. Is your understanding from your own travels to China, or is it from Western media? My understanding is mostly from my own travels to China, talking to people who live in China, I've had extensive discussions with a university professor in China who's actually pro CCP, who likes what his government does, and I've had several extensive discussions with him on how his government works, on how he perceives it. So I have a more nuanced opinion on that than most Western people who just like copy paste Western propaganda. But I'm still, where in China did I go? I've mostly traveled in Sichuan. I've spent a lot of time in Chengdu. I've spent some time in Chongqing. Went into the Tibetan mountains just for like tourism. But I've lived and worked in Chengdu. I was basically doing work travel in Chengdu. Why are you teaching English? No, I was working in software development. I worked on WeChat mini apps, and mostly on WeChat mini apps. Honestly, that's what I was. Why I traveled to China to work on as a software developer. Interesting technology too. Like from a software development, name was teaching Mandarin. Yeah, that's cool. I'm surprised. It does surprise people. Absolutely. And it was cool. I learned a lot, and I'm very grateful for those experiences. That my job was able to give me those experiences. Definitely taught me. So you probably know more about China than me. I can admit it. Maybe like mostly as far as politics go, mostly it was my discussions with that professor dude that I talked about that taught me a lot about how it works. What were you saying before you were talk to people in China? Before I talked to people in China, I did have an understanding that my perception was born from propaganda. I always try to nuance my understanding of things with that understanding that if my understanding only comes from media, mass media, that it is propaganda. But I was mostly, like everyone else, copy pasting propaganda. I do know the party has many different thought leaders or types of thought. It does. It absolutely does. There are disagreements within the Chinese Communist Party. There are debates. There are different groups and lines of thought. It's not a hegemony. It's not an ideological hegemony. There are opponents to Xi Jinping within the party who disagree with his ways of doing things. There are people who want to come back to a more actually communist way of doing things. There are people who want to go liberalize things more, etc., etc. All sorts of different approaches, but it's not. Oh, wait, sorry, I got my food. Oh, wait, no, not this one. This one. Is that a big divide, pre and post Deng people? I feel my feeling right now is that Xi Jinping is really, really, really strongly popular. So I don't think pre-Deng approaches are a strong movement because Xi Jinping manages to crystallize being like a strong leader in the face of Western influence, as well as like I don't know, he has my perception, which might be wrong, is that he has very strong nationalist support behind him. He manages to crystallize a lot of Chinese nationalist support. By appearing as a strong man, as a strong leader, as a strong influence in the world, as an opposition to the anti-Chinese Western propaganda and all that. There's some Maoist third worldists who need to hear that, who are very active on Twitter and nowhere else. That is true. That is absolutely true. Like something I've heard from both leftists and right-wing people is this idea. This idea that that China, Bobavakia, and Maoist cult, yeah. I personally don't consider China a communist state. They call themselves communist. In fact, when we were talking about how debates are framed in China, I read a very interesting article a couple months back. A reporter who was invited to an internal Chinese Communist Party debate in the early 2000s. And that it was a very interesting discussion because basically both the people who are arguing for more liberal capitalist policies and the people arguing for more Dengist like pre-Deng, more Maoist traditional communist policies, they had to frame all their arguments in Marxist language. So you would hear people argue for communism, for capitalism, using Marxist language, which is fascinating. It's just because it's the language of the party. It's how you have to discuss things within the country. Don't they call themselves socialists with the definition of it being a transitory stage between capitalist and communist society? I'm not sure. Marx does talk about capitalism being a necessary stage. Absolutely, yeah. Capitalism is a necessary stage in the Marxist progression of history. Absolutely. And like Marx, like a lot of people misunderstand what Marx talked about. Absolutely. Landlords? Oh, you mean proletariats, Pepe? And the party calls itself. Oh, the party does call itself communist. I just don't know that. Like what I saw in China was the most. What I saw in China was the most freeform libertarian capitalist experiment I've ever seen anywhere else. Like, sure, big companies, they are state owned. If you touch anything that is important to the government, the state's gonna be like, hey, give me some shares. I want a majority. I want to control what's happening. Of course, but you're a small business owner, you can do whatever the fuck you want. I've seen so, because my circle there, my social circle was mostly business owners. So I've talked to plenty of different business owners in China. Between the casual corruption and the fact that it's basically a capitalist society, you can do whatever the fuck you want. If you have money, you do whatever the fuck you want in China, as long as you don't attract the attention of the government. Like, I know someone who had to buy a specific machine for his restaurant, like a specific type of grill. That's illegal in China. He just paid a customs dude a bunch of money, and boom, it got imported. No big deal. He got his fucking machine. It works. It's so close to the libertarian ideal. It's insane when it comes to like actual normal people living. Somebody came in my chat. Y'all are white. You cannot talk about this issue. Me, are you calling Chow white, and are you assuming Elysium's right? And he didn't answer. I saw that, Chinchilla. I saw that. That was ridiculous. Yeah, fucking trolls. Capitalists, when they realize they live in a community and not a capitality. Unless you live in a capital. Imagine you live in your country's capital. Then you have to be a capitalist. By opening up to the West, you have had all of their manufacturing exported to you. You use the profits to build your infrastructure and research while growing your middle class. And the West heavily relies on you to prevent serious aggression. It's actually genius. It is actually a really powerful strategy. Yes, I agree. China... there's an interesting statistic that I have a friend of mine who's communist, and who really likes playing devil's advocate and likes arguing for like China being a good example of governance. And he like I don't agree with him, but I acknowledge facts when I see them. And one of the reports he linked me, which was fascinating, is you know how everyone talks that about how world poverty has been reduced. If you remove China from the equation, world poverty has increased. The only reason the total sum of poverty has gone down is because of China's economic success, which is a fascinating statistic to think about. It is crazy. Yeah. Now, mind you, of course, there is also the demographics. China houses like 1.6 billion people, but so So poverty outside of China has risen. Yep. That would make sense with observation I make anecdotally. Yeah, it makes so much more sense. And I think the bar for small business regulation can be somewhat lower in the West, especially in the Netherlands. Yeah, I mean, in the West, the problem is, and it's a problem that's good to have, is that we have strong worker protection. Workers' rights in China, for a country that calls itself communist, workers' rights in China are absolute dog shit. I would not want to. I would not want to fucking work in China. Even though I have worked in China, but I would not want to work there long term. As a business owner, it's pretty cool. Like, I would be okay with starting a business in China, and I could, like, abuse the shit out of my workers in a capitalist way. Ask this person if he believes China is committing genocide against the Uyghurs. That's a good question. Do you believe in the Uyghur genocide, Malik Al-Kra? True. Fuck the workers. TBH. Yeah. To be fair, a bit of a counter to that is that China really boosts that with that every year, the poverty stat, while China has a couple of times lowered the standard for saying what poverty is.
I could be in pain and like breathing, like spitting.
Yo,
my
thanks for the
lungs
follow,
out.
Mezumi. I've never been shown any evidence of genocide. I know something was happening there. So I've actually had the debate with genocide deniers, so I can go into detail about why I believe in the Uyghur genocide. Some say it was because of rising Islamist thought or something. Well, that's the party line. The party line is that rising Islamist thought in those regions has led China to enact policies of re-education and of like atheist brainwashing to save people from the terror from like Chinese Muslim terrorists. That's the party line. That's the official version of what happened. Let me just respond to some other stuff, and I'll go into detail because that'll take a little bit. Because I've read the actual Adrian Zen's reports about that started the whole Uyghur genocide narrative. No, it's actual genocide. It's proven by the UN. Yeah, it is actual genocide. But like I can go into detail about the actual original proof of what was happening. Oh wait, what I was talking about, Chinchilla, was the World Economic, like the World Economic Forum poverty stats. So it has nothing to do with China lowering the standard of poverty. It does seem like people are being coerced into vocational schools. Yes, they are. Do you have proof that's not testimonies? Is there some actual physical evidence? Yes. So the fundamental proof that Adrian Zenz is the person who first blew the whistle on the Uyghur genocide. And he is very often attacked on his persona because he is also quoted as, if you talk to like Chinese propaganda bots online, they'll shit on Adrian Zenz every day because Adrian Zenz is an American far conservative person who has stated that he felt like he had a mission from God to like shit on China. I'm paraphrasing. It's not, but it's pretty bad. It's not as bad as what I just said, but it's pretty bad. That being said, Adrian Zenz's original report that I actually read, isn't he German? He works. Maybe he's German. It's a German name, but he works in an American think tank, if I recall correctly. I could have confused that. Anyways, the thing is, Adrian Zenz's original report. Wait, Adrian Zenz's. Oh, he's a German anthropologist. Yeah, right. Okay. Adrian Zenz's original report, the entire basis of it starts off with a study of the demographics of Xinjiang. And those demographics are the publicly published demographics published by the by the Chinese Communist Party. Those aren't numbers that come from like a third party. Those are the numbers published by the Chinese official stats government. And those published numbers started off his investigation, and they are they simply show that starting with the beginning of the policies of the Chinese government against the Xinjiang Muslim communities, you have a direct change in the demographics. So there are two things at play there, according to Zenz. First one, specifically about the demographics I'm talking about, it's the idea that there is a replacement of the Chinese Muslim people in Xinjiang by Han people. So first off, there are policies that the CCP implemented, where they encourage Han people. They have huge incentives for Han people to move to Xinjiang and to take extremely well-paying jobs with like an apartment given rent-free for you, stuff like that, to become teachers, to become positions of moderate power, become police people, etc. Do you have a link to read these things? I know English translations are probably trash. Well, you can read Adrian Zenz's report. If you Google it, Adrian Zenz Uyghur report. Like I'm just like literally paraphrasing his first report on the subject. I can link you it right now in chat. This is the original report, and so this one specifically talks about sterilizations and IUDs because he's talking about demographics. He's talking about demographics because then he adds testimonies, which I understand he can be skeptical about because testimonies have in the past been made up about very serious things. But then he adds testimonies. Does he link to official CCP policy? I don't remember. It's been like a year since I read it. I don't remember if there's direct links, but he has the direct references to the. I don't know about the policy stuff, but he has direct references to the CCP reports, demographic reports. And the demographic reports are fascinating in that there is an extreme change in demographic evolution from the moment those policies start being enacted. And he justifies that change by explaining that there is actual genocide going on with sterilizations and policies that pressure or perhaps even force Muslim communities to go through sterilization, forced implementation of IUDs, which is literal genocide. Like that's not just cultural genocide. That you're forcing people not to reproduce. That is literal genocide. So that is the first report. Then there's the cultural genocide concept, which I believe in, and that is a consequence of indoctrination and forced re-education, which is obviously something we can agree is happening. Yeah, I have food in front of me. I'm salivating like crazy. It's hard for me to talk. I need to eat. But yeah. Read through the report, make your own opinion. Keep in mind, Adrian Zenz is someone who has his own biases, and it's fair to take them into account. I absolutely want to acknowledge that. It's absolutely fair to take them into account, to nuance what you're reading. But when it's based off of the direct reports from the CCP, it's like, hey, what are you going to do about it? You're like, Oh, man. Okay. The direct reports from the CCP sounds like the best evidence I could ask for. Yeah. Like, keep in mind also the CCP stopped publicly publishing their demographic reports after this. And so they might be hard to find, like the original ones. But yeah. As well as there's a few subtleties. Like I remember I had a discussion with my friend because there's 2 different ways of calculating the demographics in China. That are ones that depend on the administrative registration of where you live, and the other one that's dependent on whether you lived in a country in a county, in a province, on a specific date for like a certain amount of months, stuff like that. Hey Fimos, how are you doing? Hi. I should change my stream title. The podcast is over. God, I need to eat so bad. Okay. Guys, there's one question though before I begin. What reason would the CP have for changing Xinjiang around? Hasn't it been an autonomous zone for a consistent population for a long time? Why the sudden change? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. One thing I do know is that there have been... Nice stream, I'm from Russian. Хорошо! Ja nie mówię po rusku, ale ja mówię po polsku, a więc troszkę rozumiem. I know there's a lot of words in common between Polish and Russian, so like when I meet someone Russian, like they talk in Russian, I speak in Polish, and we can like kind of have a discussion. Which I love. I love that we can like talk even though we don't even speak our languages. I love it. It's so cute. I love you, my Russian viewer. Where are you from in Russia? Oh, and for why the sudden change? Sorry, I interrupted myself. There were terror attacks in Xinjiang. There were bombings. I think it's mainly the terror attacks that motivated the change in policy in China. It's similar with Moroccan Arabic and other Arabic speakers. It's similar but not the same, but you can kind of understand. Yeah, that's what I heard. I had a friend who's of I think Kabyle descent. I don't remember. And he was telling me about how like how yeah, like he can understand most of the time but not always, and stuff like that. All right, we're gonna go full React Andy here because I really need to eat. Like I'm gonna still respond, we're gonna still chat and everything, but I need to eat. Okay, so let's do some React Andy shit. Since we're in the politics section, let's try to find like actual political content. Otherwise, I'm just gonna put on food stuff because I fucking love food porn. No problem. I'm off for now. I'll follow to come back after reading this.
I can masturbate, and I can be in pain.
Thanks for the follow, Malik.
And like breathing, like spitting my lungs
You're
out.
welcome to come back. Elon Musk solving world hunger. All right, let's check out Senpai Chao's latest video. Poggers.
UN peacekeeping is not the
Volume up. Did you see my meme from earlier? Discord link. Nope. Okay, let me scroll up. So. Oh, Neyman just farming social credit score. Alright, let's click it. Me enjoying my short Tiananmen Square where nothing happened. Jesus Christ. This guy's so fucking ripped. My god. This guy fucking lifts. What a Chad. Alright. Alright, let's watch Senpai Chao's video while I eat.
same as the World Food Program. There are two separate organizations, and you know what? The UN peacekeeping isn't even an organization. And you know what? Honestly, this might actually work out to their benefit. Oh my god. Not to mention, most of the time, at least half of it goes down to the corruption holes into pockets. And I think that's why it's really important for Elon Musk to say, hey, it has to be open source accounting. We have to know how the money is being spent, etc., etc. There's been some innovations apparently when it comes to the uses of drones in transporting goods and supplies, because a lot of the times what causes us to not be able to reach people in need is because of conflict and war. It's because of dangerous places. So we have quite the entertaining interaction here. Headline from CNN Business: 2% of Elon Musk's wealth could.
I can tell you with 250% certainty, there is no amount of evidence and accounting in the observable universe that will get Elon Musk to pay. That's what I'm thinking as well. That's almost literally what I was going to say. Here, let me put up streams chat. Almost literally what I was going to say. Maybe he is arguing in good faith. Maybe he is, but I don't believe he is. I believe he's setting up a bar so he can keep moving the goalpost. I believe it's so he can keep moving the goalpost. Why? Because now the UN proposes an exact plan. And I want to see that plan. Honestly, they should do it anyways. They should propose an exact plan anyways. Like, what's the study? What's the explanation of how much money you need to end world hunger? Make a plan based off of that. You should do it anyways. You should have it anyways. So it's not a waste of time to do it. They should do it. But what's the next step? Elon looks at it and starts nitpicking. Oh, no, this isn't going to work because this and this. This isn't going to work because this and this, etc., etc., etc. Maybe he'll have good points. Maybe he'll be making up bullshit points. But regardless, I don't think he's... my feeling of him and like how he approaches things in general is that he's not approaching this in good faith.
Solve world hunger, says director of UN Food Scarcity Organization. Elon Musk comes up and says, if the World Food Program can describe on this Twitter thread exactly how $6 billion will solve world hunger, I will sell Tesla stock right now and do it. Well, that might be a huge SEC.
Oh, wait, well, I forgot the fucking condition. If the WFP can describe on this Twitter thread, you want an extremely complex plan. You want a plan to spend $6 billion to solve one of the biggest social issues on Earth, but it needs to fit a Twitter thread. It needs to fit a fucking Twitter thread. Okay, and we can give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's not literally expecting it to be in the Twitter thread, like a link to a PDF. He's expecting a link to a PDF. Let's extend an immense amount of like positivity over that. Hey, that's pretty bad faith, dog. They can just reply with the link. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they can reply with the link. I think that's fair to say they can reply with the link. Like we don't have to take his statement literally. I agree with Yoden.
But and then the second thing is, but it must be open source accounting so the public sees precisely how the money is spent. Here comes Mr. Beast with popcorn. Thank you, Mr. Beast. Very cool, very nice. So I found an article. Elon Musk says he is willing to spend $6 billion to fight world hunger on one condition. All right, so Elon Musk, whose net worth has ballooned by more than 140 billion this year, thanks largely to the skyrocketing value of its electronic automaker, which is Tesla, tweeted Sunday.
The fact remains, if Elon was actually being serious about something as serious as this, he wouldn't be typing dog shit like this on Twitter. He would have engaged in actual conversation. No, wait, no, to be fair, I think we have to acknowledge that people who are celebrities genuinely engage with things over Twitter. It just is how it happens. I think we have to acknowledge that. It sucks for us normies who don't care about Twitter. But yeah.
That he is willing to consider a proposal.
It sucks. It looks
United
dumb.
Nations official who said that a $6 billion donation from one of the world's wealthiest people could help stop world hunger. Last week, David Beasley, the director of UN's World Food Program, told CNN that it was time for the ultra-wealthy to step up on a one-time basis in order to help 42 million people that are literally going to die if we don't reach them. He specifically mentioned Musk and Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, the two richest men in the world. On Sunday, Musk replied to a Twitter user who pointed out that $6 billion would just be 2% of his net worth. Musk said that if the World Food Program could describe exactly how the donation would solve world hunger, he would sell Tesla stock right now and do it. In a follow-up tweet, Musk added that the UN's plan must include open source accounting, and so the public can see precisely how the money is spent. nothing has really nothing new. But there's more reading. Beasley responded to Musk a few hours later, offering to be on the next flight to you and saying that the executive can throw me out if you don't like what you hear. Oh, that was funny. Beasley also said that 6 billion figure wouldn't help solve world hunger, but will prevent global political instability, mass migration, and save 42 million people on the brink of starvation. Musk replied by asking him to publicly publish the organization's current and proposed spending in detail. Sunlight is a wonderful thing, Musk wrote. In a separate tweet, Musk shared a link to a 2015 report alleging that the UN peacekeepers were sexually abusing children in the Central African Republic in 2014.
Oh,
and he
no.
comment, what happened here?
Oh, so that's what you meant by he's gonna accuse them of being pedophiles? Oh god. Man, that's terrible. But Jesus Christ. Do you think he would structure something business related with like changing SpaceX's rockets via Twitter and making changes based on that Twitter company? On the Twitter chain? Okay, yeah, no, that's fair enough. He wouldn't like recruit over Twitter or whatever business related, yeah, for sure. Yeah, but oh no. He's oh no. I mean, that's a terrible look for the UN. I gotta acknowledge that. But oh no. This makes me not feel like he's arguing in good faith. But at the same time, it's like I'm not gonna defend fucking pedophilia.
God damn it! All right, I'm a huge stand for the United Nations. I study international relations. I'm huge on international liberalism, and
look at him.
I did a lot of modeling when. Okay, I think the United Nations does a lot of good in the world.
Chow is feeling the pressure now. Oh fuck! I'm defending pedophiles.
Okay, this actually did happen. It's a big problem with peacekeeping, but it's a non sequitur in this case. Okay,
there's so much shit on screen. I know. I'm sorry. There's like his chat. There's my chats. I can move shit around to make the let me move shit around to make it more coherent. There you go. At least my like his chat and my chat aren't over each other.
Is not the same as the World Food Program. There are two separate organizations, and you know what? The UN peacekeeping isn't even an organization. Peacekeepers, remember, don't come from the United Nations. They come from other countries. Countries volunteer their own military to join.
Chow is making a great point. Chow is actually making a great point. This isn't something you can land on the UN peacekeepers feet like that. The UN peacekeepers is actually a military organization drafted from the member states' militaries. It's yeah, great point, Chow. Good job.
Peacekeeping. And oftentimes, it's not the UN that is going to be controlling the peacekeepers, unfortunately. It's going to be the actual generals from those countries who are going to be enforcing what the peacekeepers actually do. Of course, under the guidance of the United Nations Security Council and the United Nations. But I don't know how like this is something as supposed to be like a jab of like, oh, the World Food Program, you're going to be something sketchy. Like if Musk really wanted to do, he should have found some scandal that involved the World Food Program. There might be something out there, but definitely should not be bringing up.
This is something that makes me feel like Musk is not
a non sequitur.
Is not proposing this in good faith.
The representative for Tesla did not immediately respond to a request for comment.
Not a good faith argument.
To sell $6 billion worth of Tesla shares to make a donation, it would be the largest no charitable contribution he has ever made. Even combined. Musk had previously been criticized for not giving away more of his massive fortune, though he has also said he prefers to remain anonymous when giving away money, and earlier this year asked Twitter users for critical feedback on ways he can donate. Earlier this year, Musk pledged to give away $150 million, including a $100 million prize in a carbon removal contest. Did that actually happen? Oh, there's one more. Done. Okay. Now, like 150 million and 100 million, it's a lot of money, but it's nothing close to 6 billion. And I gotta agree with this initial tweet, this initial headline is like really bad because 2% of Elon Musk could not solve world hunger. Like even if it is 6 billion, it would not solve world hunger. So like the issue with like a lot of NGO work actually, when it comes to problems like world hunger, poverty, etc., is that we can put in money and resources, and we could solve the issues for today. But what about tomorrow? And what about the next day? And what about these people who are going to be born, and et cetera, et cetera? Like a lot of world problems. That
We
affect a
talked
lot
about
of
this with
people,
the
especially
not
hunger,
atheism,
poverty, et cetera,
with
et cetera.
the
They compound
altruism,
each other
effective.
with
We talked exactly about this with the effective altruism discussion. Altruism, if it has to go through NGOs, through the all those like charity type organizations, etc., it's there are strict limitations to how effective it can be at improving the world. Charity is fine. I'm not saying it's bad, but it's not as good as some people make it out to be. It's not gonna. It can't truly resolve fundamental systemic issues.
time. And so a huge issue to NGO work is actually thinking about sustainable help instead of just help. And so it's not just $6 billion right now. Yeah, according to this guy, and I really do believe it, $6 billion is going to do a lot. It's going to make sure that people are fed. It's going to make sure that people are like going to survive from crises, whether it's going to be from like migration, et cetera, et cetera. But we're not really, but oftentimes when we do make donations, we don't consider, hey, what about the next time, the next day, the next week, the next month, the next year? Like, are they going to be in the same position as they were before when we didn't give them any money? Oftentimes the answer is yes. And so sustainability is a huge issue when it comes to like thinking about these issues. A UN Food Program director, I'm not picking on Elon Musk, just please help. This guy doesn't look half bad. The director of the United Nations World Food Program is still pleading with the world's richest individuals to help in the fight against the world hunger crisis. And you know what? Honestly, this might actually work out to their benefit. Oh my god. Not to mention, most of the time, at least half of it goes down to the corruption holes into pockets. And I think that's why it's really important for Elon Musk to say, hey, it has to be open source accounting. We have to like know how the money is being spent, etc., etc. I think like
This is something that Elon does all the time on Twitter. He dishonestly frames some debate to make himself look smarter or or right. Yeah. I don't follow him on Twitter. I don't like care about his opinions on things, but I've seen like the screenshots of like his dunks and stuff. And in my opinion, they don't make him look good. They don't make him look as good as he thinks they make him look good. Like smugly destroying this argument with facts and logic, yeah. But he literally has a fan base. He literally has a fucking fan base that's gonna suck it up. It makes him look good to the morons who obsess over him on Twitter. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But like they're gonna suck up any interaction he has that where he's dunking on someone.
out of all the organizations though to give money to in order to combat these issues, the World Food Program and something like UNICEF is probably, I would say, like the best thing that we can. Like I don't think there's like any other organization that is going to be better. But yes, of course, it's a great point to actually like make sure that when you're donating money, that you're actually donating to an organization, to a cause that is actually going to use that to its fullest and not just putting it within their own pockets. Okay, even if your non-governmental organization is like they say it's non-profit, they're just not making more money, okay? But they could still be putting a lot of money into their pockets. They could still be earning an income and things like that. Like, here's the thing about nonprofits. People work there and they earn an income at nonprofits, all right? So, like, something that you could do in order to make sure that where your money is going to, and you want to make sure that it's being really well spent, check their reports. Check, like, how much money they received and how much money they're actually being spent and where they're going to actually be spending it. And like check if that's actually like accurate. You could do that research. It's quite simple. Okay. On CNN's Newsday, let's get into this article. On CNN's Newsday, UN Food Program Director David Beasley acknowledged the controversy he found himself in last week when he chastised billionaires like Elon Musk for accumulating massive amounts of wealth without caring for the world's hunger. Beasley said giving $6 billion or 2% of Musk's net worth could help solve world hunger. I'm not picking on them, he said. I'm saying, great, you've made money. You made money. Please help share right now in a one-time crisis. Last week, in an interview with CNN, Beasley asked billionaires to step up in a one-time basis to help combat world hunger, citing specifically the world's two largest men, Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. Posting on Twitter Sunday, Musk responded to a request, writing, "If WFP can describe on his Twitter, blah, 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 we know this. For him to even enter into this conversation is a game changer because, simply put, we can answer his questions. We can put forth a plan that's clear." Yeah, I think this is a great opportunity for the World Food Program. Like, a lot of people are looking into this and probably thinking that, oh my god, Elon Musk is taking a huge dump on the UN right now. But like, to me, if I were the UN, I'd be ecstatic. I'd be like, oh my god, we actually like got the attention of one of the richest people in the world. Like, we could totally like have an opportunity to actually talk to this person and maybe get something out of them. Like, maybe we could actually like get some funding.
Not false at all.
Everything he asks would be we'd be glad to answer. I look forward to having this discussion with him because lives are at stake. Before the pandemic, the world's hunger crisis was already exacerbated by climate change and conflict. The pandemic compounded the existing issues, though, leaving 42 million people that are literally knocking on famine's door. This is a worst case scenario. As of Tuesday, Musk, Tesla's executive, has worth this much. And last week, okay, all right. Yeah, so like something that the world has been, like the UN has been really good at dealing with, or one of the best things that it's actually been good at dealing with is poverty. Is like I'm pretty sure like recently we've pretty much eradicated poverty, at least like poverty established by the United Nations, where the poverty line is established. And the next thing, which is like pretty close to it being accomplished, is I'm pretty sure world hunger.
Ciao.
And these.
Like, that's cool and all, but, I mean, you can criticize that. It doesn't necessarily take into account inflation the way it should. Yeah, and it's a bit more complicated than that. Is he not aware that China is the best humanitarian force for good on the planet? Yeah. Let's address that in that statement. Not sure you can attribute that to the UN. Yep. That's this one on an interesting tangent. Considering what we were talking about just before.
These things are being accomplished under the things called the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. Before they were called the Millennium Development Goals. But now there's Sustainable Development Goals ever since 2015.
The UN supports SDG
development
confirmed.
Goals, there were 7 of them. And there were goals that we wanted to achieve from 2000 to 2015. It was like a 15-year plan. It was like a 15-year agenda. And now the Sustainable Development Goals, there's more than 7. There's like, what, like 19 or something? That's from 2015 to 2030. Wow, it's been such a long time since I've talked about the UN and the Sustainable Development Goals. This is actually something I wanted to study. If I wanted to do like anything UN related in the future as a career, it would be in development. It would be in the Sustainable Development Goals. But wow, yeah, it's been a while. Okay, Twitch chat. I think the problem nowadays is that so many people say if we don't do this, everything is solved. If we do this, everything is solved. Where the issues have always been slowly improved over time by slow and careful work. Because otherwise, it's like building a house with no foundation. We have raised a generation a little too expendant of instant gratification, and they don't think about processes and repercussions. I 100% agree. Like, not only is this like something, is this like not a mindset that like that people should be having within the development work, or like with like anything really, like this applies to everything, right? Even politics, even the United States. Like I was having like a conversation with a lot of Twitch chatters.
Yeah, this is fair. Instant gratification is a toxic mindset.
The infrastructure bill and politics and voting and like things not happening because like they just don't happen instantly. It's like, well, yeah, there's a process, and a lot of times the things that like we want to do, they can't happen because of other processes, and it's because of other people. It's because of other reasons.
Yeah.
And yes, like it's not gratifying. It sucks. But it's something that we have to deal with, right? If we want to actually like get some stuff done, right?
I agree with you, Chow.
Something is nothing, right? But that's not the point. So they're like, infrastructure bill, right? Right now in the United States Congress is the debate over infrastructure. And yeah, it's being watered down, and there's being a lot of changes. And a lot of people don't like that. And a lot of people are like complaining that, oh my God, this is what happens when we elect Democrats. Nothing happens. but like there's a process. There's a chance that it is going to happen, and like who knows? Like within tomorrow, the next week, the next 2 weeks, like maybe something happens. Who the fuck knows, right? So then like it's so weird how like a lot of people only look to results, but they don't think about the processes. And again,
No, because we want to.
It's
It's not weird. We want the results. That's why we go through the processes. But the ends doesn't justify the means, which is why we support having good processes to get to things, and we accept the downsides of those processes, and we accept that we don't get the instant gratification. Say like a magical, enlightened authoritarian government that gives us everything we think is best for society that we want. Yeah, maybe that's not the best thing, because it's not going to be always magically make the best decisions, right? We all know that. We all know that what can happen with that is that it goes and makes the wrong decisions.
Right, is that like, but another bad thing about only thinking about the results is that you don't really think about the future, right? Once you achieve results, then like once you get that A, I guess like once you get that 100, then you're not thinking about the next test. But the whole point is to be consistent, right? You have to.
Okay, that's a weird analogy. The analogy doesn't work, but I get what he's getting at.
So like it's not just the 6 billion that we need right now in order to solve the problems of today, but we also need more money for tomorrow and more money for the next day, right? Because like spending never stops. Okay.
Yeah. Well, when I saw the title of the article, what I thought, and like the tweet exchange actually, when I saw the original tweet exchange, I thought that they actually had thought of a way to eradicate world hunger using the $6 billion to like put into place infrastructure and everything that's needed to end world hunger, like long term. But that's not really what that was saying. That's not really what the articles Chao read are saying that money is going to. So yeah, that's not going to happen.
I think there's going to be a huge setback. We have been producing enough food for the globe for a while. Oh yes, that is true. We've been able to feed the world every day, like twice over or something like that. But the issue has always been the transportation and distribution, especially in areas lacking infrastructure. Now we have a massive shortage on our distribution of goods, even the more developed countries. So imagine how bad it will get elsewhere.
True. Yeah, if we have it rough, it's not going to get better in other countries.
So something that I've actually was told by this was when I was in Uganda, when I was interning there. There's been some like innovations apparently when it comes to like the uses of drones in transporting goods and supplies, because a lot of the times what causes us to not be able to reach people in need is because of conflict and war. It's because of dangerous places. It's because they're either riddled in civil war or there's a lot of terrorist activity. It's just like really dangerous to like send anybody to a person to like send food to people or to send supplies, right? So then something that we could do is we could use like unmanned drones in order to accomplish that. And like another huge
that's
issue
interesting
when it
because
comes to like giving aid is whether or not the country that we want to give aid is actually very accepting of it.
Hey, that's interesting to me because drones, logistically speaking, they are not at a point where we can actually use them for that. And from a purely energetic, I mean, we can use them for that, but they don't make a lot of sense. They don't have that much autonomy usually, unless you make them really big to have like contain a lot of batteries. But then they need to carry the payload as well. Like they can carry payloads around. They can bring stuff to people, but they are also just gonna be like expensive. In like, first off, drones are expensive, and then secondly, having the drone run is expensive. It's going to be expensive to have it transport stuff. But if the problem is not expense but risking human lives, then suddenly drones make a lot more sense. They make a lot more sense. If we need to like protect human lives while transporting stuff at any cost, then drones are fine. They make a lot of sense.
So, like for example, in the Tigray region in Ethiopia, Ethiopia did not allow the United Nations to go into that country to provide aid to Tigray because they were in a war against Tigray. yeah, it was in a civil war. So like a lot of times it's conflict that prevents us, it's politics that prevents us, it's the economy that prevents us, because like in the United States, when we give corn and like when we subsidize corn in another like country, we completely destroy their economy, right? Because we drive the price of corn down in those countries, and then like we ruin the lives of corn growers in that country, right? Like holy shit, yeah, it's solving world hunger.
That's not something we can actually address. Countries do want their own. How to put it? Countries need their food independence. You can't have. Like, you can't just stop all agricultural subsidies and let it be a free-for-all, because then you have countries that aren't going to be producing any food at all, or not enough food for their own people, which is obviously a disaster in the making. So, as much as it sucks, I don't see a solution to protectionist policies around agriculture. It's just, it just doesn't make sense politically. Just put China in charge of feeding India. What could go wrong? Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah. And like, so like the US corn subsidies, France subsidizes wheat, like everyone subsidizes a few select crops that are culturally significant, and agriculture in general is very strongly subsidized all across the world. And there's just nothing you can do about it. It's a subsidy war, and it fucks over every single developing country, because the developed countries have more money to put into subsidies, so they win the subsidy war. We are always going to win the subsidy war. And the victims of that war are the agricultural economies in developing countries that just can't face us. It's sad, but I don't know the solution for that. I know whatever will be the solution for that.
Is it's a bit complicated, of course. But I think like the point that I wanted to drive at out of all of this is that to Elon Musk, one, okay, you can't be doing this gotcha with the UN peacekeepers, but two,
yeah.
When it comes to development, you can't just be thinking about like one-time payment of 6 billion and then no more world hunger forever, okay? That's what this guy already said in an interview. It's like a one-time payment to solve the problems of now. But he didn't talk. That's not the problems of tomorrow. That's not the problems of next week. It's not the problems of the future. And that always requires more spending. Okay, so I think that's the point of this thing.
All right, cool. Good video, Chow. Give you a like. Is there a comment we should leave? Can we leave a comment? What kind of comment should we leave? I don't know. I'll think of something maybe, or maybe not. Maybe I'll most likely just forget about it. All right, that was cool. Let me move my chats back to where I like having them. In the middle of the fucking screen. Let's go. Cover my shit up. EA calls NFTs and blockchain games the future of our industry in the earnings call. I wanted to check this out. I have a feeling this is going to be eminently dumb. But we shall see. Let's not go in as biased people. EA published its second quarter results for fiscal year 2022 yesterday, tracking the 3-month period ending September 30th, 2021. Net revenue and net profit were both up for the company, but more attention is being paid to comments made by CEO Andrew Wilson about the company's interest in blockchain games and non-fungible tokens. During an earnings call, Wilson described both business models as the future of our industry, but also said that it's still early for EA to enter the field. I think that in the context of the games we create and the live services that we offer, collectible digital content is going to play a meaningful part in our future, he stated. It's still early to tell, But I think we're in a really good position, and we should expect us to kind of think more innovatively and creatively about that on a go-forward basis. That's good news for investors or anyone fixated on making money with in-game assets, but bad news for anyone concerned about the environmental impact of blockchain tech and NFTs. Not to mention the unanswered questions about using objects earned in-game as financial assets. But before we get out of here, let's take a look at how well EA did during the second quarter. Company's revenue rose year over year from $1.15 billion to $1.82 billion. Profits also rose from $185 million to $294 million. That would make EA one of the handful of companies we've reported on this financial season that have not seen a major dip from the highs of its pandemic revenue. EA also told investors that Apex Legends saw new peak player counts for active players during the launch of Seasons 9 and 10, and that over 7.7 million players engaged with the Battlefield 2042 open beta. The latter number seems to have been touted as a strong sign for the game's upcoming launch. Interesting. So there are several things to unpack here. I doubt the environmental impact of NFTs will matter for big companies because I don't see them implementing NFTs in decentralized blockchains. I don't see them giving up control over their NFTs. Not a company like EA. It's what they should do in theory. It's how they should structure their shit, but they don't have to, and they just might not. I sincerely doubt they will. I sincerely expect that they're not going to. Next. Using objects earned in-game as financial assets. That is obviously a big problem. We've seen that with the online CSGO gambling. We see that with microtransactions, with the transactionality of everything, monetization rather, the monetization of everything reaching absolutely insane levels. There is no real, it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing to see everything you're interacting with being monetized. I'm not a fan of it. I have to say, it makes a lot of sense though for skins to be NFTs. The way we handle like I had this discussion with a friend who's really big into CSGO skins. I actually had that discussion on stream a while ago. So we were talking about CSGO skins, but CSGO skins, they basically are NFTs. They aren't NFTs. They aren't on a blockchain. They aren't They aren't even on a very far from a decentralized blockchain, etc., etc. You don't actually own them. Blah blah blah. But the economy of them functions, in my opinion, very similarly to the economy of NFTs. They are non-fungible assets. They are digital assets that people are trading around and moving around, even sometimes using as tokens of wealth when we're talking about online skin gambling. They literally are tokens of wealth in those situations, being traded around. They all have monetary value. The values fluctuate over time depending on supply and demand. Some of them are pretty unique. There are very particular rules in the CSGO skin world as to which kinds of skins, which kinds of patterns are more valuable. Specific real-world events make certain stickers extremely valuable. It's very interesting to learn about those things, and yeah, to me it makes a lot of sense. It functionally makes. Pragmatically, functionally, it makes a lot of sense for those things to be NFTs. That's what would make sense. I don't want to see them be NFTs, not because I'm against NFTs, honestly, but because I'm against the NFT games. The NFT games that we've seen come out up until now have almost exclusively been games that are all about monetization. We watched the E3 presentation on stream, and there was a 30-minute segment about a game with NFTs. It had partnerships with fashion companies, with artists, all sorts of stuff around their skins and NFTs. And out of the 30-minute presentation, if I recall correctly, it was something like 28 minutes were spent telling us how we were going to make money playing the game, and 2 minutes were spent on the gameplay. That's not a video game presentation. That's a fucking shitcoin presentation. That has nothing to do with actual games, with actual gameplay, with what gamers are interested in. If all your presentation has to offer people is you're going to get rich collecting our NFTs, then you are not presenting a video game. You are presenting an NFT system with a stupid skin on top of it. Some ex-Dota people I used to follow started working / shilling this game that has characters called Axes, I think. And from what I saw, it looks like some NFT crypto scam shit. All right, let's. I think I heard about it. Let me double check. Axie Infinity. Yes. This is an NFT video game thing. Absolutely. I remember looking into it a while ago. It absolutely is an NFT thing. I think, I don't remember. It was Magic Turtle who told me to like try it out or something. I remember someone told me to try it out, and I looked into it, and it just didn't seem like the kind of game that I would enjoy, honestly. It is just not the kind of game, like, even regardless of the whole NFT shit, it's literally not the kind of game that I it looks fucking boring to me, honestly. I'm sorry, not sorry. But yeah, look here. You got the Ethereum prices of all the different axes and stuff. Geez, 0.14 Ethereum for, oh god. I mean, they all have like different bonuses and stuff. I don't know how it works. But yeah. I'm not gonna, I'm not interested in those in those kinds of things. I'm interested in NFTs. I'm interested in the crypto stuff. I'm not interested in NFT video games. What would be a good use case for a game with NFT? A real game with skins? Sure. Like, I think that having CSGO skins be NFTs could make sense. It could make a lot of sense. It wouldn't, not entirely, because like you would have to put in the whole loot box gambling system onto a blockchain and whatever. And in general, it doesn't need to be decentralized. Since it doesn't need to be decentralized, it's fine with it not being NFTs. But anything that's a digital asset can be an NFT. In fact, you know how people have been saying for a while that NFTs should be used to certify art? I disagree with that. I disagree with NFTs certifying art, because you can hold an NFT and you can have your piece of art, and your piece of art could be a counterfeit, but you have the NFT. Like, no, it doesn't make sense. The connection, when you have blockchain stuff and that you want to control real world stuff, you're never really solving the problem you're originally setting out to solve, which is trust. You cannot make trustless real world interactions. There will always be a trust point of failure in the real world. This is a fundamental flaw of people trying to solve real world supply chain issues with blockchain solutions. It just doesn't work, fundamentally speaking. But what does work is digital assets. That's why NFTs are a success, because NFTs are digital art that is purely digital. And then you can put it on the blockchain. Then this is not a problem. I'm sorry. Why NFT art works. NFT art works because it's digital art. And then you actually do like own the symbol and the piece of art. Of course, anyone can copy paste the image. Like I think this guy's cute. Here, I can click on him and I can like fucking, okay, I can't like, what the fuck is this even? Is this a canvas? It's a div. Yeah, it's a canvas. I could like hack up a recording of the little animation and stuff. I could steal this NFT if I just think the animation is cute and I want it. Do you want some honestly? Honestly? Wait, what are you asking? Do you want some honesty or do I want some honestly? Those are two different sentences, Six of it. You look like a racist? Why? How does someone look like a racist? What the fuck? Why would you say that to someone? Like, what's the logic there? Please elaborate. The haircut? How is this a racist haircut? What? What's a racist haircut? What the fuck?
And we found this new site called CSGO Lotto, so I'll link it down.
You are French, that's true. Typical long hair, so-called academia university student type. Wait, why? How is academia university student type more likely to be racist? Are you like buying into that weird conservative narrative that like academics are the real racists or something? Are you like about to hop into the whole like culture war stuff? And sorry if I'm like mislabeling what your idea is here, but like that's all I can think of to try to understand what you're talking about. Because usually people accuse academia of being too woke, not of being racist. Another great addition from the politics label. Absolutely, I love it. AoE 4, pause champ. I was thinking that maybe we could play a bit of Age of Empires 4 after the podcast, but I don't know if I got the motivation tonight. Still in the politics section, huh? Yeah, I am. Apparently, I have a racist haircut, Gehyun Hyug. Who'd have thunk? I get it, feels bad, man. No, look, really, the reason why I'm not sure I feel like Age of Empires 4 is that typical full of rich white kids from Papa and Mama. And academia in general is privileged. A field, absolutely. Yeah, that is true. That doesn't necessarily mean it's racist, unless you are talking in a systemic way. Money from Papa and Mama, just to look to the past as well, haha, just pure facts. If he had said you used to have a racist beard, I could have understood. What the fuck? Most of these university students are racist. Wait, what do you mean by racism? What does racism even mean for you? Even worse than rednecks? Like, how are university students racist? Not how are they privileged. Tell me, how are they racist, please? No, I would be down to play some Age of Empires 4. I just don't feel like I just don't want to end up stuck in the loop of like suddenly it's 5 a.m. and I still haven't gone to sleep. Remember when your beard looked nostalgic in 720p and below? Yes, I remember. I remember that, Gehyun Hyug. I know that's what you're referencing. Nostalgisch. What was that sketch?
Öffnet den Schrank mit seiner reichhaltigen Bart- und Perückensammlung. Dieser Superbart enthält einen Fallschirm, der Nick schon zweimal das Leben rettete. Knatterton überlebt.
Then it's 5 a.m. and you're still in chat watching moves or working on your Raspberry Pi. That is true. I'm done with the Raspberry Pi. So you said they're scared of other racists and scared of other races. That's not saying those university students are scared of other races. I don't think that's necessarily true. I mean, I've known and met like young. Fuck me. There's a fucking cockroach on my mic. I don't know how the fuck it got there. Jesus Christ, that's disgusting. I'm sorry, buddy, but I'm gonna have to What the fuck? Show it? No. I'm not showing it. I'm gonna have to mute for a second. Alright, I got it. Mission accomplished. We're safe now. Okay, those university students are scared of other races. What does that mean? I mean, like, why do you think that? Why do you think I haven't ever seen relevant statistics about how university students are more racist than others. You know, if you see one cockroach out when it's lit, there's thousands of them somewhere in the walls or nearby. They only come out during the night when the lights are off in droves. I know that. I know. That obviously means that I have a problem.
In welcher Verkleidung möglichst unauffällig zu Pika gehen soll. Vielleicht als würdiger Greis.
Poison them? Yeah.
Oder als Intellektueller.
The problem in general is that I live in a building with a... Joe Biden loves roaches, what? I live in a building with a trash chute, so there's literally a trash superhighway in the building that I've mostly sealed off to not have to deal with this, but there's like other holes in the walls that they can crawl in through and stuff like that. Well, if you live in a building with a trash chute, you're almost guaranteed to have cockroach and possibly other vermin problems. It's just something that happens, absolutely. Like, that was super bold. Like, seeing it on my fucking microphone with the lights on and everything, like you said, yeah. Jesus Christ. It's gonna be fun. Gonna have to, I don't know. Good luck, Rip. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna move out within a few months. Actually, I haven't talked about it on stream. I'm gonna move out in a few months, so it's not gonna be my problem anymore, honestly. Which is a good thing, because I'm not gonna solve it in the meantime, pretty much. You're not familiar with Joe Biden Roach's remark? Oh my, look it up. Is Joe racist? Smiley face. I know he had some unsavory remarks. I don't know specifically what you're talking about though. Like, I don't remember them. Moving to America? No, I'm not moving to America. I'm gonna move around in Paris to another place. I got plans. We're gonna move. Gonna have a sick gonna be able to do a sick like new apartment stream and stuff. It's related to some personal stuff that I'm not gonna I can't really share on stream. It wouldn't be smart of me to share it on stream, but yeah.
Oh, back off! I got a gun and I'm for busting. Oh, I'm gonna chew you before the cops get here because I got a gun! So back off!
Good one. He calls black kids roaches, bro. Okay. If you're miscontextualizing the remark, I'm like muting you for 24 hours, okay? Oh, it's the hairy legs one. Oh shit. I think I know that one. Corn Pop Story, full segment.
Mouse, thank you very, very much. Thank you. Can I, before we start, hey, all the kids, you want to come up here and listen? Come on up here. Come up behind me.
Why do you even entertain these people? I don't know, it's content, I guess.
Because I'm not holding up between them and the pool, man.
But I make do with what I have. I like interacting with chat. And if that's the interaction I'm getting, that's what I got. What I got to work with. Okay.
Come on. My name's Joe Biden, Vice President Biden.
Like,
Everybody
if I
come
was
on up
actually
and
doing
stand with me.
something that had nothing to do, if I was like working on, you
Look,
know,
folks, I want to set the record straight in a couple things. I'll wait till everybody gets up here.
ha 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 ha, that's like saying, where are the statistics from these racists admitting they are racist? The academy idiots control the statistics. Dude, you're... That's wrong. That's just plain wrong. Where are these people coming from? From the Twitch politics section. That's where they're coming from. The academicians do studies and question themselves regularly. That is something that happens. You don't want to acknowledge it because you disagree with them, but like that is the reality. Okay? Obviously there's a bias there, and you're not wrong in pointing out that there will be a bias to like protect yourself. Joe's words speak for themselves. Let's fucking go.
Hi.
Just so we can get it over with.
You're on television, so be good. Okay? You are, yeah. See those television cameras?
Hi, Mommy.
But why are they scrolling to the bottom, no offense, of the category and being like, oh, this guy looks like he needs to be informed of his racist haircut? Because I'm not at the bottom of the category. The Twitch politics category is actually a huge meme. Let me show it to you. The Twitch politics category is a big meme. Look, I'm in the first row. 14 viewers, first row. Sort by viewers, high to low. Still, I'm fourth. I'm fourth highest view stream in the politics category. That's why I'm getting people, okay? I normally watch on streams. I had no idea. Yeah. That honestly, to be fair, that's also why I enjoy streaming in the politics category. Because like my basic viewership from streams and like my basic viewer base, you guys are enough for me to be proposed into the top of this category. Because it's a dead category. It's literally a dead category. Like, it's got a lot of followers, I guess, 102k followers, but it's very low viewer count category. Which, and it's for a low viewer channel like mine, it's good. It's good to be able to get the better exposure to less viewers than zero exposure to more viewers. You know what I mean? But yeah, we do get. I was just thinking. Oh, I was thinking of Just Chatting. That one has like an infinite number of streams. Yeah. Just Chatting is like exposure to a lot of viewers, but you get zero exposure. Like, I usually stream in Just Chatting, and I almost never get random viewers there. Like, if you click recommended viewers, you do get smaller streams, but it's like hard to show up here. It's really hard to show up all the way up here in Just Chatting for sure. Like, there's a few people who do. Stardust, Heme. They got 33, 42 viewers, but that's already a lot more viewers than I usually have, honestly. I get like, you know, 15, 20 viewers max. If I'm sometimes 30 if I'm on something that interests a lot of people on streams and there's no other content, then yeah. But yeah, it's rough. It's a rough world out there. Anyways, let's entertain this bullshit.
I've received, because of the people of the state of Delaware, I've received an awful lot of wonderful honors all my career. The greatest honor was serving you for so long. But this does mean more to me than anything that's happened. My daughter Ashley's with me. My daughter Ashley got her first job down here at Kingswood.
The checks are... What are you talking about? The checks? What checks are... We haven't even used that word in the discussion here.
Out of school, she's a social worker. Anyway, Bo was associated here. Anyway, the point I want to make is I owe you all. I owe this neighborhood. I learned so much. I was a kid from suburbia. I lived out in Mayfield in a split-level home with my grandpa living with us and in a 3-bedroom home with 4 kids, my grandpa. And folks, when it's a whole 100 years ago, but I was a senior in high school, and Przicki turned out to be a great athlete at the University of Delaware, but I was runner-up the state.
Yeah, you know what, Six Avid? Yeah, they will deny it because they vote for progressive politics. Yeah, that's a good reason to deny being racist. If you vote for policies that are better for minorities, then you're actually doing a lot better than people who are voting for policies that harm minorities. That's not a fucking big brain take.
Scoring championship here in football. I wasn't bad either. And but I wanted to get more involved. And I realized I lived in a neighborhood where I'd turn on the television and I'd see.
Yeah, it is about action. You know? Yes, it is about action. Praxis, political praxis. Enacting policies that help minorities is action. I agree. And that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about where you vote.
Others. Well, I didn't know any black people. No, I really didn't. You didn't know any white people either. That's the truth. So I wanted to work here. And there's my daughter, Ashley. Come on up here, Ash. And so what I did was I came down and I applied to the city of Wilmington for a job. And I was the only white employee here. And I learned so much.
That's not action. Okay. Yeah, you're just objectively wrong. Policies affect people. Policies literally affect people and change their lives. Voting in different laws, different politicians who will enact different policies is literally changing everyone's lives in the country you live in. That's not LeMayo, that's not action. That's literally how you change your country, how you change systems in a democracy. If you don't live in a democracy, then your vote doesn't matter that much. But hey, I think I'm fairly assuming that that's what we're talking about here. These kids are scared of black people, LeMayo. Look, dude, you're just rambling. I asked you for like an explanation of what the fuck you mean by these kids are scared of black people, and you just repeated it like 3 different times with different terms. Actually explain yourself or get the fuck out of here. Like I'm not going to entertain this forever.
So much. I learned that folks that I work with, like Spencer Henry and Lafayette Jackson and a whole range of people, Jamie Rolls, a lot of great people were my fellow lifeguards. There were 13 of us. I learned that
I'm okay with having those discussions, but it has to actually be a discussion. Like, if I ask you for an explanation, you have to actually explain what you're talking about. You can't just keep on rambling and think that's an actual discussion.
They treated me as an equal. We used to go in what was not as modern as that. We used to go in the key room at lunchtime after free swim and sit on the floor because it was nice and cool. And I remember Boom Boom Cannon and a few other guys that worked here as well. And we sit there and we talk, and they'd ask me questions because I really was the only white guy they really knew. And they'd ask me questions about everything. I mean, things that just startled me. I remember one time, I won't mention which lifeguard, said, "Do I have a jerry can, a 5-gallon can for gasoline?" And I said, "No, I don't." I said, "But what do you need it for?" He said, we're going down to see my grandmom in North Carolina. We can't stop at most gas stations. They won't let us stop at most gas stations. I learned a lot. And I learned that it makes a difference. This was the diving board area, and I was one of the guards, and there was a 3-meter board. If you fell off sideways, you landed on the darn cement over there. And Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did. And back in those days, to show how things have changed, one of the things you had to use, if you used pomade in your hair, you had to wear a bathing cap. And so he was up on the board, wouldn't listen to me. I said, "Hey, Esther, you, off the board. I'll come up and drag you off." Well, he came off, and he said, "I'll meet you outside." My car, these were all public housing behind it. My car, there was a gate out here. I parked my car outside the gate. And he said, "I'll be waiting for you." He was waiting for 3 guys in straight razors. Not a joke. There was a guy named Bill Wright, Mouse, the only white guy, and he did all the pools. He was the mechanic. And I said, "What am I going to do?" He said, "Come down here in the basement where where all the pool filter is. You know the chain? There used to be a chain that went across the deep end. And he cut off a 6-foot length of chain. He folded up. He said, "You walk out with that chain. And you walk to the car and say, 'You may cut me, man, but I'm going to wrap this chain around your head.'" I said, "You kidding me?" He said, "No, if you don't come back." And he was right. So I walked out with the chain. And I walked up to my car. And in those days, you used to remember the straight razors. You'd bang them on the curb, get them rusty, put them in a rain barrel, get them rusty.
I have no fucking clue what he's talking about.
But I was smart then. I said, first of all, I said, when I tell you to get off the board, you get off the board, I'll kick you out again. But I shouldn't have called you Esther Williams. I apologize for that. I apologize. But I didn't know that apology was going to work. He said, "You apologize to me?" I said, "I apologize for that, not for throwing you out, but I apologize for what I said." He said, "Okay," closed the straight razor, and my heart began to beat again. I came down here because I remember the first bumper sticker I saw that made me aware when I was in law school. "Proudly for Holloway. Proudly for your dad. First African-American state senator in the state of Delaware." Everything about. And by the way, you know, I sit on the stand and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap. And I tell you what, the men, they're now all men, the guys I work with down here, and they're all guys at the time. They're all good men.
That's the big quote. That's the big reveal. Biden's racist.
And Earl Larkin had a rough time.
Because he said, I learned about roaches, talking about fucking kids. Wow. Yeah. What a dramatic reveal. I hate Biden now. Sarcasm, by the way. This isn't even unsavory. This is just fucking stupid. Kids are parasites. I agree. Kids are fucking annoying, okay? These women will clutch on their bags seeing black males. These grown men will be scared / uncomfortable when black teenagers sit across them on public transport, lol. Yeah, people have a lot of built-in prejudice against people of color. But that has nothing to do with being liberal or right-wing, because you didn't specifically use those terms, but you kind of were implying, speaking about academics and everything. That those are the lines you're seeing things across, and yeah, that's a problem. People, aka academia, university students. No, it's all people. There are actually studies on like implicit biases like these. That it's more academia. I don't think so. I genuinely don't think so. I would have to look at the studies, see if they've made then other classes. Yeah, maybe socioeconomic classes would be. Hey, thanks for the like, Kyle. How are you doing? Maybe socioeconomic classes are more related to more correlated to the implicit biases. I could see that happening. Just having more or less interaction with people of color or not, but. Academia pretends the most they aren't racist, and it's not more academia. You're literally inventing a narrative. You have no proof of this. You understand this. You're inventing a narrative in your brain that people who have implicit biases, that more people have implicit biases in academia than anywhere else. You realize this stuff is literally studied. Like we can try looking up and researching it. You're not going to accept it because you're going to be like, oh, academia, they're hiding it, they're fudging the numbers and stuff, which. Something that can happen, but no, that's not what's happening here. Anyways, let's see. Implicit biases and prejudice in the population. Implicit bias in healthcare professionals, that's not what we want to see. Historic roots, no, everybody is a little bit biased. I want to see the demographics of it. Let's search for demographics rather. Demographics of implicit biases and prejudice. Exploring racial bias among biracial and single race adults. Maybe that. Pew Research. Pew Research is pretty good. You're not going to find this with studies. Studies show maybe at most 50% of reality, most times less. That's just false. That's just objectively false. You're literally, first off, you're making an unfalsifiable claim, as Coucher just pointed out. You literally are making an unfalsifiable claim and making a huge hubbub about it, which is really dumb. If you understand how discussing things works, you have to understand that's really dumb. Secondly, you can't discount studies with your magical thinking of they're just wrong forehead. That's just not how it works. That's not the reality. You're the one not facing reality here. There are reasons to criticize studies, and it's on a case-by-case basis. You look at a study, you look at the methodology, you look at what they did, and sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. It's fallible. All things are fallible. But you here, my friend, are making unfalsifiable claims. You argue that anything that disagrees is magically just not reality. We cannot have a discussion. You're not open to a discussion. You just want a platform to spout your bullshit. And if that's all you want, then I'm not gonna give it to you. But if you change your mind and want a discussion, then you're welcome here. I'm down for discussions. I don't need people to agree with me, but I need them to be able to have a discussion. Exploring racial bias among biracial and single-race adults. That's not the demographic split that I was looking for, but okay. Percentage of each group with a subconscious preference for whites over blacks. Okay. So white only has a 48% preference of whites over blacks, 25% preference of blacks over whites. Interesting. Huh. The reality you can only see with your eyes, exactly. This is an interesting study. I didn't want to see this across racial lines, but this is roughly what I was looking for. I would be more interested in one across socioeconomic lines than across racial lines. Like this is what common sense would tell you, that yes, like white people have more bias, more of a bias preference for white people. Black people have more of a bias preference for black people. That white, black, biracial people, well, they have a slight preference for white people, but they're more balanced between the two, which is easily explained away by the fact that our culture is white centric in general, right? You're looking at media that generally presents white people as the paradigms of beauty, the paradigms of safety, of trust, etc., etc. So those things obviously are gonna self-perpetuate and affect people across racial boundaries. Then with Asians, you have similar things, except that there's less of a... Asian only still has a large preference of whites over Asians. That's interesting. Not a dominant preference, but it's pretty close. To test for hidden racial biases, a Pew Research Center conducted an online implicit association test with single race white... implicit association test. That's what we're looking for. Let's see if we can nail down this this research a bit better. Demographics, implicit association test, socioeconomic class. What is this study? Association of unconscious race and social class bias with vignette-based clinical assessments by medical students. This is medical students again, which is interesting, but that's not what I'm looking for. Association of racial and socioeconomic diversity with nothing, because I haven't enabled JavaScript. Much better. With implicit bias in acute care surgery. Okay, this seems like really well studied in the medical field, but not so much outside the medical field, which is great for the medical field, but it's not what I'm looking for. Implicit evaluative biases towards targets varying in race and socioeconomic status. Generally, white versus black and high status versus low status individuals are rated positively. However, implicit evaluations of simultaneously perceived race and socioeconomic statuses remain to be considered. Across 4 experiments, participants completed an evaluative priming task with face primes, orthogonally varying in race and socioeconomic status. Following initial evidence of a positive implicit bias for a high socioeconomic status primes, subsequent experiments revealed that this bias is sensitive to target race, particularly when race and socioeconomic status antecedents are presented in an integrated fashion. Specifically, high socioeconomic status positive bias was more reliable for white than for black targets. Yeah, this is in general. It's reality, so reality makes you sad. Wait, what is a study? A study is when some kids from academia, 99% of these rich white kids, mommy and daddy money, no experience. It's literally You don't understand what academia is. You're taking this stupid and you're pushing the stupid anti-intellectual narrative. You're not all about reality. You're not a realist. You're not a realist. You're an anti-intellectual. That's what you are. You're an anti-intellectual, and you pretend that you actually know the reality. You're literally just an anti-intellectual, Six Avid. Which I guess that yeah, you make me sad. It makes me sad too, honestly. If you want a real study, ask normal people to do the studies, not just rich kids, because you need to learn how to conduct studies. If you knew even the beginning of how fucking biases work and what we do in studies to try to reduce biases and control for things, as well as the statistical tools that go into it, you understand that you can't just have random people conduct studies. They wouldn't conduct them properly. You need training for that. Do you actually need a PhD to conduct studies properly? No, you don't. You probably only need a few targeted study of specific fields in order to be able to conduct studies. But you need that. Yes, I'm anti-intellectual. If by intellectual you mean socialist, rich white kids pretending to know things and not be just as racist as the rest of them. Academia is a bunch of useless bullshit if you look at it. That's not true. Like, you're on a computer right now thanks to academia. Literally, you wouldn't be on the internet right now on a computer if you didn't have academia. You understand that? Like, you want to stop being a hypocrite? Get off the internet. Throw your computer out the window. All your technology that's the result of research and those privileged socialist rich white kids. I said except medical and science, whatever, but sociology is. I'm talking about soft sciences. Then you're a fucking idiot. Like I'm done couching my terms with you. You're a fucking idiot. Soft sciences are sciences. I know I'm not going to be able to convince you because I've fucking talked with people like you. How? They literally follow the scientific method. Also, medicine and science are not influenced by society, totally. Yeah. They literally, medicine and science, we just went through fucking 4 different studies on how bias affects medical care. Literally cross the disciplinary studies between sociological concerns and medical concerns. And you're sitting here saying sociology has no fucking purpose? You're fucking blind. We literally just looked at a bunch of medical studies concerned about sociological issues within the field of medicine, about how it affects patient care. They weren't what I was looking for, so I glossed over them, but it is a known problem. Sociology is the science of societal issues. Are you pretending societal issues don't exist? They don't need to be addressed? They don't need to be studied? Then you're an idiot. Like, I don't have any other way of telling you that. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Like when they injected black people with AIDS on purpose. Look, I know there are really unethical experiments in the history of medicine. But I'm pretty sure that's a conspiracy theory. Sociology just pretends to not be racist and come up with useless circle jerk theories for the left while not having any contact with people on the street. That's just not true. You don't even know what you're talking about. Sociological studies are literally conducted on the street. Sociological studies, the science that is sociology, is qualitative. What that means is that you literally go out and talk to people to conduct proper sociology. Unlike economics or other soft sciences that pretend they're quantitative, where you move around a bunch of mathematical models without talking to people, sociology is literally having contact with people. That is how you conduct proper sociology. And like obviously, I could tell from how you talk about it that you don't know what you're talking about, but you don't know what you're talking about. You think you know what sociology is, and all you're doing is demonstrating that you don't know it. Sociology literally is practiced by interviewing people, by interacting with them, by talking with them, by drawing up studies that are qualitative and adding to them quantitative aspects. Like, these white socialist kids have an obsession with black people, always talking about black people, this and that, and making thousands of ideas or whatever about racial, blah, 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 people of color. Meanwhile, like 99% of them have 0 black friends and grew. You don't know any of that. You realize universities are super diverse. Even if someone was from a super ethnically limited background, if they go to university, they are going to interact. Most universities in the US are extremely ethnically diverse. Or a lot of them. Like, obviously it depends where you go. They aren't super diverse. Lol, it's dominated by white rich kids, mommy and daddy money. There are plenty of super diverse universities. Just because you went to a fucking white privilege ass university doesn't mean your experience is magically the experience of everyone. Like, honestly, dude, like you didn't come here to have a discussion, right? You came here to have a little platform to like have your online bullshit stuff. I did. Then why are you making unverifiable claims? Why are you using your experience as trumping objective studies? Your experience is not facts. Your experience is just that, your experience. What claim is unverifiable? Literally everything. I can't verify your experience. Experience is not more valuable than studies. That's just objectively wrong. If we went by experience, we wouldn't have the society the way we know it. We can overcome our biases because we managed to arrive at more objective truths by occulting our experience and it literally by making statistics, by acknowledging that it's more important than to have the big picture. Like I said, studies show less than 50% of the truth. Yeah, you said that, and it's not true. The real truth is seen by your eyes. No, your eyes are biased. Nobody overcomes bias because he looks at a paper on the net. Yes, you do. You literally follow methodologies. You literally follow methodologies in order to overcome your bias. There are ways of overcoming bias. Those are studied. That is what methodology is about, and ethical studying is about. Studies from a perspective of just a small percentage of everyone. And what percentage of everyone are you? You're not a bigger percentage of everyone than the percentage of in a study. Yeah, do you know what a sample is? Bias comes from weak character. You don't lose. Bias comes from weak character. That's wrong. Okay, you're fucking insane. You're not an idiot. You're just fucking insane. Bias doesn't come from weak character. Bias is something that we all have. We all have bias. It has nothing to do with your character. In fact, if you think you're immune to bias, you're far more likely to be dominated by your biases. The way you probably are. By your biases against like anything that you call socialist, by your biases against intellect and what you perceive as intellectualism. You're full of biases. But I'm sure you think you have a strong character. Okay, but I don't claim to know everything. Yes, you do! You claim to know everything about sociology. You claim to know everything about academia. You literally came in here claiming to know everything about those fields that are extremely complex and full of different people. You literally came in here claiming to know everything about them from your own personal experience. Even though it's... You're just contradicting yourself now. You're the one coming here claiming to know things, even though you have zero real experience and you have just a small perspective. A study has a much bigger perspective than you do, because it's got the perspective of hundreds, even thousands of people wrapped into a single thing. Yes, I know a lot about academia because I've seen it with my own eyes. No, you don't. No, you don't. You've seen one instance of academia. A study has the perspective... comes from the perspective of the makers, not the samples? No, that's just not true. But the plural of anecdotal is evidence. Well, it is. It is. But that's literally the argument I'm making. You give so much value to anecdotal evidence. You should acknowledge that plural anecdotes trump your anecdote. You are just one anecdote. One anecdote has no value to me. Anecdotal is better than study, yes. Then once again, you've decided, okay, I'll tell you a story. I went to university. It was super diverse. No one had any racial biases. Everyone was super fucking woke as fuck. They had deconstructed everything, like all of their biases. It was not at all your anecdote. So what do we do now? Are you more right than I? Am I more right than you? No, fuck your question, 6 Avid. I don't care. My anecdote. My anecdote's more important than yours. It's my experience. Why should I care about your experience? What do we do now? We have opposing experiences. And you're the one making generic claims, by the way, based off of your fucking singular experience. Debate stream poggers. Yeah. I'm like almost done with this. Nah, the reason because you probably are the same group. No disrespect, but too blind to see reality. Again, blinded by what they call confirmation bias. Oh my god! You throw, and you're not blind? And you're not blind? What the fuck do you think you are? In this whole story. I don't have confirmation bias? You don't have confirmation bias? How am I... Everyone has confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is a human bias, you fucking idiot. Willfully ignorant, yes. Confirmation bias is a human experience. You don't choose not to have confirmation bias, you dumb fucking waste of fucking oxygen. Jesus Christ, you triggered the fuck out of me. Good job. I didn't think I would get so mad at a fucking idiot on the internet. I don't have confirmation bias, my ass. Literally, all academia is X, and I don't have confirmation bias. Jesus Christ. You have confirmation bias. You have confirmation bias. You're looking for evidence that those evil socialists are racist and destroying academia and whatever the fuck you think, and you're looking for confirmation to that. The same way I am looking for confirmation to my own biases. We all have confirmation bias. You don't understand the words you're using. You don't understand what sociology is. You don't understand how academia works. You don't understand what confirmation bias actually means. When you're throwing it at me and saying that you don't have confirmation bias, you literally don't have no fucking clue what it is you're talking about. And you're talking about it like you're a fucking expert. It's insane. If only there was a framework for overcoming bias. Yeah. Except he denies the whole framework to overcome bias, which is the scientific method. You're literally a science denier, thinking that the approaching things with scientific method doesn't let you overcome bias. I can't. Like, I know you people exist out there, but you're so fucking out there. There's degrees to it. I came into it with a truthful perspective. You're not the judge of that. If you actually understood what bias meant, then you would understand that you cannot be the judge of your own bias. That's literally not how bias works. If you're sitting around judging your own bias, then your own bias plays into how you're judging your own bias. You need to be peer reviewed. You need other people to look at what you're thinking and how you're thinking it and how you're arguing it in order to tell you whether you're truly approaching things from a biased perspective or not. But you're not. You literally are just putting your own experience onto everything. Descartes did it, so surely Descartes didn't do that. Like, I agree with your meme, but Descartes didn't do that. Descartes was part of a huge circle of intellectuals who constantly exchanged and discussed their ideas. Academia can just be used as a tool to dismiss anyone who actually has real experience as not academia. That is almost a sentence that is a sentence I can almost agree on. Academia is used dismissively sometimes to dismiss people's opinions and experiences, and that is wrong. That is wrong. But the rest of what you say is absolute insanity. Guess what? Academia is full of rich white kids and socialists. Now they have a convenient tool to deny anyone who doesn't agree with them. As, oh, it's not academic, we can dismiss it. Meanwhile, keep on circle jerking their fake cognitive dissonance reality. You're badly placed to talk about people's cognitive dissonance. Your entire rant this whole time has been a live demonstration of biases and cognitive dissonance, and you can't, and obviously you can't even acknowledge it. Like you're living in your own bullshit. Neyman, are you a socialist? I'm a sock them. I think honestly in like a long-term vision, I like democracy. I'm a sock them. What's a sock dam? A socialist democrat. It means I believe in a democratic system with a liberal economy, but I want to control and limit the excesses of the liberal economy with socialist policies. So the policies I support are socialized healthcare, strong socialized industries in general that are of public interest, strong regulations to protect workers' rights, renters' rights, people's rights in general. Again, in situations where there are natural power differentials, to compensate for those power differentials, to prevent predatory behavior in general in society, and help us all interact with each other in a free way, but with the excesses curtailed. But look at academia in the past. Yeah, academia, but you know what, Six Avid? Academia was wrong in the past, but has been able to, but academia has falsifiability built into its claims. So it's not that academia was miraculously saved from people making claims about deformed skulls on black people and whatever. It's that academia, as it became modernized, because you're also talking about theories that came before the present day academia existed. There was no such thing as peer review pre-World War II, or there was, but it was starting to become a thing. It did not at all exist on the level that we know about it now. But I know, like, once again, you're talking about stuff you don't know anything about, but we're used to that here now. Like back then, there wasn't the system of peer review and well, peer review basically. That's all I wanted to say, and checking, which is a huge impact in curtailing excesses, but also. One of the really interesting things in how we approach things in the academic pursuits is that we accept questioning, right? We accept that you can have a theory that is true for a while and then someone can disprove it. Unlike how you created a theory that is impossible to disprove. You created an unfalsifiable claim, Six Avid, since only your experience matters and no one else's experience matters. And you don't know anything about me, but you dismissed my experience. Oh yeah, Chinchilla, Six Avid learned about everything. He knows everything. Like there's no point in arguing. Like you created an unfalsifiable claim. Because no academia can ever contradict you, it's biased. No one else can contradict you, they're biased. Only your experience matters, and your experience is the objective truth and reality for everyone, and you don't have any biases. So that's how you frame the discussion. No, it's unfalsifiable because you're a fucking idiot. Because of the things I just said that you haven't been listening to, you dumb fuck. It's unfalsifiable because there is no fucking... you literally dismissed everything as everything that disagrees with you as biased. So, no, you haven't. Look at the previous post. Okay, now that's the big lie. Academia isn't able to. Academia is still this way. Ahaha, now that's the big lie. Academia still is this way. No. You didn't respond to my post. You didn't respond to what I was saying. These tools, blah, blah, you talk about could only help if you are morally honest, which most people aren't anyways. Even with that, academia is no. First off, studies aren't conducted on academics. Studies are conducted by academics on normal people. Like, I'm done. I'm actually done. Like, get the fuck out of here. You're boring. You're boring, and you're not into having like an actual discussion. You literally decided to create. Studies are formed by the perspective of the maker, partially, but no, you're wrong. You're just wrong. You're wrong on so many things. I gave you plenty of chances. Bye. Like, get the fuck out of here. This was. I'm okay with having a discussion, but you're not okay with having a discussion. Having a discussion means you're open to changing your mind. It means you can acknowledge. You're willing to build bridges to discuss things in the same reality. It means not pushing your own experience as the absolute be-all end-all of all truth, basically. Can we talk about eugenics next? Yes, that's the next topic. Oh, that felt so good. Fuck, I should have banned you like 15 minutes ago. Such a fucking waste of space and mind energy. I don't mind. I see it as training. I see those kinds of discussions as training, right? I'm learning to coherently present arguments against someone who is so far out there that I struggle to find the right words to reach them, or to like I'm confronted with ideas that I'm not usually confronted with by. That's usually what interests me in those kinds of discussions. That's why I usually like entertaining those kinds of things. But like at some point I can't. Like, if the person says that everything that disagrees with them is biased, and that they aren't biased, like, you literally cannot have a discussion. You've made it so no discussion is possible, and you don't even understand what I mean when I say that you've created a non-discussion. All right, I'm going to bed anyway soon. All right, see you, Neville. Thanks for watching. Turns out the Alder Lake CPUs are pretty efficient. Hells yeah. You are biased. No, you. No, you. Like, everyone's biased. That's why I said this guy doesn't know what bias means. Oh yeah, Sotsub, I saw you talking. This guy reeks of a DGGer, TBH. This whole I'm never talking to PhD students, professors again. College doesn't mean anything. I disagree. Because Destiny constantly makes arguments of authority. Destiny actually makes arguments of authority to a fault. He constantly goes to studies and stuff like that. So I actually kind of disagree with what Sotsub said. I think the DGG mentality is one of trusting studies too much, actually, of being like studies are the be all end all of reference of any sort of reality. He does, but he also goes on these unhinged rants about academics and how higher education is pointless and worthless. He really does he? Because I've seen him rant about higher education, but not in that way. He rants about specific degrees being economically useless, stuff like that, right? Only for things he doesn't think he adequately understands. He wouldn't make any arguments to authority in philosophy, for example. Oh. He says that the people he talks to didn't learn shit in school. Yeah. I remember seeing him rant specifically about academia from the perspective of criticizing certain degrees, telling people that they're really dumb to go into debt, into like $30,000 debt to get like a fucking gender. Well, I don't want to do the stupid conservative talking point meme, but like a gender studies degree, and then they can't find jobs. Or he did a fuck ton after he talked to Richard Wolff. Oh, I missed the aftermath of that discussion. I know what you're saying, but that's not what I'm referring to. Oh, I watched a bit of the Richard Wolff debate, but I didn't watch the aftermath of it. So I didn't know that he ranted like really fucking hard about that. That's kind of sad. That's kind of sad, honestly. I could see that happening though. He gets like really reactionary when he gets into those discussions, and if he went like full on reactionary against Richard Wolff, then yeah. If he is a DGGer, he's just trolling. No, that's not a DGGer. His perception is warped by the fact that he specifically seeks out internet crazies to talk to. Well, yeah, but Richard Wolff wasn't like an internet crazy. He was like a renowned academician. Personally, I'm preparing for another wave of absolutely intolerable bullshit from Destiny and DGGers following the Rittenhouse trial over the coming weeks. Oh god. I didn't want to think about that. Oh no. Oh yeah, Cup, you wanted me to scroll up and see your comments. Debate stream poggers. Did I miss Chinchilla again? Yeah, it was earlier, by the way. What was the topic this week? I'll go on one eventually. Oh yeah, we should have you at some time on a topic that concerns you. The topic this time, we had two topics. We had bisexual erasure and gatekeeping on the one hand, and on the other hand, we had the 2021 U.S. elections. His perceptions were, what Kaktofikov just said is exactly what I'm talking about. He does talk to some PhD students or master's people or professors, but they are not representative of normal students / professors. He only talks to insane people and then says, look how pointless a PhD is. Well, true. He farms insane people for content. That's literally his, that's literally a large part of his job, farming insane people for content. And that's what I do here too. Like, I literally farmed this guy in Twitch chat for content for like 20 minutes. At the cost of my sanity. It's the sacrifice I make for you, okay? So yeah, I guess that's what Twitch pundits do. They farm insane people for content. It's content, homie! Sion Fox? Wait, is Sion Fox in stream? Holy shit, I haven't seen them in forever. It's kind of impossible to debate a professor because they generally rant and get mad pretty quickly. Easy content. What's your MMR in AoE4? I don't know. Is there MMR in AoE4? Did they release ranked? The fuck? I wasn't aware of that. Yo! Let's check it out. Man, my MMR in AoE4. We'll see what it is. I said before to Nablus that Destiny gets super reactionary, and when he gets pissed off at something or someone, he just sheds all reason and goes super hard into being super pissed. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that assessment.
Play page.
Like, the average degree holder has a pretty good understanding of what they learn, and they don't hold extreme positions. I wish I could believe the first part of that. Yeah, I guess we all have counterexamples to that, but... Wait, how am I supposed to see my MMR? Oh, you don't have the game, so chicken, do you? There is no MMR. There's no ranked in the game yet. There's no ranked in the game yet. And he used to do that all the time when I still watched, and I've seen clips of him. Yeah. He's sure super reactionary in that sense. No, okay, yeah, that explains that. No rank rip. It'll come out soon, but yeah, there's no rank right now. Like, professors are not used to actual debates, and they are used to discussions, but like online debates are different. And if professors disagree with each other, they usually talk past each other. That's true. But that's true also with Twitch debates. I mean, Twitch debates are shit shows. Like, and I'm not talking about stuff like the Lib Praxis Chinchilla, where where it's a bit more structured and stuff. But Twitch discussions are genuinely usually just shit shows. Like, people just talking past each other constantly. I promise you that he went on the super academia black pill arc, as Nablus put it, after he talked to Wolf. Yeah, I can totally see that happening. And it's kind of like he got black pilled on socialists after talking to the dumb fucking socialists. He got black pilled on like, you can't take Twitch debates as educational. It's purely for entertainment. For the most part, yes. I don't think it always is. I think there are people who genuinely want to make educational content that also is entertaining, and not just entertainment. And I think a lot of people just want to make entertainment. There's a balance in there. I think that, for example, Chinchilla genuinely wants to have like a highbrow, high quality panel podcast in general. That is also entertaining. but he wants it to be a high quality thing. True, people do want to make educational content, but it's not debates. Debates can be educational. I disagree with that. I think that debate bros vastly overstate the importance of debates. I don't think debates are the magical like way to regulate the marketplace of ideas, that like all your debates and stuff matter that much. But like debates are they have their use. I wouldn't say they're useless. I don't think that he doesn't put any stock at all into higher education, but I think that he's not interested in being consistent. When it suits him to criticize academia, he does it. When it suits him to cite studies and research, etc., he does it. Ergo, a reactionary. I think it's also, you have to, if I was going to be very charitable, my most charitable take on that soap would be that Destiny is, rather than being reactionary, he's being performative. He will perform his black pill on academia for like the stream a bit more than his actual stance is, if we want to be charitable about it. But it's also fair to say that in that case he should not be performative. If he actually stood by his belief in the importance of academia and research, then he should not play it up performatively. I would say performative is less charitable than reactionary, personally. I have the opposite opinion. That's interesting, but okay, that's fair enough. They are the most civil panels I've seen on Twitch. Good job, Chinchilla. Yeah, good job, Chinchilla. Reactionary just like a personal failing, but performative is like malice. I don't see performative as malicious. That's the thing. I don't think there's anything malicious in being performative. I'm being performative on stream. I seek to perform an entertaining stream for you. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't feel any moral crisis over being performative, because everything I do on stream is genuine. It starts from something that is genuine within myself, but I add on a lot to it to be performative. I exaggerate my gestures. I exaggerate who I am on stream. I tell stories that I don't really exaggerate. Actually, I've been pretty damn truthful about all my stories, because I just have I think reality is weirder than fiction very often. But yeah, but performative is like willingly hollow. That's one possible definition. I don't ascribe to that definition. For me, performativeness is not hollow. It's just being performative. Yeah, we're just working with different definitions, which is fine. Like I don't hate on like different meanings. Are you going to run for president? Maybe someday in like 10-20 years, probably never. I doubt I could run for president. I technically can run for president because I fucking got this, baby. I'm an American. I'm a red-blooded American. I was born in the US. President of France? No, president of the US. What the fuck? If I ever become president of anywhere, it's the US, dude. It's the fucking United States. Yeah, you can only run for president if you're a natively born citizen, and I am. I am as native as it gets. I popped out of a vagina in Rhode Island. So you're good. Just gotta wait a few years. Yeah, make streams great again. 2056, exactly. Oh yeah, sorry, I missed the big message in Twitch chat. I'm focusing back on Twitch chat. Wolf had the patience of a saint. He absolutely dragged D-Bag to the curb calmly and reasonably, and that fuck had the nerve to try and fucking talk down to the Wolf man, despite having nothing whatsoever to say of any substance. I would have strangled the cunt, TBH. That shit was a shameful travesty that should never have happened in the first place. I don't know if I entirely agree. I'm not like a particularly Wolf fanboy in and of itself, but I did feel like Destiny was very uncharitable towards Wolf. This is a pasta, right? I don't know if it is. I don't know if that's a pasta. I'm not sure if Rhode Island counts as the US. Fuck you. Wolf looked like an idiot. I don't think Wolf looked good in the debate. Yeah. I didn't hate him, but I hated how Destiny was like anti-history and stuff. But Wolf went on like super long tangents that he wasn't able to properly tie back to the subject. He like a lot of it did feel like a professor just randomly rambling, even though if you listen to it charitably, you understood he wasn't making a point. But it was rough. Not yet a pasta, but it should be. It should be a pasta. That was a really good paragraph, Lead Gamer. I love it. Even the top debate bros admit that the vast majority of people don't form opinions based on logical arguments. Absolutely, they don't. They form opinions based on their own experiences, first and foremost. And those experiences inform emotional attachments that you then post hoc rationalize. And that's where the logical arguments come in the post hoc rationalization of your opinions. Well, I think what I do is a bit of an echo chamber, but the reason is because a panel show of 8 people with totally different viewpoints is not workable to come to an understanding. But I have panelists that aren't jerking each other off. Yeah, it's definitely would be interesting to have more more disagreeing perspectives and for debates. It is a bit of a circle jerk for sure, Chinchilla. But I don't know. We sometimes find points of disagreement. Well, especially Elysium and Chow. Comfy SCP, President of France Poggers, the next De Gaulle. God, I'm not a fan of De Gaulle. You realize that De Gaulle presided over the war crimes in Algeria? And like crimes against humanity and stuff. Like De Gaulle gets a good reputation because of his him being really important in for the resistance against the Nazi occupation. But De Gaulle was pretty fucking De Gaulle is pretty fucking reprehensible. Only Wolf looked like an idiot only because he was trying to argue logical with a mindless imbecile. I would have to rewatch the debate, which I don't want to because I feel like I would genuinely lose brain cells from watching it. Neyman had the patience of a saint. He absolutely dragged 6avid to the curb calmly and reasonably, and that fuck had the nerve to try and fucking talk down to the Neymanen, despite having nothing whatsoever to say of any substance. I would have strangled the cunt, TBH. That shit was a shameful travesty that should never have happened in the first place. That's why I should never argue with debate bros. They just drag you down into their bad faith, muck and filth. De Gaulle is famous for saying "Vive Québec libre" in Canada. Yeah, I know. I know about that quote. Stop, so. God damn it. The fucking copy pasta. Whatever you do, Neyman, don't get a domain like neyman.gg when you get big. It will just be memed. N.gg. Oh no. Oh no. N.gg. Oh no. Yeah, I'd like the thing is having your own domain, having your own platform. If you're a big influencer streamer, is actually pretty big. DGGer, VGGer, NGG. Yeah, that's gonna be a bit of a problem. All the French politicians are such memers compared to the English ones. Depends on them. Oh no, yeah. Oh no, this is gonna be a problem. Maybe I should rebrand. Maybe I need to rebrand at some point. I need to see if Oyoyo is available on Twitch. Maybe we just rebrand the entire channel, okay? Anyways. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Destiny is necessarily an extreme debate, bro. I think Destiny has approached a lot of discussions in good faith. And very often he tends to be good faith until the opponent appears to him to be bad faith. But I don't remember enough about the Wolf discussion because I tuned into it halfway through as well, and I only watched like 20 minutes of it. I couldn't stand it, honestly. It was they were like talking past each other, but neither of them seemed bad faith to me as much as both seemed to be unwilling to listen to what the other person was actually saying when I tuned in halfway through. So I don't know how it got to that point, whose fault it was that it got to that point. Yeah, I'm sorry. I would need to like rewatch it, and I'm probably never going to do that because I want to preserve my brain cells. But yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely more left wing than Destiny. Like I politically, I probably would agree way more with Richard Wolff than Destiny. But with the actual optics of the debate, I don't know. With the OTK network, the one with Asmongold, Miskiff, and Esfandanor, they didn't look up acronyms. And it also means over the knee, aka spanky fetish, so they got memed into oblivion. He's just such an enigma, I don't know. The fact that he continues to help Lauren Southern continue her rehabbing operation and shuts down criticism of her makes me believe he hasn't changed at all, past literally person say nice thing good, person say mean thing bad. I haven't seen him shut down criticism of her. I haven't watched him much in recent months. I've only tuned it from time to time. But what I've seen of him was that he appreciates Lauren Southern as a person, and he appreciates having a bridge. He appreciates having a bridge with someone who's right-wing. He bans people who post that video we watched of the breakdown of her boat meme. But that doesn't necessarily mean shutting down criticism. That depends on why he's banning them. Is he banning them because he got spammed that video a million times and told to watch it, and he did watch it, and he already addressed it, and he doesn't want to go over it every single time? Or does he ban them because he never wants to address it, and he wants to pretend that there is no legitimate criticism of Lauren Southern? Take a guess. I assume that the reason you said that is because of the second thing. That he never watched the video, and that he just doesn't want to actually address the problems pointed out in the video. Well, Destiny also debated a guy called Papa Fascist or Booger Nick 3 times. Doesn't mean he's some fascist. Well, no, but he isn't friends with them. He is actually friends with Lauren Southern. And if what Soap is in Streams chat, let me just enable Streams chat again, since I'm chatting a lot with it. If what Soap is saying is true, that Destiny isn't willing to address a breakdown of why Lauren Southern hasn't actually really gone through rehab, why she's rebranded herself, but not legitimately apologized or denounced her previous views, then that's kind of yikes. Can you be friends with conservatives as a SOCDEM? Yeah, of course. You can be friends with people of all sorts of political orientations. But if you're a public figure and people want you to acknowledge the problems with your friends' politics and you ban them, then that's kind of weird. If you claim to be of an opposing political frame. Like, that's weird. You see what I mean? Like, you can still be friends with them and acknowledge that there are problems with their political positions. Those things aren't... I do that all the time. I have friends I disagree with a lot. And I'll get into heated arguments with them, and then we're still friends. It's not a problem. It's how adults operate. Adults don't agree on everything all the time. They don't get into dumb internet discussions and then stop being friends. You know what I mean? No, and I'll not call someone right of libertarian a friend. No, man, fuck that. I'll not call someone right of libertarian a friend. Sure, and you're absolutely entitled to put your own limits, of course. You are absolutely entitled to set your own limits to what type of politics you want to be friends with. But I don't want to be someone tell me that I'm not a good SOCDEM because I'm friends with conservatives. I'll shit on you if you tell me that. But, hey, I'm Papa Mo. Oh shit, I've heard so much about you. I think I've seen you in Chinchilla's chat a few times. Maybe. I don't know, I've seen you around. Your name tells me something, but I don't know where I saw you. Anyways, hey, Papa Mo. Hey, but do you think being expected to constantly criticize your friends' opinions could be draining? Yes, I do. That's why my question to Soap was, is Destiny banning the people linking that video because he already addressed it? He already watched and addressed it and acknowledged that? Or is he banning them because he doesn't want to address it? If it's the first one, then I'm on Destiny's side. He's perfectly entitled to not want to constantly, on call, address the criticism whenever a random person wants him to. You don't get to post a message in someone's Twitch chat. He addressed it and disagreed with it and said it was bullshit, like he always does. Wait, why? Like, what was his arguments? Okay, I need to watch that. All right, let's go see what the fuck Destiny said about it. Let's go see. Destiny reacts to Lauren Southern boat video. Let's see if we can find it like this. I think he addressed it and hand waved it. Oh yeah, that's... Well, then he addressed it at least, but... Yikes. Oh no, there's not going to be like a specific video about it, right? I hope I don't get fact-checked in real time. I'm going off secondhand sources that I trust. I would need to find the exact VOD. There's no... I don't think there's a video for it. Let's search it on YouTube, though. I'm not going to watch the Loner Box debate, though. Streets of Paris, we don't care about that. Bro, you look like the kind of guy that makes bank. Thank you. Now, maybe let's make that a reality. You the guy, man. Thank you, Gobunist. Yo, Gobunist, are you for goblins owning the means of production? There isn't, which is another huge red flag, right? I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. May have something on his Reddit. It would be old then. Like searching his subreddit is a shit show. Keep your enemies closer. Well, it could be a bit of that too. But he seems to consider Lauren Southern a friend from what I've seen. Like I know a lot of the shady stuff happens for different reasons. Like John Zerka wanted to pay Dylan Burns $1,000 to shut up, and I know other shady shit. Yeah, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Like, I remember debating an anarcho-communist, and that ANCOM said if you have a fascist in your family, you shouldn't go to family meetings where the fascist is, and that you should be glad if they Minecraft themselves. Yikes. Jesus Christ. I also think when you develop a sizable set of positions, it's more okay to dismiss offhand criticism of other positions. When you develop a sizable set of positions, it's more okay to dismiss offhand criticism of other positions. I don't know what that means. I would have to ask you to elaborate, Cowherd. I'm not sure what that means. Are you a Marxist or something? I'm not a Marxist the way most people understand Marxism to be. I do believe that there are two Marxists in the world. There are two Marxists. There is Marx, the social scientist, economist, philosopher, who makes mostly descriptive statements and reasonings. And there's Marx, the ideologue. I disagree with Marx, the ideologue. But I have the utmost and absolute respect for Marx, the philosopher, the social scientist, and the economist. I think he is a fundamental, central, important figure in the evolution of all those fields, and his influence perdures until today. Even within capitalist circles, he's influenced every single economist that ever existed. For example, every single sociologist that ever existed. But I'm not a Marxist in the sense that I'm not, I am not communist. I am a SOCDEM. I'm social democrat. Like, because he has a track record of disagreeing with Southern, it makes sense that he wouldn't address every criticism. Well, yeah, but it depends how he's dismissive. Because I've watched that video that Soap is referring to, and the video Soap is referring to is a really, really good takedown of her rebranding. It's a really, really, really good takedown of her rebranding that properly explains why she doesn't deserve the charitability. Not that she doesn't deserve charitability, but all right. Oh yeah, Lauren Southern and the boats from Loner Box. Oh, so it is. Oh, so it is Loner Box's video from 1 month ago. But the Lauren Southern Sorry, But Lawrence Southern... Okay, so Lawrence Southern debates Loner Box on Lawrence Southern and the boats. Okay, so he did watch the debate over the video. Huh. It's 1 hour and 20 minutes. Jesus Christ. I guess we are gonna have to go through it at some point, but... Did Destiny ever beat Stellaris, the Fields he'll never play again? Good. Marx the dumbfucks, or a Marxist named Neyman? Ancoms sound way dumber than ANCAPs. It's an interesting philosophy. It's ideology. It's something. It only makes sense because you're Jewish. You're the only group of people who can both be making bank and also talk about economically left politics for real. That's not true. Like it is fair to point out that economically left politics, a lot of people who are very, very privileged are pro-economically left politics, though class consciousness is absolutely a thing, and it does tend to rear its ugly head when push comes to shove. That being said, I'm not Jewish. I have Jewish origins, but I'm not Jewish. I don't practice Judaism. I've never been to a synagogue. Well, I've been like once to a synagogue, like as a tourist. I have Jewish origins. That's as far as I will go. When people actually knew what fascism was, death to fascists was an entirely uncontroversial injunction, to be frank. Absolutely. Feels weird, man. Why not? Wait, what do you mean? Why not what, So Chicken? Why am I not Jewish? Because I don't practice Judaism. What do you mean? I'm not religious. Nah, fam, you look like the type to pull out a Kabbalah script roll. I know I got that Jewish look, okay? I know I got the fucking Jewish... Okay, am I allowed to say that on Twitch? I'm allowed, because I'm like Jewish origin, right? I know I got that Jewish nose. Half of my family died in the Holocaust. So like it's the Jewfro. Yeah, I guess the Jewfro as well. So yeah. It is what it is. The glasses too, man. Yo, don't talk shit about my glasses. My glasses are dank. I like how they look. I like my glasses, okay? The only thing that would make them better if they were the small round glasses, the full-on commie glasses, based communist secular Jew name. Yeah, let's go with that. I just ranted to say I wasn't communist, but let's go with that. Maybe, but it's hard to look at someone who has heavily moderated their content on their only public platform and then say, oh, but they don't necessarily actually believe that, and they say that we should all agree she's just as bad as before. Yeah, what the Cocktovercup said. Like, I have trouble being charitable to Destiny on this, but I would need to, like, I would need to look through this video, I guess, to get an idea of where he stands on this, which we can kind of do. We fuck it, like, we're in stream the politics section, we can do this. Let me change the title. Reviewing Destiny on Lauren Southern. I retired from my crypto job today. Oh, shit. I see
I could
you
masturbate, and I could be in pain and like breathing, like spitting my lungs out.
Thanks for the follow, Gobinist. Let's bring the means of production back to the goblins. I was gonna say like gobinists or goblins. I don't know what I was gonna say. My mouth just fucking tied up itself. React streamer now. Yeah, we're React streamer now. Yeah.
Hello,
God, I haven't
hello.
watched Destiny content like this in years.
Hey, how's it going? All right, do you have video or are you just voice? I can't tell.
I do have video, but it's too late. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. How's it going? You're live, by the way.
Yeah, oh my God. Yeah, I'm very well. Thanks. How are you?
I'm good. I've only watched the first half of your video, by the way. I still have to watch the second half, so if I don't know all the points you've made, that's why I will get around to it. But
oh no, she hasn't actually watched the video.
Oh no, what's that one about?
The 10 tons of HIV.
Oh, the 10 tons of HIV. Okay, well, I will watch the whole thing. But what did you think about my commentary on the first half? What are your thoughts on that?
I only caught the last few minutes. I was in like another.
Watch this video first. I don't want to watch an hour video, but shit that happened 6 years ago. I don't care. But I'm assuming it was a decent enough put together. Seems like most people said it was pretty good.
Okay, so he didn't watch it. He did not watch the Loner Box video. Okay, so the state of affairs is he did not watch the Loner Box video, but he chose to watch the Lawrence Southern versus Loner Box discussion instead. Are you sure you don't want to watch Irrelevance react to Destiny's react instead? Yeah, I know this is literally Irrelevance Twitch career. What I'm doing right now is literally Irrelevance Twitch career. Playing a fucking hour-and-a-half long debate and commenting all the way throughout it, reacting to it. And now I'm doing it. And like normally I would skip the Destiny layer. I would go if I was interested in this, I would go straight to the Loner Box Lawrence Southern discussion video and just watch that. That's what I would normally do. I'm specifically watching this because we were discussing this talking about Destiny's opinion on this. We somehow got into that specific topic. I somehow got into that specific topic with someone in chat. So that's why we're looking at Destiny's reaction to this debate, because we actually care about his reaction relative to the subject we're talking about. I'm sorry. All right, let's go.
Okay, no
yeah,
worries.
I was like, I only asked to call because you skipped over the bit where I said that the lead up to the interview.
Yeah, someone asked me to go back, and I did.
Obviously, I saw that you interviewed. I put that in my video. I show you interviewing panels.
Yeah. So like, what did you think went on there? Like, what did you think was happening? Did you think we were like,
I just like
faking it all?
well, no, my sister is a journalist. I know that people do film stuff after the fact. I just thought the whole like the evidence board and the like the shipping app stuff. And like the porn acting. I just thought that was kind of funny, you know.
But like, you introduced it as Lawrence Southern is a lying fuck fake journalist.
Well, what I thought with that
when you
was
just said
because,
you know your sister does this and people set up shots.
Well, they don't build fake evidence boards like 3 weeks later. That's something I think that's maybe limited to the alternative media.
It wasn't a fake evidence board though. It was just an evidence board that was on the wall that we actually did end up using. It was a bit of a prop for sure, but it wasn't like fake.
Okay, I'll take your word. So about Panos' lawyer.
Yep.
Saying the phrase "we were laundering it."
Okay. I must say, Loner Box is already not looking a bit sus. Hey, nice ferret pyramid, Cup. It's a bit sus, but he acknowledges. Okay, he acknowledged but it's like a bit weird to do the whole meme shtick on the props and recording stuff afterwards, rather than like that was such a big bit in his video. And now he's like walked it back entirely in the span of like 30 seconds. Like, oh no, I actually know that's bullshit. That's not a good look. That's not a good fucking look.
Yep.
You have the full footage.
But sure.
I can get it. Yeah, it's all on hard drives. There'd be hard drives in London, not here. Since
I'm just very intrigued about the idea of a lawyer who would like admit that.
Well, he didn't know it. He had no idea he was being recorded, obviously.
Yeah, but even just speaking to a total stranger as a lawyer, like,
well,
the lawyer admitted what? Fuck, dude, her music is so loud.
He hasn't.
Of course.
You dumb fuck Destiny. You haven't watched the original video. You don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So what they're talking about here is that Lawrence Southern in her documentary, she supposedly had proof of the lawyer of a specific like migrant help or organization having ties to human trafficking and fund embezzlement and money laundering. So that's what they're talking about right now. That she supposedly had his lawyer on record admitting to embezzlement and stuff like that, which is insane. It's insane, and it's insane that it's not like published. And Destiny has no fucking clue what they're talking about. God, I fucking hate Destiny sometimes.
There was and I won't lie about this, there's obviously with journalism, and this has happened to me the other way around, where I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I thought this person was actually sympathetic to me. There's a degree of, you have to be like, yes, I'm super sympathetic, otherwise people won't be honest, unfortunately.
Yeah, so what I was thinking with, so is there more clarification off that recording? Because the two big things I felt that were very missing from that interview with the lawyer was no clarifying question. So him following up saying we were laundering it. We don't know if that's him describing the charges, right? Or actually saying.
You know what? I'm gonna ask I do not have it on my computer here. The hard drives with all of that footage on it. When we were traveling, so we went to Turkey where we had all of our stuff confiscated. That was after our trip to Greece. We were literally mailing hard drives back to London where my editors were throughout our trip. I didn't take any of them home. I was sent edited copies of the film, full transcripts, and usually we would do like, you know how when you open Discord you can do a screen share with editing and watching and cutting, we do that. So I don't own all of the footage on my own hard drive. I have obviously all the final copies, but I can absolutely request and source that if you want more context.
Yeah,
so it'll probably take a minute, but I'm happy to do that.
Would you date Lauren Southern if she wasn't racist? Probably, yeah. I mean, she's cute. There would be other issues, maybe. It depends. It depends on. You know, if we would be attracted to each other. Would she be attracted to me? I think she's attractive as a woman, but that's not enough to make a relationship. That's not enough to make a relationship, Makino. Obviously, you have to take her word for it. Yeah. Pepela, D is just as awful as far as I can tell. She's like double your age. No, she isn't. No! Dude, I'm 32, dude. She's not double my age. She's younger than me. She's fucking younger than me. She's younger than me by 6 years. And you say she's double my age. What age did you think I was, so chicken? Also, she would never be able to date me, dude. I have too much of a Jewish nose. Obviously, a simp edited the wiki. Yeah. Would you date me if I was a racist? No. I don't think I could date a racist person. I miss you, Kartoffel. We all miss Kartoffel when he isn't here. I have a controversial politics meme for you to react to when you're done with Lauren Southern. All right, I'll queue it up so I don't forget about it. Leftist debunks John Oliver's Venezuela episode. Oh my, I need to verify my age. I haven't verified my age on YouTube yet. I'll keep it open and do it like for tomorrow's stream or something. But I need to like verify my age on YouTube. I haven't done it yet. I've been lazy about it. I'm sorry.
Did you edit that?
Yeah, I was part of the editing for sure.
Well,
And it's been like 3 years.
Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna try to put you on the spot or anything.
No, like I'm happy to actually source it because I know for a fact we wouldn't misportray it.
Verify age doesn't verify it in front of chat. To verify my age on YouTube, I need to send a scan of my passport, of my ID. I'm not gonna show. I'm not gonna do it now. I'm literally not gonna do it now. I don't want to do it. It's gonna interrupt the stream for like 5 minutes. It's gonna be boring, and more importantly, too young for a passport. I literally showed my passport on stream. Here, you go. My American passport. Boom. And more importantly than that, open it how I'm not gonna open it. That's the thing. Like either I do it with the stream hidden. Either I do it with the stream hidden and it's gonna be a shitty stream experience for you and me, or I do it with stream open and I fucking dox my passport number and all my ID stuff, which I'm not gonna do. God. Name is 17 confirmed, yes.
Anything to that degree, especially.
Yeah, because in the video,
I vote shitty stream experience.
Question, because again,
No.
that is one thing I know that journalists are supposed to do.
You're still getting a shitty stream experience, but you're getting the Destiny reacts to Lauren Southern debates Loner Box shitty stream experience with me reacting on top. That's what you're getting. Take it or leave it.
It's Panos, the clarifying question. He asks, can I just clarify, you categorically deny the charges? He has to make him say it twice with the question preceding it. Whereas all I hear is, I think it's Kaylin's voice going, what? As in like just making up, like almost just a grunt. So that's not, there is no clarifying question, and we don't know the lawyer's name.
Yeah, so
Okay,
George was talking to him off to the side. But yeah, I can go and grab the full footage because I have no doubt in my mind that that is exactly what he said. And you know what? Did you end up going over the Ariel Ricker footage as well in your film, in your little video?
No, I think Jose, the YouTuber, had already covered that to kind of an extent, and it kind of was relevant to NGOs, but this was, most of my data was specifically NGOs in the central Mediterranean.
Okay, yeah, because it's no secret that like these NGOs are often partaking in sketchy activities, especially after talking to Ariel Ricker. She was like, yeah, absolutely. We have people that, go and take jet skis across the water. We call them angels, and they grab people and bring them over. We absolutely are training people how to get refugee status, pretending they're Christian and persecuted, because as you know, you even mentioned it in your video, Turkey is a refugee-safe country.
Yeah, I'm very curious, what country in particular are Christians getting persecuted in that Muslims aren't?
Well, Turkey is majority Islamic, so that's what the claim would be coming from, because it's really difficult, obviously. When I was in Lesbos, there's a place called the
Christian persecution Turkey. I don't know what the extent of this is.
Oh shit, Destiny fact checking.
BBC reported in 2014 that Turkey's Christian population had declined from 20% to 0.2% since 1914. I'm pretty sure Turkey did some fucked up bad shit a long time ago. I don't know how current it is. The U.S. Commissions on International Religious Freedom designated Turkey as a country of particular concern for religious freedom, noting systematic limitations on the freedoms of religion or belief.
When am I debating Destiny? Not for now. It's Magic Turtle. How much did he lose on Squid Game token? From what I know about Magic Turtle, he's too smart to invest in such an obvious shitcoin. Like Magic Turtle likes crypto, but he wouldn't do that. I would be really surprised if he made such a mistake. No persecution of Muslims in Turkey, by the way, Pepe. I don't know enough about religious persecution in Turkey to address this specific question. There was a semi-genocide of Greeks from Turkey and Turks from Greece like 50 years ago, I believe. And yeah, Squid was a dumb meme coin, lol. Yeah, it was such an obvious shit coin. People just jealous of my 200 times gains, yeah.
Yard. And we put footage of it. It's just like hundreds, thousands of life jackets in a pile from people who have just landed on the shore. And in it, you can find people's documents, like parts of burned or thrown away. And typically that's because they've been told by traffickers or by NGOs.
Okay, so I honestly think Lauren's take of like training people on how to get refugee status being a bad thing is dumb. I'm sorry, not sorry. If people are lost in a foreign country seeking refugee status, fuck yeah, the NGOs should train them on how to get refugee status more easily. Of course they should. It's like, why shouldn't they? Why shouldn't they help them know what will help them get refugee status better? What not to say, what to say. What paperwork to file? She's making it sound like they're training them to lie. Like, completely misconstruing the fact that most of this is like how to file paperwork in a foreign language. How the fuck are you supposed to file paperwork in a foreign language with foreign systems that you don't know anything about? You get help from an NGO. That's literally how it works. This is so disingenuous from Lauren Southern. Google Translate, yeah. Interesting, almost like she's totally dishonest in all of her dealings. And like, even if they train people to lie, I'm gonna actually go there. It's okay. If you're training refugees to lie, to be more, so they are more likely to get refugee status, good for you. Because those people, whatever their reasons are, even if they're not reasons that fit the political asylum rules, they had good reason to leave their country. No one fucking leaves their country behind, abandoning everything they've known and loved, without good reason. Now, it might still be a mistake. It might be wrong of them to be here. It might be hard for the hosting countries to host them properly, to give them proper quality of life. All those things may be true, but if they've gone through all this pain and suffering to get here, I mean, that's all the proof you need that they really needed to be here, or that they felt the need to be here. Now, if you really want to invalidate that, that's on you. I'm gonna validate their experience 100%. And if they need to do a bit of white line to get there, good on them. Do it.
You can't have your documentation on you because you can be deported if you have your passport and you've come from like a non-refugee country. Or if you've already got refugee status, obviously you're going to be sent back because it's like, no, you can't country shop. You've already been given safe asylum. What I'm saying is we found like refugee papers for Turkey in this pile.
Yeah, so what I'm asking about is the thing with the Christians thing, because like I know, well, the main refugee countries, I suppose, where there's like Christians being persecuted would be Nigeria, right? Because of Boko Haram. That's like the main country where like a persecuted Christian under a Muslim regime would come from. But then I don't know why you would have to say you're Christian to prove you're persecuted, because Muslims get persecuted by Boko Haram as well.
Well, no, this is in Turkey. They're claiming in Turkey I face persecution for whatever reason. So this is people coming from Turkey. So they're not necessarily saying it's going to stick, but your chances of getting a refugee status after traveling through Turkey. Well, the claim could be like, as a persecuted Christian from X country, I don't feel safe in a majority Muslim country again. I need to come to Europe.
You don't actually need to prove that you don't need to stay in the first safe country you arrive in, though. That's not the law.
So you can country shop? Is that like, can you cite where that comes from?
So you can country shop. Listen to how she frames it. She's supposed to be reformed. Listen to how she frames the question. You can country shop. She's making it sound like people who've displaced themselves over hundreds, thousands of kilometers, who fled war-torn countries or famine or whatever the fuck, they're country shopping. They're like, okay, I'll take this country. It has a better employment rate. Oh no. This country has better social security. I'll take this one. No. No, Lauren, that's not. That's come on. With the Syrian crisis, there are a bunch of northern Iraqi that came to the Netherlands, but usually the research goes pretty deep in trying to find out if they lie, like if they identify specific accents, check their former address and shit. Interesting. Both Destiny and Lonerbox address that, if I remember correctly. Well, we're gonna see it. I would country shop to live in Sweden. Yeah.
Quick. Do you have to stay in first country as refugee? To avoid abuses, European law, the Dublin regulation, requires that asylum seekers have their asylum claim registered in the first country they arrive in, and that the decision of the first EU country they apply in is the final decision in all EU countries. So this is saying that asylum seekers have their asylum claim registered there, but do they have to stay there? Do refugees have to stay in the first country they reach? What website is this? Hold on. Full fact. Fights bad information with team independent fact checker. The UN Refugee Convention does not make this requirement of refugees, and UK case law supports this interpretation. Refugees can legitimately make a claim for asylum in the UK after passing through other safe countries. Being recognized refugee gives you the right to not be returned to the country you fled, as well as a minimum standard of rights of freedom in a safe country. Asylum seekers who need the right to seek asylum from.
It's in general pretty impressive if you lie your way into a country. Yeah.
Had their application processed, they may receive permission to stay as refugee
for sure.
Years. That's for the UK. There's no obligation for refugees to claim on the first safe country they reach. This evidence is wrong to claim that under the Geneva Convention, refugees should seek refuge in the first safe country.
If we yeah, I like RTBA in DGG chat here. If we watched the video before the convo, we would know this part. Just saying, like, fucking hell, Destiny. Watch the fucking video. You have no fucking clue what they're talking about. I mean, I guess you could Google it in 5 seconds, but like literally, this is something Lonerbox already addresses in this video. Like, I'm gonna skip Destiny's research because, like, yes, what Lonerbox said is true.
Close. If you were like Bulgaria or Greece or whatever, and you if you were like Bulgaria and Greece, and this was like the agreement, you would get fucked every time there was like a refugee crisis because you'd be forced to take on every single person of like the first person that got there or the first stop. Yeah.
I'm just.
Can you read?
This is what I was referring to.
Be like, yeah, shit. What? We're the first stop. Yeah.
I'm just saying well, it's the United Nations
Was that her? Oh.
Convention on Refugees.
Can you read that? Like, I'd be curious.
Yeah, I'll show. Okay, there's a common misconception. I'll find it. Was it article?
You don't understand. This Tiny changed in 2021. He assumes everything, then fact checks later to see if he's right.
30. My notes for this are fucking enormous.
One of my favorite things about having more casual conversations with people is that we can just like, okay, well, let's just stop and Google this real quick. Let's like stop and look at it. Like, because it would be so nice to resolve this on the spot. Because I just Googled this, it took me like 2 minutes, right? And then if they want to find something different, then they can. It would be so nice to just like resolve these issues on the spot instead of like, oh, well, I'll look it up in the future, because that's never gonna happen, right?
But all of the
yeah, that is pretty cool.
I've gone to the European Union a couple times and
I agree with Destiny on that.
Policymakers on this, and that was one of the #1 contentions that was always spoken about by policymakers.
Yeah,
was the problem of country shopping.
So
yeah, problem of country shopping. Is that really a problem though? My imagination would be is that you probably can apply to a ton of countries and then they choose whether or not they want to accept you, right? It wouldn't just be the first place that you end up at, right? That seems like it would cause all sorts of horrible incentives. Imagine too if it was the first place you wound up at. How many people would try to be illegally sneaking through all those other like shittier countries? No offense to the southeast, right? Like,
in Europe, there is the Dublin regulation, which says you don't have to stay in the first safe country, but
I love how she says, can you show me that? I'd be curious. And then when she has spent years dealing with this shit and should know the most basic elements, yeah.
And even the thing within Europe, you could say the United Nations still has a problem with that because
she's literally claimed the contrary for so long.
You're just putting a very arbitrary burden on whichever country is next door, right? Like the fact that if the nearest safe country is a country of like 5 million people and they're massively in debt, then it would make sense as an international community to allow people there to move onwards. So that's why the idea of safe third countries. I mentioned this in the video as well, but there's also yeah. So that's the thing. I'm trying to find this fucking where is it?
Because obviously that really does. That's one thing that I spoke to a lot of migrants about when I was on the ground. They were like, man, we really, and we didn't film all of it because obviously a ton of migrants told us like, no, we're not comfortable being on footage. We don't want to be filmed. We respected that. We really made sure we only filmed people, especially if they were migrating and potentially, escaping a violent regime. In some cases, because I do believe genuine refugees exist within that. Well, I think the majority are typically just migrating for economic reasons. And when we're
also look at the use of her word legitimate. Migrating for economic reasons is not legitimate in her mind. Sure, it's different than political migration, than asylum migration, but why is it not legitimate? Why is it not legitimate in a globalized world, in a globalized economy, to migrate for economic reasons? Why? Why that qualifier?
That didn't necessarily want to be filmed. They were quite often telling us like, man, like, yeah, we were really screwed over being told we could actually get refugee status in these countries. We were really screwed over being given this false information that we were going to be given somewhere to live, be given asylum, because we're being told we're illegal migrants, especially because the traffickers will tell them to destroy their passports, so they actually have no way to even apply. And to be fair to the governments, how are you supposed to give refugee status to someone who has no ability, isn't from a refugee, designated country has no ability to prove who they are and has zero ability to prove what their background is or even their
Yeah.
identity.
Okay. So I covered that as well. Like there are supposed to be international laws around assisting people who don't have documents, because there can actually be a few reasons. Like some of it can be you can be from a country that is absolutely riddled with human rights abuses, but you can be going to a country like Italy where they consider Libya a safe country, which it absolutely isn't. So yeah, like you can have, but again, like that's just more of like kind of separate issue. I can send you that law of, but yeah, that is like something that I covered a little bit as well. But I send you the link there.
He does cover it in the video.
UN law is,
I've watched the video.
States shall not impose penalties on account of their illegal entry or presence on refugees who are coming directly from a territory where their life or freedom was threatened. So that's why the term coming directly gets misconstrued, but then there are separate UN articles where they explain that coming directly is based on whether or not they claimed asylum and got settled. So if they claimed asylum and got settled in Turkey and then destroyed that and tried to go somewhere else, that would be a crime.
Okay,
that
so
would be,
yeah.
If they just got to Turkey and then decided to move afterwards before claiming asylum, that's fine.
Okay, so I see what you mean there, and that actually tends to be a big problem is they won't actually apply, not as in they won't apply, they'll try, but they won't have the actual background to be able to get refugee status in a country because they don't have a genuine claim to it. So then they'll try to country shop and see which country will let them claim it because they don't actually have a claim. And that's
of course.
the problem there.
Of course they're gonna, if one country refuses them, they're gonna try the other countries. What the fuck do you expect them to do? Pack up and leave and give up? What's they're stuck here?
Which is a big question I wanted to ask you. Do you see a difference between migrants and refugees, and do you think that difference is important?
Yeah, I mentioned that as well. Yeah, don't worry.
Sorry, yeah.
I just thought, so for the, you'll probably notice, I feel like I'm just repeating my own script. You'll probably notice that I used migrant and refugee kind of interchangeably in that video.
Yeah,
because
that's
kind of, it's a pet peeve of mine as well, and it's because that's what they are at sea. You don't know. NGOs can't assess someone's legal status. Even Mare Nostrum didn't have the power to assess legal status of someone they rescued. They take them to the country, whichever they're registered to, or just whichever country respects the dignity of those saved. And then the country decides whether or not they're a refugee or a migrant. So that's why you can't really call them either. Which
so
is
why do you use refugee then? When you,
I use migrant
it's
as well.
It's a bit biased.
No, I've used both because it's both. I don't think there's ever been a boat that had 100% no refugees. I don't think I've seen that anywhere.
I don't know, because there would be a lot. I mean, any boat with the majority North Africans, which we've seen, absolutely would be people that would not have a lot, anyways, would not have legitimate claim.
Yeah, well, again, the point is here is that we're talking about what happens at sea, and the idea is at sea. How do you find out? You don't send them back. You find out by processing them in a country where they can be processed. And North African countries,
how do you process
again,
people who are destroying their identification and lying?
There are processes to that. Like it does take a long time, but there are ways around that. Like I mean, this is like there are UN articles about this and what you're supposed to do.
But can you see that people are deliberately doing this to make it difficult to ascertain who they are, perhaps because they don't actually fit into refugee status?
Of course I can, and that's why it's a crime. It's a crime if you're found out doing that, or if like you go through it, because these vetting processes are pretty like interrogatory, aren't they? Like they grill them pretty hard to find these things out. And most refugees, like they come on their own because it's very dangerous to come with your family across the Mediterranean. They come on their own, and then you have to find out who their family is.
Is this Stellaris? Yeah, this is Stellaris.
Who they are? Then
why are you reacting to your reaction of a debate? Okay, I was looking for Destiny's opinion. Yeah, he's playing this Stellaris. I was looking for Destiny's opinion on the Loner Box video. Because someone in the other chat that I'm not showing on screen right now, because most people there aren't actually like watching me. I'm also like embedded on another site with an online community, and so, someone there, Soap, was telling me that Destiny watched the Foot That Face on. No, you're not just someone. You're Soap. Okay, chill. I'm talking to someone who doesn't know you, who doesn't know your greatness. Same lighting, Pepe laugh. True. Actually, same lighting. Fucking gamer lights. Tell them it's insults.gg. No, it's not. So I want to see, because basically Destiny was being accused of being too lenient on Lauren Southern. If can I paraphrase? Can I paraphrase it that way, Soap, to put it simply? That you think Destiny is too lenient on Lauren Southern and is like protecting her from criticism, even though the criticism is legitimate. So I was looking for a video of Destiny watching the Loner Box takedown of Lauren Southern. Destiny did not watch it. I'm pretty sure he'll never watch it at this point, because he watched the Loner Box and Lauren Southern discussion, which he's watching here. So I'm watching this in order to get a feel for what Destiny's opinion on the whole thing is. I'm not sure if he's doing it that maliciously, like protecting her per se, but yeah, that's fine. Okay. Not malicious then. Destiny's just simping. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe he just isn't. Like, I want to see what his actual take is going to be on this. So that's why I'm reacting to a reaction of a debate. I'm and also, to be fair, Destiny isn't really reacting to this. He's fucking playing Stellaris. He isn't saying anything. He's just Googling a thing every 2 minutes because he hasn't fucking watched the video that they're talking about, which is mildly infuriating. So I'm just going through this. Also, I'm also interested in Loner Box's and Lauren Southern's interaction because I watched the original video, and I'm interested in seeing how she addresses the criticism that was levied at her. She brought up some interesting stuff, like the fact that her staging the journalist, the shots of the journalist stuff was normal practice. So, okay, like Loner Box actually conceded that right away. So that was kind of disingenuous of Loner Box in his takedown video. That was interesting to see. But on the other hand, she doesn't really have, in my opinion, proper responses to the other criticism. And that's why we're listening to all of it. I want to hear her address everything Loner Box has to say. And that's not about Destiny. That's just between the two of them. I want to hear it now at this point.
In a gray zone, and that can become quite difficult for all parties, which is why I think that's like a problem with the smuggling business, which is why I think you agree with me that Mare Nostrum should come back, because smugglers should not be doing this. I think rescue missions are fine. It turns out that there was actually something in the BBC just yesterday that
my armchair psych take about him: he's so drained and tired from the socialists on Twitter hellscape that he's looking to stop constantly being assaulted from all sides, and he sees someone like Lauren Southern who is both constantly being assaulted from the same people and willing to reach out to him, and so he empathizes with her and wants to help her. They have kinship, I guess. That's my cringe armchair psych take. Sure, I think that's fair. You should 19 viewers, Neyman is a big time streamer now. 19 viewers is not big time, okay? And I also have one Facebook viewer. You should watch Irrelevant's reaction to Destiny's reaction of the debate so that I can react to it. Like, if you actually were streaming, I would believe that too. That you would like then react to it. Frank Baker, the lad. It's either Frank or it could be Kyle Braxton. Kyle Braxton tuned in earlier, so it absolutely could be him. So I don't know. I think Destiny is just a coomer, and that's why he cares about Lauren Southern. Or I don't know. Maybe that's what someone else was saying earlier. $19 viewers puts you in the top 30% of Twitch streamers. I actually thought that put me even higher. They both have such Giga Chad names, true. Frank Baker and Kyle Braxton both sound like the high school quarterback who slept with your girlfriend. You guys hearing that? That's totally true too. That's what watching my stream does for you, okay? It makes you be the quarterback who slept with your girlfriend in high school. I was napping for a bit and heard the name yelling at us in the distance. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for waking you up. I'm sorry. More than 3 viewers is the top 50%, Bog. Yeah. Totally not a real life experience, huh? Never happened to me, huh? Yeah, never happened, huh? Fuck, chat is blue now. I don't know what to do about streams chat, honestly. Well, I actually do know what to do. There's a script I need to run that will copy streams chat messages that tag me into Twitch chat. That's what I'm gonna set up. I think I'll maybe I should set it up tomorrow, actually. Like I should do a cooter stream tomorrow. That'll be an excuse to put on my my skirt and stuff. All right, let's do that. Let's do a cooter stream tomorrow. A cross-dressing cooter stream, and I'll set up the streams into Twitch chat script thing. Do you not have streams chat docked in OBS? I do. I just turn it off when no one's talking to me in streams chat because it's a bit weird. Show socks. I can show you what socks I wear with my skirt. It's a bit weird to have the streams chat showing up in on my stream if no one's interacting with me. If like you guys are watching, I don't know, Lord of the Rings or some shit, and it's like it's not normal. It's weird for me to have that embedded in my stream. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, Nept is the one who actually gave linked. He actually sent me a script to do exactly that. Gehyun. That's what I was gonna implement. These are my socks. Look at those beautiful pastel trans rights colors. Comfy socks. Is it cross-dressing there though? I'll call it cross-dressing. Yeah, I got like 100 euro YouTube chat. I haven't gotten around to get that chat in my stream. Nice. True, Make, you should petition to have someone in the community to make a rewrite of chat stream to only show mentions instead of all the messages. I was thinking of doing that, actually. I actually was thinking of doing a rewrite of chat stream. Well, not a rewrite, but I was thinking of doing something with chat streams to only show mentions instead of messages. Absolutely. That's the other thing I was thinking of. But someone, Nept gave me, Nept wrote a script for me that would allow me to bot a Twitch account to post into my Twitch chat every message from streams that tags me. So that would be like the best of both worlds. Also, Hans saw you in a Prime K stream. He hallucinated. I didn't want to like get into that discussion, but he never saw me in a Prime K stream. I'm just so beautiful and recognizable. He thought he did. I've never been on Prime Ks, not a single time. Literally impossible. You are in Prime stream, pause champ? No, I just said I wasn't. Let's go. Let's keep watching. Also unrelated, but have you checked out the Elden Ring gameplay preview? I saw the leak a couple weeks ago, but I haven't seen the preview.
There are people crossing on dinghies like that. They just buy them and then go themselves because they can't find smugglers. So like, yeah, that's what the rescue missions are for. Is for people who are going to come regardless of what's happening. But
can't remember if you are avoiding all Elden Ring stuff or is that someone else? I'm not avoiding it. I've never played like a Souls-like game really, so I'm not like a big fanboy or whatever. But I don't know. It looks cool. Maybe I'll play it.
But yeah, absolutely. Like smugglers, like getting people to destroy their documents is insane. Like they shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, and to me, like, is obviously, and this is something that people really misunderstand. And I think I don't agree with how you portrayed it. You were kind of like, yeah, Lauren thinks it's based and awesome that people just shut down missions to help people. Like, of course, I don't want people drowning, and that's why I personally support the Australian system, which has led to 0 people drowning. But that doesn't work if you just get rid of the NGOs. You actually have to close the borders as well, because you still got to draw. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so Italy tried to do something very similar to this. What they did was do you know the memorandum that they did with Libya? The Coast Guard?
Explain it.
So Salvini signed, I think it was...
What if you want open borders? Obviously she wants closed borders, but what if you want open borders? What the fuck? Look, if Name wants to be in a Prime K stream, I'm the person who pulls people in the conversation, but Name doesn't want... I want to be on a Prime K stream. I'm just never fucking up when Prime streams. Actually, Prime is streaming right now. Obama and gentrification, all black everything. Okay, fuck. All black everything, I can't join that. I'm not black. This is the wrong day to... Does any country want fully open borders? Does any country want fully closed borders? Neither of those statements are true. But Lauren Southern just qualified her assertion that the Australian system works by talking about... Yeah, I'm not going on this panel. Do you have a legit opportunity to get on the stream? Yeah, absolutely. If so, it would be worth it to stay up and get on. Yeah, I know it would. I need to do that. North Korea, checkmate. Oh yeah, I guess North Korea has truly closed borders. No, but that's not what you're talking about. No, okay, maybe I misspoke, Magic Turtle. I don't know what I exactly said, but that is what I was trying to talk about. I was referring to what Lauren Southern just said, basically. She said that the Australian system works in not having people drown at sea. It works without having any NGOs help people get to the country, and it works with fully closed borders. Where the Navy, like, I don't know what the Australian system is. Let's Google it. Australian immigration Navy system. I'm assuming like the Navy's implied in it. Offshore handling of refugees. That's the one. That's what I was looking for. European conservatives' go-to model for ending illegal immigration doesn't look so solid anymore. For the first time in decades, a court in Australia has freed an inmate from the Pacific nation's zero-tolerance immigrant detention system, calling into question the legal foundation of how it handles asylum seekers. European migration hawks have long eyed Australia's approach because it worked. Though decried by human rights advocates, the system's supporters note that Australia has had next to no illegal sea arrivals since 2013. Instead, migrants intercepted at sea have often been diverted to processing camps on the Pacific islands of Manus and Nauru, stranding them there with no guarantee of release. Holy, that's fucking brutal. What the fuck? A lawsuit filed by Ahmed Mahmoud, a 29-year-old Syrian national, calls that system into question. A former legal resident of Australia who had lost his visa after an assault conviction in 2011, Mahmoud was freed from the system after nearly 6 years, after a court ruled that his long-term detention was illegal. He had bounced between 11 different detention centers, including Christmas Island, halfway between Australia and Indonesia in the Indian Ocean. When you say fully closed borders, I assume you mean no immigration path. Yeah, exactly. Like, we're talking like the Australian system. Just Guantanamo anyone who comes seeking immigration for it. Literally, that's literally Lawrence Southern State position on immigration. Just Guantanamo everyone who comes seeking immigration. Jesus Christ, that's brutal. Does she realize how fucking brutal that is? Jesus Christ. Opponents of Australia's system say Mahmoud's case sets a precedent with important implications for how long Australia can keep asylum seekers in detention. Yeah, 6 years! 6 years?! That's insane! Yes, to be fair, you're actually correct, and the immigration between North Korea and China is a legit thing, but it's pretty much illegal, or the woman gets sold off to rich Chinese dudes. Or not even that rich. Damn. Any time that the court expresses limitations on the government's power to detain people is so important, said David Burke, legal director for the Human Rights Law Center. The case, he added, was effectively a clarification of the limits of when the government can do that. The case was decided in September. The Australian government is currently appealing the ruling. The ruling is restricted to Australia, but critics of the country's immigration policy say they hope it will cause Europeans looking to the country to reconsider. The idea of stopping immigration by outsourcing responsibility to other countries has been gathering steam on the continent. In a December 2016 interview with Politico, Australian Chancellor Sebastian Kurz, then Foreign Minister, endorsed the Australian approach and called for the EU to impose a similar system. In the UK, Home Secretary Priti Patel had also advocated for an Australia-style system that included offshoring illegal refugee arrivals to Britain. I guess you might have meant unofficial illegal immigration. Yeah, it's got to do with illegal immigration, yeah. And yeah, China also hires cheap labor from North Korea, absolutely. Well, so do Western countries. Western countries outsource a lot of labor to North Korea, by the way. Specifically, the one I know about is animation firms. A lot of animation, like anime and cartoons, are actually, the panels are actually drawn in North Korea, by the way. Don't know if you guys knew that. Priti Patel is Indian. Well, I just thought it was cute that her first name, you say Priti, which Preeti probably, but you can say Priti. The streamer tint meme is true overall. Yeah. The streamer tint meme. Fuck, yeah, the fucking gamer lights, dude. I know. All the squid stuff is outsourced. The thing is, there is a zone within China where they speak Korean, so some of them manage to settle there. Interesting. Even his still image is the gamer tint. Yep, it is. Let me finish this article. This is interesting. I didn't know about the Australian immigration policy thing. In 2018, citing the ongoing migrant boat traffic in the Mediterranean, the EU's General Secretariat of the Council urged the European Council and Commission to study the feasibility of an offshore model similar to Australia's. The country that has taken the most practical steps so far to set up such a system is Denmark, where Immigration Minister Mathias Tesfaye signed an agreement with the Rwandan government, widely viewed as the first step toward opening an overseas asylum processing center there, 9,000 kilometers from European shores. But while the system appeals to politicians hoping to look tough on migration, human rights advocates say it takes an unacceptable toll on those caught in the system. Amnesty International has called Australia's system a deliberate abuse of cruelty and a nightmare for asylum seekers who have alleged physical abuse, sexual assault, and insufficient medical care. Harsh detention policies have some populist appeal, particularly around election time, said Graham Thom, a refugee advocate with Amnesty International Australia. A 2018 UNHCR finding noted a pervasive sense of helplessness and hopelessness among asylum seekers and refugees on Manus Island, citing declining mental health, insufficient assistance with bureaucracy, rough living conditions, and uncertainty. Copying Australia would be difficult in Europe, said Lina Voziliute, a research fellow at Brussels-based Centre for European Policy Studies. Where Australian law is not always adhered to in offshore locations under the Australian system, EU laws and jurisdiction would be under an EU offshore system, including due process and human rights protections. Australia was one large Guantanamo Bay. Yeah, I know. Wherever EU money is going, EU values and obligations are following, Voziliute said. And good! Yes, good. We follow human rights, even on offshore places. Good. Did you know that Australia pays educated people to move there? Yeah, I know. They actually, yeah, they run out of like educated workforce and stuff. You can it's like a great place to move to for a high paying job with good education and stuff, for sure. If you like the climate and want to move there. The Australian offshore model currently offers no path to residency for refugees, who are instructed to settle permanently in a third nation, seek asylum elsewhere, or return to their home country. If they can't or want, they are left indefinitely in internment. The average length of detention in Australia has risen from 4 months to nearly 2 years since 2013. I have met people in detention who haven't got a lawyer for half a decade, said Alison Battison, the lawyer representing Mahmoud. It's unlikely such a system would be ruled legal under EU law. It wouldn't. It wouldn't. This is unethical. This is absolutely terrible. If you like skin cancer, Kappa, nice. Let's do it, or convince mom to move there. Oh yeah, let's convince mom to move there and then move in with her. I like that idea. Everyone's mom should live in Australia. Let's make it a refuge for everyone's mom. They can mom it up in Australia then. I have met people in detention who haven't gotten a lawyer for half a decade, said Alison Battison, the lawyer representing Mahmoud. Opponents of the Australian system say they will use the Mahmoud decision to slow momentum for offshoring in Europe. This wonderful system that you're trying to promote does have cracks in it, said Judith Sunderland, Associate Director for Human Rights Watch's Europe and Central Asia Division. We would certainly try to use it to shift the debate. The decision would set the precedent for maybe Danish officials who are thinking to do something like Australia did. This could be a good indication that it's a no-go policy for policymakers, said Voziliute. Yeah. There is no fucking way, zero fucking chances, that the EU accepts such a blatant abuse of human rights. No fucking shot. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe that the EU would accept such a horrible abuse of human rights. Lawrence Southern, your take is dog shit. The Australian system is fucking terrible. I don't mind that, honestly. In the Netherlands, the universities are subsidized, and especially the agricultural university, best agricultural uni in the world. Like substantially mostly Chinese students come and study here, but immediately go back to China once they got their degree. So subsidies for foreign students. Chinchilla, what the solution for that is what they do here in France is a lot of higher education schools. If you have to sign a contract Well, it's not the schools that all the schools have like relatively free education, but the schools that pay you to study there, because there are schools that will actually pay you a salary as you study. The schools that pay you to study here, like Polytechnique and École Nationale, like the really prestigious top tier French university higher education schools, they will make you sign a contract when you go to the schools that tells you that you have to return all the money they paid you if you don't stay in France to work in France for at least like 10 or 15 years. That's their protection against the brain drain for those specific schools. So I feel like something like that would be a solution for big universities like that. Just make foreign students sign a contract. You want to study here? Sure. We're going to help you. We're going to set up a work visa for you after your studies. But you have to work here for like 5, maybe 10 years. Or you're in debt. You got to pay tuition for the university as if you went to a private university. And then you can go back to your country. Something like that would make a lot of sense. Honestly, as far as the brain drain stuff is concerned. Based, I know. Thank you, Sotso. I appreciate it. My ego. Feels good, man. Oh, side note: have you ever seen truckers without tinted glasses or out of their truck? They like due to the sun, they look like 20 years older on one side. Jeez, I never thought about that. That sounds horrible.
Pre-Salvini, but yeah, they signed a memorandum with Libya, basically getting them to. Do you have your headphones on?
I do.
I would actually study if it covered my living expenses. I would love to do that too. Honestly, I would love to do that. It's something I've been considering as well. Like maybe going back to work, but also maybe considering the fact that I still have like some money and stuff. Maybe like actually going back to study. There's stuff I've been dreaming of studying for such a long time, and like I don't know, it would be pretty cool. I like studying. I like learning. But keep in mind that's only the most prestigious universities. Like you have to go through very, very selective contests to get into those universities, Kino, and get the living expenses paid, meme. So it's not an easy it's not easy to get in there and to get all those benefits.
They signed a memorandum with Libya, the Libyan Coast Guard, saying that they would financially support Libyans to rescue people and then bring them back to Libya. That was like their border policing strategy, right?
Okay, so wait, they would pay. Sorry, can you explain that? I hurt myself trying to open my beer. I apologize.
The Italian, it's an interesting technique. The Italians paid the Libyan Coast Guard to intercept migrants/refugees to bring them back to Libya. They were supporting the Libyan Coast Guard to intercept people on dinghy boats and bring them back.
Yeah, he talks about that in the video.
They do things like that anyways.
The Libyan Coast Guard stuff.
Like when I was in Turkey, there were gendarmes looking for us when we were on the water, like in helicopters. So they tend to, like, border security tends to happen both ways in countries like that because the smuggling is so bad for Libya and Turkey as well. But like that, to me, from my understanding, that happens anyways. Like it was happening when I was in Morocco too. When I was talking to the traffickers, they were like, "Oh, we keep monitoring of when the Moroccan Coast Guard are in certain areas for when we launch our boats."
So my question to you is that like what you, assuming that like the smuggling business in Libya is massive, it's not really comparable to Australia, where I think the numbers of smuggling is comparatively lower because Libya's a big country. So I'm just wondering what you
there's
think
a
should
lot
be
of
done
smuggling
with
that does
regards to-
happen from Asia.
So my question is, if you're intercepting people who are supposedly, who they say are fleeing war or terror or whatever, and you stop them making that journey or just send them back, then the question is like, you might be stopping drowning. I don't really know about Australia. I didn't look into that, but if you apply that to Europe, then
oh god, if you listen to Australia, oh my god, I'm so glad we googled the Australia stuff though. I'm so glad we read that article. Lauren, god damn it, you're such a piece of shit. I'm sorry. I know I'm not supposed to talk shit about a Twitch partner or whatever. I like just like admiring the Australian system, really. Come on, like come on. You want to just Guantanamo people all the fucking time, bully harder. How terrible of a person you need to be tells you everything you need to know. Yeah, that's really fucking ugly. They just casually Guantanamoing people. Ugh, Jesus Christ. At least with Guantanamo, you have the excuse that they're terrorists. except that some of them like aren't, and they're like innocent, and they have to prove that they're innocent, which is not how justice works, and that's also a problem. But like, at least when you're talking about human rights abuses in Guantanamo, for the most part, at least you're still talking about human rights abuses to people who are murderous, like terrorists. Partially, at least. Here we're talking about fucking migrants. A lot weren't. They were just civilians sold to the CIA by terrorists. Which is fucked up and sort of funny. Mostly fucked up. Yeah. I know that there are definitely civilians caught up in the crossfire there. Like, wrong place, wrong time, and all that shit. And it really sucks. And they have almost no legal recourse to it. They are literally just fucked. And it's terrible. And that's why Guantanamoing people is terrible, and you should never support it. You need due process and justice, or it's like basic fucking human rights. I guess we have it. Okay, I guess let's sum it up this way. Lauren Southern is against human rights. Let's just put it this way. Lauren Southern is against human rights. Can we make that the take from this video? That movie where the dude spent like 15 years being tortured with no trial from Guantanamo. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Yeah, I understand why Australia incentivizes people. They need to incentivize, and I'd love the people to come. And I'd love for my mom to move there. Yeah, that'd be cool. I don't know if mom would like it because it's like too warm there, but yeah. Anyways.
If they're not drowning, then where are they going? And in the case of Libya, which Generation Identity wanted to do, they wanted to send them back to Libya. Well, in the case of Libya, you end up in a detention center where you are raped, tortured, abused, you have a forced disappearance, you're trafficked within Africa. Basically, like, you didn't drown, but you might as well be dead. You know, like if you get intercepted by the Libyan Coast Guard and brought back to Libya, that's your life over. You're just a sack of meat with no human rights.
Okay, so see that's an interesting question. Because is that not a problem with the Libyan system in general, as with many systems worldwide, many that don't qualify for refugee status but just have extremely, authoritarian regimes in most of the world, rather than that of enforcing.
Well, it's an authoritarian regime that Italy is supporting, though, and that Generation Identity was happy to send rescuees back to before determining their migration status. So if Generation Identity was rescuing people who they didn't know were refugees
let me ask,
and sending them back to Libya.
So, okay, this is actually something that's really interesting to me. What do you think would happen to you if you were a refugee caught leaving Turkey by the gendarme, or a migrant or refugee caught leaving Turkey by the gendarme and brought in?
I don't know. I didn't look into Turkey. Probably bad, right?
Well, that's the thing. There's an assumption that you'll be treated horribly by these countries, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're these horrible persecution countries that so I was arrested by the gendarme essentially as a migrant because we were found on illegal border territory. We didn't realize it was illegal territory. We were trying to get filming of the border, and they arrested us as though we were migrants trying to leave the country. And even more so, I was with two gay film guys, and I am a woman who has done quite a lot of anti-Islam commentary. We were terrified, to say the least, right? And one of the big assumptions was, as a critic of Islam with two gay film guys, we are going to be screwed. This is like Midnight Express. We're going to go to jail. What actually happened is we were brought in by the military. We were held for a while, questioned. They actually brought in a doctor to check and make sure our health is okay, and we hadn't been beaten or attacked or anything happened to us by the guards. I remember her walking in and almost falling backwards. She was so shocked to see that we were white, because she's like, I'm so used to dealing with, migrants that are like Middle Eastern, not white people trying to cross borders. But she's like, yeah, it's my full-time job. I come in and make sure everyone's healthy. They gave us chicken, they gave us cookies and cigarettes. The questioning part was a bit more serious and intense after like 10 hours of being told we might face jail time, but we were actually treated really, really well. So I do
Good for you, Lauren.
And you know what? I was pulled in for questioning in Morocco too, where I saw...
What are you suggesting here?
What I'm suggesting, I'm about to finish here. Morocco, I saw someone get beaten by the police when I was pulled in for questioning, which was horrific, but I also saw people just being talked to. What I'm suggesting is, like, does that exact thing happen in every single scenario? Like, I'll have to look into it a bit more, but is that like the protocol of the Libyan police, that if you are caught on a dinghy and we bring you back, we rape you and beat you, and that is like indefinitely your fate? Like, what is the research and data on that? Like,
that's your response, Lauren? So sometimes they don't beat and rape you, so it's okay? Their official policy is not to beat you and rape you, so you shouldn't really worry about the times where they actually do. Did I hear that correctly? Is that her argument? Australia is a prison colony for moms and other derelict elderly. An island for all the elderly, and once a year we do a Squid Game. Good one. Was I able to renew my visa? At the end of the month, I have a meeting with the immigration police to renew it. You see, Destiny is doing an NFT scam shit right now. He has an NFT sponsor. He's banning people that post this. Twitch streamer Destiny slams NFTs as pyramid scheme bullshit in from 2021. Every single person on the internet that is pushing NFTs is trying to find a bigger sucker. That's it. That's all of it. Every one of them, basically scammers.
Every single person on the internet. Every single person on the internet, okay, that is pushing NFTs is just trying to find a bigger sucker. That's it. That's all it is. Every one of them. Basically scammers. I consider that all of them.
Crypto is too, man. There's people who never stop tweeting about crypto because
Yeah,
they want
I know,
the price
but like,
go up so they can dump it.
I wish there was like a big macro. There needs to be a macro accounting of human behavior.
So
because
brave,
we all grow
yeah.
up making fun of certain people, and then we all grow up and we do that behavior, right? When I grew up, people made fun of motherfuckers that sold Avon, Mary Kay, Amway. But like, bro, I'm sorry,
Hey, that's
NFTs are the Zoomers Avon. That's all it is, bro. Like,
Okay, so what is he he's took a sponsorship from an NFT for name coin. Wait, are you serious? It's so chicken. Can you link me what NFT Destiny took a sponsorship from after being so critical of them? I have to see that to believe it. What a React Andy. Yeah. Hashtag ad.
okay, hold on. What else can we say about this amazing sponsor? Okay, did you guys know you can request moments to be autographed by creators? Okay, awesome. Number one.
Eternal.gg sponsor.
And number two.
Oh,
you get
no.
randomized drops for buying things in the marketplace. You can fuse shards of your favorite moments together in order to boost your packs and participate in pre-sales. Wow. Increased chances for non-common moments, badges, and more. They're basically like Pokemon cards for streamers. I think the initial drop is sold out, but if you register during Discord, you'll be notified about the next drop. And you can still buy moments off the marketplace. And yeah, wow.
Oh no, okay, so
Amazing,
they generate
guys.
NFTs based off
We're
of
gonna
Twitch
be,
clips. Okay, so it's NFTs built off of Twitch clips that you can trade and buy. Oh, and he's shilling for it. Oh, that's too beautiful. Oh no, that's so beautiful. This is so fucking fitting given the conversation we were just having. Yeah, this is going to fail. I don't see how it can work, but I just think it's so beautiful to see this when Destiny was shitting on NFTs just like recently. Not wrong. I mean, art's value is in the eye of the beholder. That is true. Name coin to the moon. Name NFTs on the name chain. Yeah. Is this guy the Bob Avakian of Twitch? Let's go with yes. He's not communist like Bob Avakian is, but free real estate. Jesus Christ. It's just hilarious to me. It's just hilarious to me that he shits on NFTs so hard, so categorically, and then he actually fucking shills this. Look at this, a rare big Steiny.
You tag me in every dumb fucking post you make. Wait, are you even photoshopping my... Wait, why are you making this? You're just taking photos from my Instagram and reposting them. Are you actually making my head bigger? Oh, no, wait, I think you are. No, I don't think you are. Wait, are you?
You can't tell. Okay, that's a really funny clip, by the way. Why are you hating on Destiny? He's just trying to get the bag. I'm hating on the hypocrisy, okay?
Oh, yeah, you are, huh?
You can't... You can't... It's like Tabor snapping is on... Okay, you can't... of course you can change your mind. Everyone can change their mind. But you can't shit on NFTs and then 2 days later take an NFT sponsorship. You can't say that all NFTs are pyramid schemes and then start shilling your own. You gotta understand how that looks. Come on. This is insane. When is this clip from? What's the exact date? 2 days ago. 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 I can't. Destiny, what are you doing? What's going on? How are you? What's going on in your head? At least address it. DGG coin rug pull when? I don't know. It's not DGG coin. It's Twitch clip NFTs basically. Which what's the value in owning? It's symbolic value. It's symbolic value. I know what the value is. That's sort of a rhetorical question. And that must mean he set this up long before he said that shit on stream, right? No, because that doesn't mean he participated in it, right? Let's see. Eternal.gg. Let's see who made this. About content creators and blah blah blah. Win-win, powered by the Zelos Gaming is incorporated, is who built this. Zelos Gaming, but that's not a link. Zelos Gaming Incorporated. Let's Google them. Zelos Gaming, Crunch-based company profile. Zelos is a cross-game rewards program that enables gamers to earn points by completing in-game tasks and redeem virtual prizes. Zelos.gg. That's their website. We're going down the rabbit hole. You should buy a coin that is 0.0000008 and has a quadrillion market cap. Yeah. Look, you're just a typical leftist. Hassan buys a house. Ow, his poor mom needs living space in West Hollywood. Leftist about Destiny. Fucking hypocrite. Yes, that is you've nailed my confirmation bias, Chinchilla. Now imagine you earned crypto for chatting, watching, and streaming on streams.gg, and you could use the crypto to do special actions in streams chat, plus unlock special emotes, and as a streamer, part of the cost to do special actions, unlock emotes, stream back to you. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. If he has a scheduled ad-sponsored stream, he must have set it up longer than 2 days, no? I imagine it would take weeks to set up ad streams. Not necessarily. It might be a really quick thing, to be fair. It might be a really quick thing. Like, honestly, like me doing the Rage, obviously it's not the same size of sponsorship, but me doing the Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship, it was like, boom. I just filled out a form and it was automatic, and I got the sponsorship. Obviously, it's going to be more complicated for like ad stuff, but I don't know. I really don't know. What you're saying makes sense, though. So I'm being a bit facetious. What you're saying makes a lot of sense. It's just I'm trying to wrap my head around saying what he said, and at the same time starting an NFT sponsorship 2 days later. I have to assume he doesn't have that level of cognitive dissonance that he just pulls that off like that. You know what I mean? I have to assume there's some weird circumstance of things that makes it so that he accepted the ad like the next day, or he's fucking insane. You know what I mean? And it's like not against you. I was just saying that he likely was saying that shit knowing full well he had the sponsored stream 2 days later. Maybe yeah. To be fair, to be entirely fair, that clip of him talking about the eternal.gg that you linked me, he has his like sarcastic, I'm pretending to be excited about this voice. That's the voice he has in the, like, if we look back at the clip that was linked to me here.
I'm trying to say this without sounding like a conceited asshole. So people that are more like in industry or like more popular people, rather than like either fans or friends, better class of people to talk to. So many people, so many girls that I talk to are obsessed with like trying to like name drop or like seem popular or famous, and it's like, it's actually so cringy. So like this girl's like sending me screenshots.
Oh, this is live.
Like checks
no, this is
that
not
she's
live.
getting paid, and I don't know if it's like, and she's.
Wait, was it here? Oh, it's now. Oh shit, this is a stream now. Never mind.
Can you watch the clips? Well, the problem is that there might be some stream. There's been a lot of banned people.
Honestly, I would take that sponsorship.
Who is this?
But I haven't said 2 days ago that all NFTs are pyramid schemes. I would take that sponsorship too. So like, don't take me wrong. I'm not hating on Destiny for like playing the game and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, go get your money, dude. It's fine. It's all good. The problem is that if I play the clips on stream, you don't have to buy them anymore. Pepe. No, it's the symbolic value of the NFTs. Like, everyone memes about NFTs. You can just copy paste the art. Yeah, sure you can. But the real value of the NFT is that the symbol of the NFT is unique, and that is what you're paying for. It's symbolic value. I know. I'd argue it's not fine, given that he has railed against people for taking sponsorship that are morally, ethically dubious. No, absolutely. No. What I was saying by saying it's fine, I'm saying it's fine in a vacuum. It's fine in a vacuum to take an NFT sponsorship, as long as it's not an actual scam coin. Like this is not a scam NFT, or it doesn't look like a scam NFT. Sorry, it could be a scam, but it being a scam would depend on how the actual blockchain works. If you actually get the NFT when you pay the money and then you have full ownership of it and you can trade it, then it's not a scam. That's what I mean. Like, but yes, of course, he's being inconsistent, and he's being inconsistent when he shits on people for being inconsistent. He's being inconsistent when he's multiple times claimed that he will never take a sponsorship for something he doesn't believe in. I've seen him say that. I've seen him say that multiple times on stream, that he will never take a sponsorship for something that he doesn't believe in. I swear to God, I've seen him say that. And here he is taking a sponsorship for something he said that he doesn't believe in. Which is fucked up. I agree, that is fucked up. Maybe he's not saying NFTs are bad, just stupid. He calls them... He calls them... Wait, did I close the window? Oh. He calls them... Oh yeah, let's listen to it again.
Every single person on the internet, okay, that is pushing NFTs is just trying to find a bigger sucker. That's it. That's all it is. Every one of them. Basically scammers. I consider all of them.
Crypto is too, man. There's people who never stop tweeting about crypto.
Yeah, I know, but like,
so they can dump it.
I wish there was like a big macro. There needs to be a macro accounting of human behavior, because we all grow up making fun of certain people, and then we all grow up and we do that behavior, right? When I grew up, people made fun of motherfuckers that sold Avon, Mary Kay.
Oh no! You hear what he's saying? We all grow up doing like human behavior, and then we do that human behavior. There needs to be an accounting of it, and then he does it. He does the thing he criticizes people for. It's literally perfect. This is such a beautiful clip.
Amway, but like, bro, I'm sorry. NFTs are the Zoomers Avon. That's all it is, bro. Like, it's the exact same shit. Yeah, you're buying some worthless fucking shit with the hopes you can pawn it off on some other loser in the future who thinks they can pawn it off on somebody else. It's all fucking pyramid scheme bullshit. That's what it is.
It's not a pyramid scheme. What do you say to the people who actually buy it for their artistic value? Because I mean,
every single person on the internet.
There you go. He said he calls it a pyramid scheme. Like and he says all NFTs, no exceptions. He is not saying that NFTs are bad, and he's not saying that they're stupid. He's saying that they are a scam in and of themselves. It isn't about the product; it's about the friends we make along the way. To be charitable to Destiny, if it are NFTs that just being sold for $100 and it comes with copyright, aka the NFT is not like holding the bag stuff. He's probably talking about the ape NFTs that go for insane money, where everybody knows it's about holding the bag. There's no copyright in this. Eternal.gg? There's no copyright tied to the... You think the streamers are selling the copyright to their Twitch clips? No way. No, they aren't. You don't suddenly own a streamer's content when you buy it here. Amaranth? Destiny, they're not selling their content. They're not selling anything, actually. It's just the NFTs are getting dropped, and then people like, yeah, get to have them, and they can be cool. I don't hate it. It can be cool to have the NFT of a clip of your favorite streamer. I get it. I actually get it. I don't think this is the... this doesn't look like a scam. I don't think this is a terrible thing. But coming from someone who said that all those things are terrible, it's kind of weird. Legitimate expensive NFTs are expensive because people who have a following care about it. Thus, their followers and friends begin to care about it. That's how art works. Well, that's how art marketplaces work. There is also a lot of accusations. I don't know how... I haven't looked into how legitimate they are, but there are lots of accusations, Magic Turtle, that there's similar things happening in the NFT world as in the art world, where people trade... people allegedly trade... Oh, legitimate expensive. Oh, right. You did use the word legitimate. Because I've seen accusations saying that, yeah, you do have to do your investigation. Yeah, if you see an NFT being traded back and forth between two accounts, for example, they're probably just pumping the price up and making it look like it has a history, when in reality, like no one else wants to buy it. You're going to be left holding the bag. They're pumping the price up to make it their NFT look good. And that's something that happens, that you have to watch out for. I remember there was a website a while ago that wasn't legit, and the dude got called out and took down the website immediately. Haha. Yeah, that happens too. All right, let's get back to the video.
In some cases, that does happen, and that is horrific. But is that the actual protocol? What, like, do you have? I just feel like there are a lot of.
Well, like if they have a guidebook saying you should beat the shit out of refugees, or just whether or not it happens, because there was a spike after that memorandum was drawn up. There was a spike in detentions and detention-related abuses in Libyan detention centers. So. Yeah, like, I mean, okay, let's say it happens to what, like 10% of the people who are intercepted. That's still you sending, like, people who you haven't determined the migration status of. You don't know whether they're legit or not, but you've sent them to a dangerous situation. By the way, Libya is decided by the UN to not be a safe port. They emphatically say you can't send people you rescue back to Libya.
Okay, when was that brought in? Because for me, it's all about, like, actually applying the maritime law, actually applying the migration law. So if it is...
For me, it's just about applying the law. Yeah, of course, Lauren.
Well, first of all, you know, you have to return people to the closest safe port. So if that is Turkey, you return them to Turkey. So you don't have to.
Sorry, go on.
Okay, you know, not migrating when you have no refugee status. And how do you, like, this is always a big question to me, because if the question becomes, if I am at sea and I leave a certain country and that country is potentially unsafe, like Libya, for me to be returned to, what happens if their passport has been destroyed? What happens here if they come over and they, you know, won't tell you where they're from? They have no claim to refugee status. The problem is that you are getting an unprecedented amount of people that can't be identified, that if you return to their original point of wherever they came from, you are told that you are cruel and horrible and condemning people to death, even if you're not. So how do you enforce any laws? How do you enforce any sort of system that keeps people out before they've shown their passport or proved who they are, when anyone can essentially dub themselves a refugee in danger by just going into the Mediterranean?
Well, I think I think it's like just over half of people get their asylum claims accepted and the rest of them get rejected. So it's actually like, it's a pretty strict process. But then again, that also means that a lot of people crossing the sea, so given that the central Mediterranean is the most dangerous journey. So you'd expect the numbers of genuine refugees in there to probably be higher, but I can't prove that.
Yeah, someone made a good point in chat too. They were like, if you stop the boats, they won't enter Libya to begin with and put themselves in danger.
Because although people already face risk of getting intercepted, they still cross.
Right, because the borders are open too.
Which borders?
Because it's not like the Australian policy. If you try to enter the country, you'll just be sent to Christmas Island if you try to enter Australia. You won't be allowed in the country whatsoever. So while there are still countries that are allowing people entry, they're still... I
can't get over the fact that Lauren Southern supposedly rebranded herself, and she still supports something as insane as Australia's policy. Christmas Island Monka S. Like, actual Monka S, unironically. It's insane. Arguing that you should Guantanamo every single migrant is insane. I can't get over it.
Nostrum and Triton 1 is just simply, there's only a 7%
Holy shit, Lauren.
difference in actual drowning. Still horrific, of course, but that graph makes it seem like way different. And one of the big reasons that increased the amount of drownings wasn't because there was less search missions by Mare Nostrum. It was because they started using more dinghy boats at the time, and dinghy boats unfortunately increased over time compared to fishing boats, and they're 20 times as dangerous compared to fishing boats. That's one other possible explanation. Of course, there's also the fact that significantly less traffickers were being arrested.
Yeah, I mean, the dinghy boats...
I noticed how Disney isn't saying a fucking thing while listening to it.
There was an increase in 2016 of dinghy boats. It went from 67 to 82%, but then NGO presence was higher in 2017 than 2016.
Well, he isn't that kind of React streamer. He doesn't do the stuff that I'm doing right now, like pausing, reacting, saying stuff, and then playing the video again. He isn't really that kind of streamer, to be fair. That's not true? Really? I rarely see him do that. He does do it from time to time, but he does it way less than others. When he listens to Ben Shapiro video, he does. Oh, okay. Fuck me then. He does it when it's people he hates. Oh, so like how I'm doing it right now. That's kind of cringe. All right, let's keep watching then. Fuck.
Boats dropped, so they actually they don't really connect.
Well,
at all.
dinghy boats went up in Triton 1, which is when the drownings happened.
Well,
and
the
then they
dinghy
continued to go up
boats.
since then.
The dinghy boats, well, they went up and then dropped. They went up and dropped because for a period in 2016, the smuggling hub was moved to Sabratha in Libya, where the militias had control. And the thing with militias is they can smuggle whoever they want on whatever boat they want, and the customers can't complain. So that's kind of where that actually fits better, because the rescue mission correlation, it correlates for 1 year, but then it goes negative the other, so it doesn't really fit. I want to bring you back, actually, if you don't mind. You were wrong about the next port of safety. The term that the UN uses is next port of call, which can mean the next port of safety. But they also actually say at the end that there are plenty of instances where this is unclear. Like, they actually say it's unclear. But the overriding concern is the safety and dignity of the crew and the people rescued, which is why it's very contentious sending people to North Africa, because first of all, Libya is obviously not a safe port. It's a disaster, which is why I'm still so confused about why Generation Identity wanted to send them there. And then Egypt has had kind of authoritarian problems. And then Algeria, well, they recently deported a bunch of migrants without due process. Tunisia, I think, actually has a chance, but they don't really have an asylum process at the moment, so it would probably be useful to start funding that instead of Libya. But yeah, that's why, and obviously different EU countries have different impressions of what a safe country is. But again, I wonder if what you're saying we should do when these people are rescued, because the first big spike in refugees happened in 2011 when there wasn't a refugee response, but that was because the Libyan civil war happened. So I think the problem with pull factors is you're actually ignoring push factors, like why do people leave? Because even on a good year, your chance of dying in the Mediterranean is 1 in 50. Even when all the rescue missions were there, you were 1 in 50 chance of dying. So
when you've got a genuine refugee crisis, I obviously think that's a very different question. But certainly in 2016, 2017, when I was covering this stuff, the majority of people that I was meeting in refugee camps were, not from Syria, not from Libya. They were coming from countries which were not listed as
so fucking what?
And that's because these traffickers
listed by who?
Not in a current state of civil war or war in general, and actively listed as being able to apply for refugee status, which is why there are so many people living under bridges in Europe and living in camps not with refugee status all over the place. And this is another aspect that is really horrific. Camp Moria that I went to was burned down just this year because people were so sick of being there. They were like, I'd rather be back in Turkey right now. This place is horrible, and it just becomes a pay your way through system. Can you actually afford that? That's what it becomes when it comes to the smuggler system. It isn't, are you an actual refugee? It's, can you afford to pay for the best trip over? And then when
It burns my ass so fucking much listening to her talk about herself like a journalist. Oh my god, I'm so fucking mad just listening to her. It's okay, we'll get through this together, Sotsub, okay? It's fine. We're almost halfway through.
you get to Greece, can you afford to pay the doctor for a fake doctor's note that says you need to go to Athens? And then can you afford to pay a lawyer to make a good argument for you, even if you don't have the data? It actually kind of bastardizes the entire process for getting refugee status, sadly. But I do have to ask...
Fair enough.
Do you understand that there needs to be a limited, this is unfortunate, I'm still saying definitely some, but do you understand that there needs to be a limited amount of dependents brought into a country under refugee status in order for that system to function?
What do you mean by dependents?
So people who obviously are in refugee status are typically leaving their country in a moment's notice. Right now, it wouldn't be somewhere within Europe. There's no country in Europe that is in an active war, other than, I mean, you could maybe argue Ukraine, but so typically people are migrating to countries where they don't necessarily speak the language, they have no connections, in a lot of cases no family, no, if you're a genuine refugee, no money to pay for a home in a lot of cases, somewhere to live, you need support, undeniable. You're not gonna be able to just waltz in and get a job right away. So do you recognize that for these people to enter a country and for them to be genuinely supported and put into a position where they can continue to live their own life in a meaningful way, that number has to be limited to a certain amount?
Yeah, that's why I think this first safe country thing is really stupid, because what happened in Europe was that you had this concentration in it's southern Italy and southern Spain, places with massive economic issues and debts and all that couldn't handle more people, whereas they could have easily gone up to places whether it was France or Germany or northern Spain or even the UK, where the UK definitely has labor shortage right now.
Massively full in Italy, massively full in Germany. Even back in 2015, they were all packed in Porte di La Chapelle.
Let's see if we can get a
right on the border, and they were
color
all
change
packed in. Sorry, Porte di La Chapelle wasn't near the border. That's oh my goodness, this is where I got arrested. Why can't I remember the name of it? It's that canal. I know. How could I not remember this?
Too many times.
Starts with a C. I'm gonna get a map up here, but Porte de la Chapelle was like Paris. Map of
Well, the Chapelle is Paris.
That's why I would say that what the EU should have done. The EU should have actually been able to gather their resources in a much more useful way. Calais, yeah. Which is why the EU should have been able to pull their resources a lot better, so they could allocate people more evenly and in a much more pragmatic way. Whereas right now you have
what is
one
a much
country.
More pragmatic way? What is that?
A pragmatic way is like, well, one thing is getting rid of work bans on people who are currently seeking asylum. So if your asylum claim is still...
Can somebody explain why that exists? This is one of the things that I've never understood, is that for a lot of asylum seekers, they're banned from, like, working. But it seems like that just, like, makes everything so much shittier. Like, I think that was a huge problem in Sweden and Germany. We'd have these refugees coming in, and then the people would call them lazy because they're not doing anything. But then you're not allowed to actually work. Why? I never understood that rationale.
Happening in the UK.
I agree with this neither. I never understood that rationale either. I understand the populist sentiment behind it, of like not having those filthy refugees take your jobs. I understand like where that's coming from, but pragmatically speaking, I don't understand the rationale either. Like obviously you want people to be able to get jobs and integrate into society, and rather than ostracize them. I once scared the shit out of an insurance lawyer. He was claiming something really stupid, and he was basically absolutely stun locked. Basically, he was claiming money for a car crash where the person wasn't involved in. I brought up the legal standard, and I said, "This is basic first-year law shit. Have you even stupid law?" I shook him so bad, the claim was immediately dropped. Good.
But like these people want to work generally,
and then everyone got up and
the
clapped.
other thing is just actually looking at ways that different countries might not have the infrastructure to take refugees and other countries do. I don't buy for 1 second, by the way, that Germany is full. Like there have been refugee crises throughout the centuries of like millions of people arriving in countries of less than 15 million people, and economies can function like that because you add workers to the economy.
Oh, studied law.
That's true.
Have you even studied law, not even stupid law? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I wasn't sure what you typed either. Are you on your phone, Chinchilla? Was that like the autocomplete? Also, question mark, Skindo? Are you okay? Stupid law.
Even post 2013, Germany was like still turning huge budget surpluses. Like the idea that there was like a strain on the system, I don't think that ever was borne out in any evidence.
I think the problem there is typically people who have come in, they actually don't even have the capability to work because
I'm gonna light up some
Paris
incense.
may be a bit different, and this was actually quite sad because
I'm at
obviously a lot
work.
of people
Oh,
coming from different countries in Africa that had previously been colonized by the French could speak French, so they could actually speak the language, but they just had no legitimate claim to asylum, so they couldn't get any papers, they couldn't work because they had no actual right to migrate there.
Well, that's what I think. That's why I think that's a problem with Paris, with France, and a lot of these countries that are.
Shadow Elm, $5. I wonder how the right will respond to the incoming refugee crisis that will happen cause of climate change. Minds will be blown.
Yeah, who knows, my dude.
Coming up anti-immigrant sentiment is they're not really thinking about pragmatism. That whole thing of like just leaving undocumented people under bridges is a waste. Like those people want to work. That's what they
Okay, but
said
you
to you. They said
understand why
that
you can't give someone status who hasn't applied for it, right? You understand why you can't just have no immigration laws because every single person worldwide would want to move to France immediately. That was in a poor country. And I'm not saying, like, it sucks that there's a large amount of the world that has been born in impoverished countries. That's horrible. We want to change that situation. But you can only have so many people that
What kind of instance is
migrate
that?
into your country that are largely going to be dependent. So you can't change your migration laws just
Quality
because someone's
Morning
already there.
Star
Oh, you already came?
sandalwood
Well, I guess shrug our
incense.
shoulders, we'll just give you the right to work and live here if you don't actually fit into the status, because then that opens up for everyone. I'll just come over from India. I'll just come over from China. I'll come over from Canada, and can I be French now and work and live here, even though I haven't put in any application?
No, fuck
That
you. We
would
don't want
apply
you to learn
anywhere in the
Southern.
world. Doesn't matter if it's a European country or not. I wouldn't expect any country to do that for me. I wouldn't move to India and say, hey, give me citizenship.
Traditional
because I'm already
Japanese
here
style.
anyway.
Well, this didn't happen though, because when the Balkan route opened, most people stayed in
Nippon
Syria and Jordan
Kodo.
and Lebanon and Turkey. The vast majority of refugees did not enter Europe from the refugee crisis. Barely.
Yeah.
And even when the Balkan route opened, even when Viktor Orban,
Yep.
that fucking dipshit, was like basically
Calm
directing
down.
people
What?
into basically directing people with his little half-built walls into Western Europe. Like when he was doing that, people stayed in Lebanon and other places
His
anyway.
people didn't want mass migration in their country. Are they not allowed to have their opinion and vote on that?
I think if you want to be part of the European Union, then yeah, you should probably abide by international laws. Yeah.
She Googling.
So you think that the European Union should
Oh my
have
god,
more
Lauren
power
Southern literally defending Orban, by the
That's
way.
literally the point of being part of the European Union. There's going to be some superseding thing, of course. If you want all of the benefits, you want access to the European Union, of course you're going to have to abide by their bylaw. That's like saying, like, do you think people in the state of Arkansas should be forced to deal with people from California that want to immigrate over to that state? Yeah, of course. That's part of being part of the United States of America. Same thing with being part of the European Union. You get a buy-in to like the largest market in the world, I believe, unless you're counting the USMCA or whatever. Which I don't think counts actually. No, the European Union is the largest unified market in the world, right? And then all the other host of benefits you get for being in the European Union, then you're gonna have to abide by some things as well. You're part of the Schengen free movement thing, you have to do that, you're in the EEA or whatever, you have to do that. Like, yeah, of course.
Thank you, Destiny. Good. Yeah, Destiny acknowledges it. Fucking Lonerbox just dunked on Lauren Southern, and Destiny pressed the issue. Good reaction from Destiny. Thank you. That's why Lib Praxis was like 2 hours, and we blazed through it. Like, I think we could have explored so many more issues, or like debate teasers like the lumber sexual. Because I only could do Lib Praxis due to the time change. Oh, I see. Yeah, because you had work right after. I understand. No, seriously though, Destiny, like, I don't know so that Destiny is really that biased. He like just reacted to to basically press on the shitting on Lawrence Southern's stake. So let's see.
The pillar of the EU is free trade between member states, not centralized authority in Luxembourg. First of all, I don't know if I would call it centralized authority because European law is voted on by all of the European Union member states, number one. Number two, I don't believe a pillar of the EU is only free trade. Free movement was a really big deal as well for the European Union, being able to freely move and settle from one state to another without passports.
And like anyone who's listened to the praxis stuff, we've gone over this. The EU is not just an economic thing; it's also a political agreement. It's not a federation, but it is a political agreement.
About having to get visas or whatever, that was a really big deal as well. It's not Luxembourg. I don't know what. I usually hear people say Brussels. I don't know where the actual fucking EU buildings are or whatever. Or where that. What?
What do you want?
To fuck yo mama. Economic integration was the founding pillar, though. All the political stuff came after. Sure, you can call it what you want. Okay. Stop doing this dumb fucking shit where you go back like 50 years to try to argue about today. I don't know why people do this. So people are like, how should we do the United States today? Well, the founding fathers said, I don't give a fuck. The founding fathers are dead. They've been for 200 fucking years. Where are we at with case law? Where are we at with like our precedents? How is shit established now? What benefits is now? Like, I don't give a fuck what somebody said 100 years ago, right? So sometimes like, well, the European Union was established on the, okay, yeah, who the fuck cares? What is the European Union about now? One of the big things of the European Union now is free movement between member states. That's a huge deal in the European Union. It's one of the coolest things about the European Union. It's not just fucking, arguably, it's a cooler thing than like some of the economic integration. At least we're talking about the euro, right? Centralized monetary policy. But and I understand nobody wants to understand macroecon. I don't either, by the way. I would be more scared giving up control of my currency than I would be having fucking open borders and letting infinite North Africans or whatever coming into my country, okay? The economic integration is probably a more challenging prospect than the free movement integration, right? But
well, not for populists.
On some things, yeah.
On some things, including who should be allowed to enter their country?
When it comes to refugees, yeah.
Well, we're talking about migrants.
No, I don't think you have to abide by, I'm pretty sure for European stuff. Hold on.
No, we're talking about people who are making
who have not
claims.
been decided, and in a lot of cases they're moving.
I was about to say that's part of being the European Union, but I actually don't know that. We should actually look that up because I know that the European Union is really strict in terms of what regulations exist for people passing in between the states, but I don't know how strict the European Union is in terms of regulating who's allowed to come in from outside the European Union. Because I do know, because I thought it was really strange.
One thing that is true is that the European Union will require people to abide by international law, UN regulations, human rights. Those are things that EU states are obligated to abide by. And that is Lonerbox's point here.
Different countries were able to ban travel from the U.S. So Sweden and I think Italy, or one other country said we're going to put restrictions on U.S. passengers. And I thought that was strange. I was like, wait, can Sweden do that? I would have thought that that would have happened unilaterally. So it might be actually the case that some individual countries can. EU courts are located in Luxembourg. Okay.
Once again, through these countries because the refugee status has been rejected in the first country.
Well, how do you
because they aren't actually refugees in a lot of cases.
Well, no, you're again.
Well, yeah, it's legal. Like Sweden can ban entry from U.S. citizens, but if U.S. refugees migrants, you don't know if they're refugees yet, right? If U.S. migrants show up illegally in Sweden regardless, there is a due process that has to be followed in treating them, and Sweden can't just do what Orban did with those migrants. That is Lonerbox's point, and the Destiny kind of is missing the crux of the argument here.
Speaking to like a few examples that you found, you don't know if someone is a refugee or a migrant until they claim asylum. So you need to give them the opportunity to claim asylum. And we have laws against existing in a country and not claiming asylum. That actually incurs deportation. So again, how do you know unless they can't arrive? Because what you're saying, and it seems like what Generation Identity is saying.
I have friends of mine that are like refugees that have immigrated, for example, to.
Now I'm going to buy 480 sandalwood sticks. What? Don't buy. Okay, this is a pack of 50. And like, unless you burn incense fucking all the time, this is a pack of 50 incense. Like, that's gonna last you a while. And I have several here. I would recommend getting different smells to see what you like. I have lotus incense. It's very, very nice. I love lotus incense. I love the lotus incense. I got this one that's vanilla incense, and then I got this one that's cedar wood. If you've never seen Destiny talk about Lawrence Southern, I assure you he's heavily biased about hand-waving her shit away. Maybe, but I wanted to watch this to see if he actually hand-waves her shit away. And until now, I've seen him not react a lot, but he hasn't hand-waved this shit away, actually. Rather, what I've seen is that he's actually agreed with somewhat agreed with certain points of loner boxes. but he mostly has been very neutral. Someone who watches more than me might be able to convince you. Maybe. Well, I'm just gonna watch this and finish watching this and make my own opinion. Honestly, like that's what I'm going for right now, at this point. If you do economic integration, you need to have some standardized things around products and human rights. Sweatshops in Europe would undermine the labor of the workers in other countries. Absolutely, yeah, that is true. Would you not agree that if he continues to talk to her as a friend and engage with her on stream, that this is hand waving? No. I have to concede that it's okay to be friends with someone and still like strongly disagree with their opinions and not let them through. Look, I'm not a communist. I don't support communism, and yet I'll be a friend with Turnet on stream. Maybe that's hand waving. Maybe it is. I never pretend that things aren't what they are. If he says something I disagree with, I'll disagree with it. If he says something I agree with, I'll agree with it. I'll always listen to what he has to say. But he's a friend. He's a good friend of mine, and I appreciate hanging out with him. And I don't know if that's hand waving, then I guess I'm hand waving too. In which case, I don't think hand waving is bad. But for me, hand-waving means something more than that. Hand-waving, I guess if I transcribe it to my relationship with Turnet, hand-waving would be if I refuse to acknowledge, like, disagreeing with the idea of a violent revolution and stuff like that. Then I would be, like, hand-waving stuff away. Or like if he had some other like most of our discussions where he had like really cringe takes weren't necessarily on stream, but if he came out with like a really cringe take and I didn't challenge him on it because of friendship, then that would be hand waving, sure. But maybe Destiny did that. Maybe he did. I don't know. And I'm gonna see here if he does that. What I'm expecting from this video is that he's gonna continue playing Stellaris and not really react. And I'm expecting him more to like towards the end to like go on a synthetic rant to give his opinion. I hope, because like I'm watching this for his opinion in the end.
Australia, Bosnia, they were part of their family.
Well, not just, but mostly.
The wars that were going on in Eastern Europe. And you know, they were able to put claims in before they actually left their country to go to the new country, and that happens in a lot of cases. In fact, that's typically how refugee claims occur.
No, that can happen. It's not typically how claims occur.
Oh, okay, so not typically, but that is a possibility. And probably looking at the crisis occurring right now is the
and like I have my own limits, right? I probably couldn't be friends with like a race realist. I would not be able to do that. That would be somewhere where I would draw the limit. Like fascist, race realist, I don't think I could be friends with them. Now that's fine too. Like you pick and choose. You know, it's life.
Trying to get away from, and calling out videos, I try to look these things up when I can. That's why I'm like, okay, hold on, let's look at this. Wait, hold on. Is people use a lot of weasel words, and I don't like calling them weasel words because it's implying that something bad is happening, but maybe that's not that they're intentionally doing it. But when people say things like, oh yeah, a lot of cases like this are like that, a lot of the times this happens like that, you know, this happens frequently. What does that mean, right? So if you say, for instance, like a lot of the immigrants coming into Europe are lying about their refugee status, if a lot there is like 90%, that's really fucked up. But if a lot is like 2 or 3%, well, what is it historically? Is it actually a lot? Like, it is a lot maybe in an absolute number, but like, is that something to be concerned about, or is that like pretty normal? Because it's never going to be 0%, right? Now, but I mean, everybody does this. I do this as well.
Making an application.
Okay, Destiny's being honest about this. Well, this is all in the context of Destiny's aiding Lauren Southern in rehabbing her image away from being a race realist, Islamophobic, white nationalist. Well, yeah, sure. Maybe Destiny's charitable to Lauren Southern to pull her and her fan base to the left. Maybe it's a conscious choice, like how they all try to ease people into their ideology. I don't think so. Honestly, my take until now, and I'll maybe revise it after watching this video, my take until now is that Destiny, on a human level, appreciates Lauren Southern, and more importantly, that Destiny's burnt a lot of bridges in the past few years, and pragmatically speaking, Lauren Southern is one of the bridges that he's never really burnt. They like shit on each other in debates, but somehow that bridge never really got burnt the way his other bridges got burnt. So I think he wants to have someone that's a conservative to debate with, to make content with. The same way he would love to have lefties to make content with that he respects. I think he genuinely respects Lauren Southern. I think he genuinely believes that she's capable of doing research and constructing arguments and understanding arguments. And those are like things he respects. And I think that's why the bridge with Lauren Southern is important to him. Now, whether that bridge makes him, whether he lets that infect his reaction to her saying wrong things, I don't know. That's kind of what we're here to judge, right? That's what we're watching. That's what we're watching this video to judge whether he's really biased about it or not. It's because she left the scene for a while before it could be burnt, and she's the only relevant righty allowed on Twitch. Yeah, pretty much. By whatever the reasons, that is the state of affairs. Oh, not I disagree with Lauren Southern's economic policies. Yeah. Can I also get you to acknowledge that the single video is not going to be enough to determine that? Yeah, that is fair enough. I was hoping he would react more, and that would give a better sentiment of what his feelings are on the thing we're discussing. But he's not reacting. He's almost not reacting at all. So it's very hard for me to determine anything based on that. And I'm not going to watch enough content to really like know what his stance is on this shit, unless there's like the comprehensive video where he gives his take on this stuff. But I don't think he's like playing 5D chess to draw Lauren Southern's fan base to the left. I don't think that's the case, Chinchilla. I think he's charitable to her because it's like an important bridge for his content and like who he is politically and internet wise speaking.
And then ending up in Camp Moria and having it burned down because you're so miserable where you are and you can't get status because you found out you don't actually have a right to asylum even though your human trafficker told you would.
Yeah, so again, like if you can claim asylum through an embassy, people would do that rather than risk a 1 in 50 chance of dying across the sea. Because the thing with the embassy, like you said, it's an option. They don't have to do that. And you probably have to assume that every journey into Europe is dangerous. Even the Balkan route is dangerous. So if they're not claiming asylum in an embassy and just coming over instead, it's because that's their human right. That's their right under international law. So again, it's an option to claim asylum.
So what would you do? What would you do about the mass amounts of people? And I do remember reading European Union data. I'd have to go back and find it, saying it was actually the majority who were coming over for economic reasons at one point in around 2016, 2017.
I think Destiny also hates ideological people, so when people preach an ideological idea, he's generally going way harder. Fair enough, yeah. And even though this debate is absolutely couched in ideology, both people, both Lonerbox and Lauren Southern, are discussing, are staying close to the facts. None of them are saying anything like ideological or abstract. And that, I guess that also is keeping Destiny from like diving right in. Destiny has always said it, he cares more about good, consistent arguments more than any specific politics. I would take him at face value at that. Yeah, me too. I take him at face value at that too. I think Destiny genuinely respects Lauren Southern for the way she presents her arguments and her thoughts. 100%. I think there's nothing disingenuous about that. Does Lauren Southern have good, reliable arguments? She doesn't have good arguments, but she is consistent and she is able to argue. She is capable of presenting coherent. She's a fucking lying snake. She does misinform people. I 100% agree with you. She doesn't misinform people, and we've already dealt with misinformation to a lesser extent in this discussion. But she isn't. She'll consistently mislead and deceive people with her beliefs and arguments. Come on. She will acknowledge. I think she's capable of acknowledging. I don't know, from like hearing this discussion, she seems pretty capable of acknowledging the what she's listening to, which I think is why Destiny would be like very charitable with her in general. She's like listening to what Lonerbox is saying. The discussion, even though it's based off a video that's literally a hit piece on her, the discussion is very how to put it, not charitable, like polite. Like it's a very good discussion in a strict sense. They're explaining things to each other. There's no like yelling. There's no talking past each other. They're literally explaining things to each other. This is very, very positive as far as just the quality of discussion goes. No, forget about what they're actually saying. And I think I think that being able to have those kinds of discussions is the kind of thing that Destiny respects. They're attempting to talk about facts. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the kind of stuff that Destiny respects more than the fact that she's like still super hardcore anti-immigration, that she literally proned a policy that goes against human rights, which is the Australian policy on dealing with migrants. How is this attempting to talk about facts, though? She's lying in real time. When did she lie in this? Like, I maybe about the lawyer at the beginning, about the video. I don't recall a specific moment where she lied during the video. She didn't quite represent with the Australia thing. She didn't mention the fact that it's literally Guantanamoing every single migrant that comes over. There's been some disagreements, but Lonerbox like held his ground, and when he knew the facts, he insisted those are the facts, and she was just like, "Oh, okay, I'd like to see that," but which is kind of disingenuous. I'll grant you that, but it's not terrible. Like it's not bad as far as those kinds of discussions can go. She's not. I wouldn't say she's like a good faith discussion person in the sense that she's like completely open to change her mind and she like walk away from this being like, oh shit, generation identity was a mistake. She seems pretty committed to it, to defending what she did. And like the fact that she fucking defends the Australian immigration policy is enough for me. Is enough for me to like write her off as a fucking insane conservative. She has been relentlessly caught lying in real time in conversations all the time. I don't know, man. Sorry. Oh, in other conversations. Sorry. So I thought you were speaking about this conversation specifically. No, I know she's lied in other conversations. Yeah. I view what she's doing in this conversation as lying. Can you elaborate on what it is in this conversation that you view as lying? Because I'm not. I don't want to put you on the spot. I genuinely just want to know what it is that you feel is dishonest in how she's approached this conversation. Which I could gander a guess at that. If I was to guess at what you're getting at, it's like the fact that she's like Tiberius talking about Poland. He brings up facts, but the way how he draws those things together, I disagree totally. Yeah, that doesn't make Tiberius like a bad person. It just makes him wrong, right? So I still can't get over the fact that, okay, I have to keep going back to that. I can't get over the fact that Lauren Southern calmly advocates for a policy that literally goes against human rights. I can't fucking wrap my head around that. That is so cringe. But it's not lying. At least she's honest. You know what I mean, Soap? Oh, well, when she said that about the Australia thing, I mean, I don't know. I do not believe she's telling the truth ever when it comes to factual misconceptions. Like when she was lying, and when she was saying, "Can you tell me more about that?" When Lonerbox was talking about basic fucking tenets of immigration law in Turkey, she's doing it because she's fucked and she knows it. So, oh yeah, so you think she's arguing in bad faith? Yeah, I think that's fair because she's supposed to be a journalist. She's supposed to have researched this. It's supposed to be her area of expertise. She did a fucking documentary about exactly those issues, and she's getting caught, like, not knowing misrepresenting the facts about those things. Yes. She's presenting herself as some reliable expert, but I guess what I'm trying to say is she's not doubling down on it. Imagine if she was doubling down on her position in this discussion, even though Lonerbox is literally throwing at her the actual immigration law and statistics and everything. Which maybe makes her worse. Maybe it makes her even more dangerous. The fact that she knows when to back down that makes her even more dangerous. You could argue, and I would not disagree with you. Definitely a weasel, Lauren Southern. Yeah. A lying weasel. What a fucking liar. Yeah. No, okay. I 100% agree with you, Soap. For sure. And I understand, but the thing when I was talking about her being like a good faith argumenter, I was just trying to see it, to see what Destiny sees in her. It's not so much what I see in her. Like, I 100% agree with you. It's that I'm trying to see from Destiny's perspective, what is it that he respects in her, that he wants to maintain a bridge with her. And because I've seen a couple weeks ago when I tuned into his stream, I remember him saying something, and he said that he believed that Lauren Southern was someone who. Did you turn up your mic gain? It's more interactive when it's like I'm being yelled at, not even memeing. I haven't touched the mic gain in a while, but maybe it got reset, honestly, because I had to turn off my sound card and then it got back on. This is pretty much the shit why I still don't like the Kraut and T guy. Oh, I remember we talked about it, but I don't remember why you don't like him anymore. But yeah, I guess what I was trying to extrapolate was why Destiny respects Lauren Southern. And because of, I remember watching him, and he was saying about Lauren Southern that he believes Lauren Southern is someone who properly... I need to remember that, like, something close to the exact quote. I'm not going to have the exact quote. It was something like Destiny was saying that he believes that Lauren Southern is someone who knows how to do research and knows how to present arguments. And like that was enough, and that's enough to gain his respect, according to Destiny. Like everyone else is a dumb fuck, and Lauren Southern is one of the rare people who are wrong, but not a dumb fuck in how they are wrong about things. That was Destiny's take. But I wouldn't give her that respect. I would struggle to, like, in a discussion. I would try to have a proper discussion with her, but I would not give her the same charitability that Destiny does. Look, I think Elysium and Chow are also weasels when they're going into definition debates. True. Based chinchilla. All right, let's get back to the video. Kraut is not disingenuous though. He's just wrong sometimes. I don't know. I haven't looked into that enough.
What would you do about those who are attempting to make refugee claims, but they're actually just economic migrants?
Well, if your refugee claim fails, then you get deported. That should be the case anyway.
So just send them all back?
Not all of them, the ones who fail their claims, yeah.
Yeah, so you'd get them on airplanes and send them home? What if they've destroyed their passports so you don't know what home is for them?
Again, that's like a legal gray zone, but that's not speaking to the larger issues. Like,
no, that is
almost
anyway. If you don't have a legitimate claim to refugee status and you're coming from a country that you know you can be deported to and you want to stay, a lot of them, a large amount, destroy their passports like before they even get to the
Yeah, Disney criticized this.
Destroyed passports all over the ground. So like, what do you do about that? Because this is the question at hand.
I don't doubt that you saw a bunch of destroyed passports, but again, like, what are the stats on that? Because most people who arrive, as far as I remember, they make claims.
Well, they attempt to, and a lot fail, unfortunately. And then you have a bunch of people stuck in limbo under bridges and in camps, which, as you said, has increased anti-migrant sentiment all across Europe. It's a problem, and it's a problem that I can accept is complex, and you bring up good points. But you still, you've still massively got the problem when you don't stop where it's occurring. As you've said, one thing is to potentially stop the push factors, and I am all for investigating and what we can do there. But sometimes the push factors, and in a lot of cases, are just general poverty. And I think if we're speaking in a sane manner, we know world poverty is unfortunately just never going to go away. So in that case, you have to go to the next push factor, which is the fact that, you know, you just have a trafficking service happening in the Mediterranean and open borders there. So
I mean, are you still describing the NGOs as a trafficking service? Because I thought we kind of just established that they were doing everything within their rights.
Oh, I think the Mare Nostrum mission that was actually arresting traffickers while picking up people that were genuinely in distress wasn't a trafficking service. But if you are just a service that is going off into foreign waters, picking people up and bringing them back in, that's a trafficking service, of course, and that was exactly what was occurring. I haven't explored Libya, but I've explored the other two largest points.
Okay, she actually is not arguing in good faith. Earlier, Lonerbox established that, and it's true, if you're fishing out people from the sea, you do not have the authority, nor the means, even if you wanted to, you do not have the means of verifying who is a migrant, who is a refugee. You just don't. That is impossible. That is fucking impossible. And here she just walked back. She ignores the entire past hour. Well, not hour, like 40 minutes of discussion where that was established. And she's like, okay, we're back to anyone who fishes people out of the sea is like aiding human trafficking. That is like disgusting. Like, forcing the loop on the discussion like that, ignoring what was set up, I don't like that. I was trolling about the gun topic, but it actually is a good topic of debate. Yeah, it is. Good call. These panel members cannot pick topics for your channel. Yeah, I need to fucking like make a note to research an idea for the topic before the next lib praxis. I think multi-generational housing would be an interesting topic. Yeah, sure. The discrepancies in housing, the housing crisis, that could make for an interesting topic for sure.
Turkey and Morocco, and that is exactly what was happening there.
Well, Morocco, okay, but again, NGOs doing I think when you were talking about NGOs like actually doing trafficking, like, you don't actually buy that those investigations are not turning out any evidence of them, including with smugglers, though. Right?
I think they are absolutely going and picking up people that are not in distress. Of course, you don't think that's happening?
Well, no, because
you don't think if they find a boat of people that are doing just fine, they don't pick them up anyway.
The smug fucking
like,
laugh.
I know how I would think if I were doing that. I'd be like, yeah, help them out. Let's pick them up, and then we'll just say they're in distress when we get back. Of course they do that.
Why would they? Again, well, because they're globalists or whatever. I don't know.
Well, yeah, because they typically want people to come over no matter what. They're open borders, of course. They support that. They just say, yeah, we have to skirt the legal thing. And I know this because we've talked to them.
Okay, so yeah, that's just like, okay, maybe I'm sure some of the ones you talked to were, but again, like, when NGOs have been accused of this, they have to publish. You can look at the Juventa case. This was one where they actually had to publish all of their logs, like, because NGOs film all their missions. They have evidence of them doing this.
Do they?
And yeah, you can look up the Juventa case if you want. They released all their archives.
I'll go look at it. It can be really, do you actually have the court documents? Because it can be so difficult. Like with the Panos case, like they're actually ERCI are still under investigation. You know, like they're.
I know they are. So, I mean, the Aquarius are still under investigation for dropping AIDS into the sea. You know, these investigations.
Yeah, so these investigations aren't over. And as we both know, sometimes excuses will be made that are legitimate, but are made to actually discover further criminal activities. So someone who's a massive gang member will be arrested for having pot on them, but the intention will be to further an investigation into their activities or give the police rights to be able to have a search warrant for their home to find something bigger. And I assume certainly Salvini, and I at least think you'd agree with this, Salvini and the prosecutors working with him are probably hoping to investigate more with this case than just AIDS blankets.
Yeah, but why would I don't know if I can trust anyone who's worried about AIDS blankets. But anyway,
what I'm saying is there is a bigger thing going on than just the AIDS blankets, but the AIDS blankets is what they were able to get them on, because of course they've been accusing them of people trafficking for years. So of course I know that. I know they think that.
Yeah. So why the AIDS blankets though? That's so
because
weird.
they could catch them on that because they actually have the physical.
How can you catch someone?
Clothing, here's the.
How can you catch someone in AIDS blankets though?
It's HIV infected clothes, as you stated on your.
Does that work? Can you infect? Does HIV survive for a long time?
It doesn't. HIV doesn't survive on clothes. This is dumb fucking shit. We researched it when we watched the video.
How long HIV can survive outside?
This is like super fucking dumb.
Biological environment or whatever.
Your video from.
But you can't get HIV from clothes.
What do you? So it's clothing that has been contaminated.
Yeah, you can't get clothing. You can't get HIV from clothes. Even if there's blood on the clothes, you can't get HIV from like touching HIV like clothes. HIV.
Oh yeah, duh. Wait, I know this. Of course, there was a really big deal when Princess Diana started shaking hands with people that had AIDS because there was a weird misconception in the 60s, 70s, 80s that like if somebody has AIDS, if you even touch them, you're fucked. You're gonna get AIDS. It's like no, that's not how HIV transmits. I don't remember if saliva to saliva can do it, but I think it always has to happen like blood to blood, or I think sexual fluid to blood. Although sexual fluid to blood is pretty low as well. But Destiny, you can just surrender for both wars. All the way. Oh, you're like behind like 10 minutes, my dude.
Let's look it up. Let's look it up because there must be some sort of law that they're going under. Like I assume they aren't contaminated.
They were going under toxic waste, but again, like clothes, the clothes of people who have HIV is not toxic waste. It was just labeled as special waste, and that was it. Like,
okay, well, I'd have to look into the law because I'm sure, like medical clothing, when you go into.
I have to look into it. Oh my fucking god! Yeah, she's doing it again, so.
Who have diseases? So.
Well, hold on. That's way different, though. There are absolutely blood illnesses or illnesses that exist in the body that if you touch blood, you will get fucked or whatever. I want to say malaria and maybe tuberculosis. I think are things that are like highly contagious, like even from dead bodies. You can like, oh shit, if you some forms of hepatitis, or if you touch like the blood or whatever, that can fuck you. But that doesn't mean that all viruses are like that, or that HIV specifically is like that.
Yep.
I assume there was some legal precedent for that. As I said, I have not done a full legal analysis of your video, and it can be, after doing your research, I'm sure you would agree with this, it is a bitch to find European actual case documents, especially using like English Google, having to put in all the little preferences and be like, no, put it in Greek, no, from this time, no, legal cases, Google Scholar, and it's just like...
Just use Lingui, you don't...
This one I'm going to send you actually has like images as well of the...
Yeah, contaminated medical waste.
I was just calling them contaminated because technically medical waste. Yeah, literally.
Someone who had AIDS war. Like, it's just such a strange accusation. It's like, I think I know why they did it.
I assume the media, as we both know, the media like to, they're like AIDS blankets. They won't actually...
No, this is what the prosecutor said. They said it was clothing contaminated.
Okay, do you have the actual like prosecution document not interpreted by the media?
Is that what you had? Because you're the one that made the claim. I got the claim from you.
Well, that's what I read from the media, that's why the ship was shut down.
So you took the media at their word. I'm doing the same.
So I'm saying that's why the ship was shut down. But if you're saying that it's like a bizarre legal claim that has no precedent,
This exchange.
Documents.
Well,
Like, I get what you're saying. Like, oh, you can't
Oh my
get
God.
HIV from just this clothes. Well,
How is
let's
this
do
thing
it.
keeping
Well,
a
I know why
straight
you
face
said-
listening to that?
Because if you accuse someone of something, that has to get investigated. And if you say they were mismanaging
This is
toxic waste, then
ridiculous.
they have to investigate that. But since the toxic waste they're referring to is clothes of people who had HIV,
Right. Okay. Well, like I said, I'll have to actually look into what laws are around that and why they have that law in. That's just what I know, that the ship was initially impounded and shut down by Italy anyways. I know it had been impounded and shut down in multiple other countries before for their activities. But yeah.
what other activities were they impounded for?
I just know that other countries had taken away their license and ability before.
No, that's not impounding though. If they take away their, I mean, there's a whole.
I'm
bit
pretty
of
sure
story
they were
about it.
impounded in Spain as well.
She said
Were they
multiple
impounded by
other
Spain or were they
countries,
just
by the
there?
way.
Let's see.
And now she's rolled it
I know-
back
actually, I know
to
they're charged just
Spain.
for
Maybe
AIDS
did
clothes.
it.
Like, that's what they're under investigation for.
It's so hard to find information on the Aquarius case, though. I was like, I couldn't find anything in the last year from the short Googling I did before.
Well, I'm just wondering why you brought
This
it
is
up.
what I mean. Yeah,
Because I'm
this
saying,
is like
that
super
beyond
disingenuous.
just people are like, you're trying to be
This is like super
a,
disingenuous
you know, a
debate
non-government
tactics.
enforcer of the law, Lord. And I'm like, well, the government.
Yeah, we
actually
100%
impounded
agree.
it
So,
and, you know,
Well, they
taken
didn't
the ship in
impound. Well,
themselves.
no, they took the ship in a year after you did your thing with the boat.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like the
Yeah,
ship
so there was nothing. There
Had
was
been, the
actually
ship
no-
had been accused of illegal activity, and
Mhm.
they had been taken in and impounded by the government, and were not allowed to sail anymore.
Vindicated,
So,
yes.
People were accusing me of being this force of like, you think you're
Stream
above the law,
Man
but I'm
agrees
like, no,
with me.
the law actually decided that the ship was problematic as well. And we'll have to
Yeah,
go
but
through the
there were-
specific things that they have put forward. That was one of the reasons, the toxic waste, which I'm sure there is more to that than just what the media have reported, because we'll have to get the exact case documents. But that was the reason the government have impounded the ship, and the government have decided that there was at least some premise or standing for them to do that and to stop their missions.
Again, like, so yeah, again, toxic waste didn't come up until after. That's post hoc. And again, trafficking. There wasn't even an investigation or like a charge.
There was an
It's just like people-
investigation.
The investigation didn't start until 2018, didn't it? 2017, 2018?
So there was an investigation.
That's not the point. The point is, was there an investigation at the time you claimed, and not did one happen afterwards? That's why he uttered post hoc earlier.
Oh, but you're
Yeah, I know
saying
there was an
happened after?
investigation.
Thank you,
but it didn't-
Destiny.
Yeah, it happened after, didn't it?
Okay,
Because you were
How, okay, I don't know what the I don't know why the fuck Destiny respects her. Never mind. He's like listening to this, and he's like she's being really dumb about it. There can be misunderstandings. Let's be charitable. She may be misunderstood what Lonerbox meant, but come on, like this is really fucking dumb.
About them, you were talking
That's
about them
relevant
bringing
because
in
the point was that there are illegal migrants coming in that don't actually have refugee status, and we're finding that out more and more going forward, that these people don't actually have claim to refugee status, and something needs to happen about this, because at the moment, sorry about to sneeze.
Yeah, so this has nothing to do with illegal activity or infected blankets.
Okay, the first illegal activity is migrants coming in without refugee status, so they're committing the
Is it
illegal
illegal? It's not.
activity.
The boat, is the boat doing that? Because the boat's supposed to take people to the next port of call, which was Italy. The boat was supposed to do that.
I'm still not sure. So let's see. Can you link me that European Union document, next port of call?
Well, what is the boat supposed to do otherwise? Let's just talk through this. What's the alternative? Are they supposed to leave them and drown? Are they supposed to process them right there? Like, what else is supposed to happen, right?
Yeah, Lauren,
Next
sorry,
port
you're
of call
being really
is-
fucking dumb.
I better open here.
For each chest makes more sense now,
It's
doesn't
actually-
it? No.
Yes, it's in the one.
Because
that
she's
ends
really
940.
fucking dumb. I'm
And
sorry.
if you just look at page 8, next port of call.
So that's UN though.
Someone in chat's calling me laundry box. That's really funny.
That's UN, it's not EU. God, Lauren! Yes! The EU follows.
I could masturbate, and I could be in pain. And
Thank you, Senpai
breathing,
Chow, for the
spitting
raid.
my lungs out.
The EU follows UN regulations. The EU follows UN regulations, Lauren Southern. Wow! Mind fucking blown. I saw Stellaris and I thought it was me. Oh, I watched your video, Chow. I watched your latest video. I dropped you a like, okay? And I reacted to your video. Are you proud of me, Daddy? I watched it and I reacted to it. It was a good meme. I liked it. Now let's get back to oh my god, the engagement. I know.
Oh, I hate doing research while on stream, but let's see this. All right.
I just got mad because Lauren Southern Lonerbox is telling her that that ships don't have to they don't have to drop off people they saved at sea at the nearest port, but the first port of call that guarantees the decency and integrity of the crew members and the people they saved at sea. And Lawrence Southern is like, well, I don't know. Can you link me that? And yeah. She's doing her like stalling, whatever. Lauren Boxer finally links her something, and she's like, "Oh, but that's UN, not EU." And that's when you rated me. I was like, "How fucking stupid can you be? Of course, the EU follows UN regulations. What the fuck? What the fuck?" Where is Loner Box from? Do we know? I have no clue. I genuinely have no clue.
I don't want to be rude, but I feel like this is the kind of research you'd want to do before making claims against a refugee boat.
Well, no, at the time, I
He just said it. Yes, the dunk. He fucking dunked on her. I feel like this is the kind of research you would want to do before you do a video about the migrant boat refugee crisis. Yes, this is the kind of research you want to do beforehand, Lauren Southern. Before you do a fucking documentary on the subject. Oh, he called her out. That's so good.
It's been, what, 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21. It's been like 5 years, right? 4 or 5 years. It's been a minute since I've been looking into this ship and its actions, and the first time I've done a whole lot of looking into it was probably that last video I did, the Vindicated one you reviewed, and then like yesterday doing a bit of Googling about and looking through some of the data you posted below your video. So it's been a minute since I've actually done a look into the update. And in Borderless, obviously I was reporting on the specific organizations between Turkey and Greece and Morocco and Spain, which is why I have
I'm going to be charitable with Lauren Southern. This is a fair thing. She might have forgotten things, right? It's been, like she said, it's been 5 years. Obviously, she's done plenty of other stuff in the meantime. She could have forgotten about the research she did back then. Except that Loner Box's video takedown of Lauren Southern that they're discussing here is about a video she did 5 years ago when she was doing that research, when she was being a journalist, with talking about those NGOs, talking about the migration crisis, going and interviewing people, doing investigations. She was doing all that stuff, but she didn't pre-watch Busted. Yeah, she should have fucking watched the video. That's just dumb of her. Now, Destiny should have fucking watched the video too. That's really fucking dumb of him, but it's okay.
to say on them right now than I do about the Aquarius, because that's been the most recent research I've done into it.
Okay.
I'm not seeing anything about next port of call in this document you sent me.
If you control find, are you on page 8, next port of call?
Did you send me something after that? Blaming the rest.
No, I sent you something after. I said 94, yeah, 94 PDF.
So this is UN though.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Stop, Lauren. You're just showing how dumb you are now.
Oh, of course my quick search isn't working. Oh, find on page. There we go.
Yes, it's a UN thing.
Okay. Ship.
Have you ever pre-watched or re-react? To be honest, never.
8?
Well, actually, maybe once or twice.
Section 30.
Okay, there we go. Next port of call. In summary, the executive committee. Blah 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 blah.
I actually have.
In summary, the executive committee pronouncement taken into conjunction with the obligation under international maritime law to ensure delivery to a place of safety call upon coastal states to allow disembarkation of rescued asylum seekers at the next port of call. In accordance with international practice, support by the relevant international instruments, persons rescued at sea should normally disembark at the next port of call. This practice should also be applied to asylum seekers rescued at sea in cases of large-scale influx. Asylum seekers rescued at sea should always be admitted, at least on a temporary basis. States should assist in facilitating their disembarkation by acting in accordance with the principles of international solidarity and burden sharing in granting resettlement opportunities. Okay, so this is UN. Now, of course, not everyone agrees to or signs on to UN rules, as we know. So what is it?
And what the fuck do you think the EU does with those UN rules? They fucking wipe their asses with them?
Right, it's just that you brought up maritime laws.
Okay, but yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Let's look at the maritime laws that actually cover Italy. Like, is this the maritime law?
This is maritime law. This is background note on the protection of asylum seekers and refugees rescued at sea.
But
international maritime law.
Okay.
Yeah, this is international maritime law. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to actually look into
this.
this.
I like this. He's laugh at that. He likes looking dunk.
From the time that I was looking into this, it was definitely the closest port you have to drop them off at if it is someone at sea. So.
But he. And then again, okay, Loner Box is going to go into it. It's not about the closest port of call. There you go, Loner Box. Take it up.
The qualifier, even if that's true in the case of the Aquarius, it would be the closest port of safety. Libya is not a port of safety. Morocco is further away. The Moroccan waters are further away from Spain, let alone Italy. So.
And I also wonder, because this is a document entirely.
I like how someone in your chat is quoting like half of the paragraph and saying it debunks me. That's really funny.
What did they say? There may be
he's quoted
instances
half
where
of
the
the
next
thing,
protocol
yeah.
may not be the closest one, but rather the one best equipped for the purposes of receiving traumatized and injured victims, and subsequently processing any asylum applications in other situations involving state vessels intercepting illegal migrants. The nearest port of that state could be regarded as the most appropriate port for disembarkation purposes. So I do think that this does say intercepting illegal migrants, you put them in the most appropriate state, which means the state they came from. Would you not agree?
Well, how do you know they're illegal if you found them at sea?
Maybe.
We're
Because they're coming
looping.
through trafficker vessels through countries which typically have no.
We're reaching into the bad faith zone now. The only reason Lindsay says there's no way to know that, right? There's no way to know. You have to take them somewhere to process them. You know you can't say this.
With migrant applications like Turkey, which is a safe second country,
Hey,
or like
so
Morocco, which to that
Destiny called her out, and he called her the bad being in the bad faith zone. Now, I would say she was in the bad faith zone for a while there. She's been there. Well, maybe let's be really charitable. She was in the stupidity zone for a bit. But yeah, she's like being 100% in the bad faith zone. I would say she's been for a little bit there, but yeah. Where am I on the Age of Empires leaderboard? I'm not on the leaderboard, not at all. I think. Let me search my player name. Oh, Marine Lord is number 1. I don't appear. The search thing isn't working on the site you linked me. I'm sorry, I'm not getting distracted. I'm done.
majority of people are not coming with asylum applications.
Again,
Or,
being from a,
sorry, go
coming
ahead.
from a safe country, so I'm coming from a, well, first of all, again, these people came from Libya. They come from Libya, not Turkey. And again, they're in the sea from Libya, and being in a safe country, even if they were, doesn't instantly make you an illegal immigrant. The people who rescue them are not determining their legal status. How do you know they're illegal when you found them at sea?
Mate, like, I don't know what to tell you. There's a reason why Australia has the policies they do and why they have worked so well, and why Europe is currently dealing with a bunch of people.
No, okay. Okay. I don't know what to tell you. So she just goes on a rant about Australia. That is not good faith arguing. If you don't know what to tell, like, that doesn't necessarily mean there's no proper response to your opponent's argument, but that... usually if you don't know what to tell, you just shut the fuck up, I'd say. Just shut the fuck up and you stop talking. But I mean, obviously you can't do that in an online discussion like this, but come on.
Bridges and burning down migrant camps in Greece. What is happening
Where
right now is
okay, again, that's just, okay, so why are you making all these claims then? If you just want them all to get sent to, like, wherever, Christmas Island, or even just to stay in the countries
maybe
that
that is a solution. Maybe they should be sent to an island to be processed first, so there isn't this drive factor, which is saying, yeah, you get into Europe and you can just keep shopping.
Processed, by the way.
Claim. And if they don't, well, the traffickers probably lied to you and told you that they'll get it anyways. Like, there are, like, can we at least agree something needs to change? Because right now, it's not working. And if you hold the policy which you're suggesting, which is you just let everyone in because you may or may not know if they're a migrant or not, that's going to result.
That is what we already do.
Yeah, and it's not working. It's not working.
It's not working because people are, first of all, they keep on declaring countries like Libya as safe countries, like, which is kind of difficult. And then the second thing
So
is,
should anyone from Libya be able to come? Like, should the entire country of Libya, every single person who lives there, be able to come to Europe?
you don't have to do a, you don't have to go with this, you don't have to go with the slippery slope fallacy. Again,
No, it's not a slippery slope. You actually have to consider these things. Like, should anyone from Libya be allowed to come to Europe and claim refugee status?
Do you say anyone or everyone? Again, that's
Anyone.
different. Because
Should
yeah,
anyone.
yeah. In Libya, yeah.
And
unless they're like
given-
fucking no. Like, again, claim. Unless they're like, I don't know if they're part of whatever that group's called, not the GNA, the other ones. Yeah.
Okay.
But again, you have to find that in the processing, in the processing.
So what do you do when you, like, let's see, how many refugees? Do you think there needs to be a cap on refugees and migration in countries?
Refugee camps are like the amount of refugees that go through these countries is already pretty low, is my understanding. There's not like a trillion fucking refugees. In terms of like your overall immigration population, I'm pretty sure refugees make up like a pretty small part of that.
Yep.
At least in the US they do, and Europe's probably a bit higher since it's easier, but percentage of German immigrants that are refugees. Around 13.7 million people living in Germany, or about 70% are first generation immigrants. How many Germans are refugees? Germany hosts more than 1 million refugees. In 2020, Germany reported almost 1.15 million refugees and 309,000 asylum seekers. This made Germany the biggest host country for refugees in Europe. So even Germany, that is, I want to say Germany took on more than anybody else, less than 10% of their overall immigrant population. And I don't know if this 13.7 million even includes it, so it might be even a little bit less. To be fair, 8% or 9% is still fairly high, but it's not like refugees make up like 50, like the majority of people coming in or anything. I wish I could find this for like just like across like all of the European Union.
like an absolute number?
Yeah.
I don't think so, no.
So, and I know you're going to call this a slippery slope, but the amount of people who are in poor countries in turmoil actually probably outweighs the amount of countries that are not in turmoil and have a bit of wealth.
Yeah, and believe it or not, most of them never like have the opportunity to come to Europe now, and they don't do it. Why is everyone calling this open borders? Like, we already have, like, international law for refugees is already open borders, and people don't leave.
Well, no,
Most
a lot
people
of
stay
people
in Jordan,
they
Lebanon.
can't. They just don't have the ability, and they know that they wouldn't be. They probably realize they'll be sleeping under bridges because there's just no more money to support them in a lot of these countries. There's no more. The systems are overburdened.
Well, they do. I mean, I think.
In which countries are? Does anybody have a source on that? What are the countries where the systems are overburdened? I know that there are problems sometimes with like crime and stuff, but like, are there actually countries that can't in Europe that? Because I mean, what we just saw on this picture was like Germany's obviously doing.
All right, so what she's talking about is a real problem. Sadly, it's in France, for example. There are a lot of people like living under bridges. That's notably where she's gone to interview people in her old documentary. It's a real thing. I'm ashamed to admit it, but it's the reality. She actually does. It's actually a real thing. The argument that Lauren Southern should have gone to was that people who didn't cross the sea to the Middle Eastern Sea to Italy, she probably forgot this point. Because she talks more about Greece, while Lonerbox talks more about Libya. No, Lonerbox is talking about Libya because that was the generation identity talking point, one of their main talking points, that she helped promote in her documentary. She helped promote this idea that Libya should be the port of call for those NGO boats, that they should dump all their asylum seekers in Libya and forget about them there. And the Lonerbox pushes back on that because Libya has been officially declared by the UN as a dangerous country to leave people in. It is absolutely not a safe port of call, and that's officially recognized. So that's why he keeps going back to Libya. He because it's like a dunk on her thing. My face when I'm a massive dumb fuck, but I'm smug about it. Yeah. From Libya, you go to Italy. From the Middle East, you go to Greece. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Turkey into Greece is one of the more obvious routes. And they mentioned it as well, that the people who take the Mediterranean route, but the reason they're talking mostly about the Mediterranean route is because that's what Lauren Southern talked about so much. Lauren Southern was talking about the boats in her documentary that Lonerbox takes down. It's Lauren Southern and the boats. That's the topic of the discussion. That's why we're not talking about Greece. Greece doesn't actually matter because the immigration into Greece isn't really done through boats that are then subject to maritime law, people at sea rescue missions, which is what the guise under which the NGOs were saving people. The boats are a thing in Lesbos around. Oh, okay. Well, then there's boats like around the. Hey, thanks for the like, Marta Plesh. How are you doing? So sure, yeah, there's like boats around the around Greece and stuff for sure. Now, like, Greece has a huge coast. Obviously, I'm being wrong. I was just thinking about like Turkey and Greece border around Istanbul. But yeah, and you're right. You're right. I'm being dumb about this. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of boat migration into Greece as well. But so the point is they're mostly talking about the boat migration. That's the point.
Fine. Does anybody if anybody's like a news article, I'd be curious just to read it.
Like if I had the money right now, I'm not
left.
joking. I would take you on a trip, and I promise you right now, I'm pinky swearing. If I win the lottery, and you have
I think she doesn't have her facts straight. Really, you don't say, Chinchilla. You think Lauren Southern doesn't have her facts straight on a subject that she literally filmed a documentary on? Interesting that she gives you that impression.
Promise back to me. I will take you on a trip. You can come with me on a trip to Morocco. We'll go to Porte de la Chapelle. We'll go to Calais. We will go to the Greek islands, and we'll meet these people. And you can tell me if you think that we should be letting everyone in Europe. And if this,
no,
this
Lauren, I'm not gonna go on a little trip and like
no,
with a bunch of preconceived.
No. No,
I'm not going to go.
you don't have to accept anything I say. I'm just saying I'll take you there and you can go loose, have your own time.
Yeah,
drink
because
beer with everyone.
I 100% take that trip
personally
with
don't agree
Lauren.
with the idea of going like with a bunch of preconceived notions and just looking at
I
things.
didn't tell you to
I
have
don't really gather
preconceived
information.
notions. I told you I'd just take you there to see it for yourself.
Everyone goes with preconceived notions. That's why.
Well, your preconceived notions are probably against my opinions, anyways. So.
Well, like you exactly, but me finding something finding something that suits me and using it against you wouldn't prove anything. I could just film a bunch of cherry-picked situations and then say like this proves my case. Again, like this is what happens though when you do things that way is you end up forgetting about maritime laws on ports of safety or following through with cases on AIDS blankets. You have nothing. Like you just end up making like these kind of strange like kind of proxy arguments. So again, like what do you want to do with these people when like even generation identity? I'm asking again. I'm not sure if you've answered yet.
Can I come,
People
Lauren?
getting
Soy?
rescued in the sea. You don't have to be an NGO. They could be a commercial vessel going fishing. What are they supposed to do?
What do you mean? What are they supposed to do if they're a commercial vessel fishing?
Like if you're a commercial vessel and you receive a distress call, maritime laws, you have to rescue them. What do you do? So what do you do? What do you do with them?
Of course, if you
or
are
even a generation identity, what?
If you are receiving a distress call, you have to help them. That is, of course, maritime law. But going out into waters and with the deliberate intention of picking people up in boats, working for some of these NGOs that are deliberately coaching people to try to get them refugee status they don't apply for, as they've told us, having missions where you go out on sea-doos every day and pick people up and bring them over, like, something needs to change here. And perhaps that change is only allowing embassy applications.
There's nothing wrong with saving people at sea. Let me just throw that out there, okay? Lauren Southern has in no way established that there was anything problematic with the behavior she's describing. She's begging the question. She's just assuming that it actually is problematic, but it is. She never established it. She never established that there was a problem with boats explicitly going out at sea to save people. She's implying it's a problem. She's implying it's a problem. Why? Because she's an anti-immigration, fucking weirdo, like, nationalist conservative person. You can literally deport them, but letting them drown is not a viable alternative. Yeah.
For refugee status the same way they do in Australia, or only allowing the application to come from a place like Christmas Island. Maybe they get an island where they make all the applications happen from there.
But I thought you were saying
making it happen from somewhere which is already like largely inhabited tends to ruin that island and cause a lot of conflict because you have a bunch of people, anyone, doesn't matter where you're from or what your background is, I'd be the same, a bunch of people with no hope, no opportunity, no status for, no potential future because they've destroyed their identification and they can't apply for refugee status. Putting all those people in one place, whether it be in Italy or an island or in the middle of France, causes a lot of violence and chaos and destroys communities. So you have to ask yourself, right now the system is not working. It's not working. Do we keep going as we're going? And that seems to be your suggestion. Because I'd say the Australian system is better. Just shut it all down. Because you can't even help the people in your own country.
I did not say keep going. First of all, distress calls can be received from boats that are docked or coast guards. The Italian Coast Guard does like a quarter of the rescues in some years. So even you're not going to get rid of the entire Coast Guard, right? Because that would mean there'd be a potential for rescue missions.
I didn't say to get rid of the entire Coast Guard.
Well, yeah, but the Coast Guard can do rescue missions. So
yeah, but he's saying that you're implying to get rid of the Coast Guard by making the dumb fuck argument saying that rescue missions are wrong. God. 18 viewers and holding. 20 viewers, actually. The reason why there are still Dutch boats are docked in Italy since the refugee crisis is due to Italian law. Oh yeah, I remember reading about that because of the Loner Box video. Because ships that waved the Dutch flag were saving people. Yeah, I remember that.
Again, so you're saying like rescue missions will happen, people will move, and then what, they get put into a detention? I don't know. I feel like I'm going to look at Australia for the next day or two and find that there's massive like human rights abuses happening in Christmas Island.
Yo,
Again,
thanks for the follow, Jericho Domingo. Thanks so much.
A lot of people live there for a long time. A lot of people live on Christmas Island for a long time, but it's a question of
how many people are in Christmas Island right now?
Let me see. It's the amount of people that actually.
He's gonna Google. Okay, he's gonna Google the fucking Australian immigration stuff, and he's gonna see a bunch of human rights abuses.
Like if you applied this to somewhere like Libya, the number of drownings decreasing.
As of 2010,
Neyman, you didn't read about what I told you, fucker. What?
I'm not sure if those are the people impounded or.
Again, I'm thinking we're talking about where they come from. So again, if you
what are you writing, Chinchilla?
Libya, then I don't really care. If drownings go down, that means they're in Libya. They're in detention centers and facing human rights abuses where they might as well be dead.
You're not understanding. Like someone just mentioned in the chat, when they stopped the boats, refugees, quote unquote, stopped flying into Indonesia. Right? There was a draw for people to actually go to these countries, and that's what was happening. People that were, and I'm going to use Morocco as context because that's where I've been on the ground, but I know it's happening in Libya too. People were going to these countries They were going into these situations. They were putting themselves in situations where they were potentially going to go into capsized boats, where they were going into countries like Libya, where, yeah, if you get caught, you're probably going to have a pretty bad time. It's probably going to be horrible. But people are going into these situations because there is a draw there. There is a driver, which is the fact of open borders, the government. And you know, I don't blame these people, because the government in Europe and NGOs, all these activists have been telling them for decades, yeah, open borders. Smugglers are telling them that too. Open borders. You come in, you're going to get a house. We're going to take care of you.
I'm doing
Our
work
home
while
is for
writing. Yeah, I
refugees,
know.
Everyone's got the signs out. You know, we reject no one. So they're going into these situations. A few things are happening. One, they get caught anyways. Doesn't matter what the policy in Europe is, and they go to a Libyan jail, and it's horrible. Two, their boat capsizes, and it's horrible. Three, they get across to Europe, and they don't get any refugee status or any status at all because they were illegally migrating and didn't have a right to it, and they end up living under a bridge or getting killed in one of their camps.
More than half of the people get their claims eventually accepted. I think it's 40% immediately, and then another 29% after.
Okay, so you still are left with hundreds of thousands of people in limbo.
I'm saying that's a problem, but I'm saying it's not worth sending a bunch of people who, in your words, who get their claims accepted.
What is the stat? The half of? Is it half of people that come by sea, or is it half of actual refugees, or half of people who make claims?
Why do you keep contrasting people who come by sea and with actual refugees?
Because not everyone that comes by sea is an actual refugee. Plenty are
not everyone that
migrants.
Not everyone that
comes by land.
Like an actual refugee, though. Right?
What the fuck is your argument, Lauren?
You would expect people coming from
So
sea
what
in
is
the most dangerous way.
of half the people who get accepted?
Half the people who claim asylum.
Half the people who claim asylum, right? So how many of that is the actual portion coming over?
What do you mean the portion coming over?
Like the actual people coming over on boats that are trying to migrate to Europe. What percentage of those are actually get accepted as refugees?
I don't really know if they would file that. Would they? If they're like in the asylum process and they're gathering data saying we need to gather stats on asylum seekers who came by sea. Asylum claims by sea. I don't know. Why does that matter though?
That's such a weird thing. My God.
Refugees versus people from boats.
I just want to say this. Imagine if this was Hassan talking right now, how much Destiny would be screaming. Dude, Destiny and Hassan is a whole other fucking shit show. Oh my God, yeah. Are we going to see the sunrise, monsieur? Probably not. I'm probably not going to stream until the morning sunrise. Probably not.
Alright, I have to end the stream pretty soon here, so I'll just really try to clarify. No, I'm 20 minutes over, I just realized.
It's fine,
I'm fine to talk to you again. Yeah, I'm totally good to talk to you again. But, no, I'll just really clarify my position here. There are a lot of people coming over, I would say the majority, based on what I have observed, the majority, that do not actually have any claim to refugee status, that are not being processed in any meaningful way into the systems in Europe, whether they be in Greece, Italy, Germany, France, Spain. They are disappointed, rightfully so. They've been promised things by human traffickers that could never be fulfilled. In a lot of cases, they're homeless. In a lot of cases, they have no hope. In a lot of cases, they have no ability to work or make a living because they, once again, could not make any claim in these countries. And it is going to lead to disaster, both for these people and both for the European people, because a lot of people that are miserable with no hope is dangerous in any situation. Doesn't matter what your skin
And they
color
never
is,
talked
doesn't matter
again. I mean, this is
your
recent.
Gender is. A lot of people with absolutely no hope, no jobs, nothing, that were sold a lie. That is dangerous. That is dangerous anywhere you go. And there's going to be a lot of misery, a lot of disappointment, a lot of crime, which we are already seeing in these places. And I mean, once again, just this year, the camp was literally burnt to the ground in Moria because the
Oh, this is like actually this is a bit less than a month ago. Well, it ends like this? It ends like this? And this is called Destiny Reacts? He hasn't said anything! Barely! I got fucking scammed! Thank God I was actually interested in the discussion. Because holy shit, I got nothing out of it that I wanted. Hey, click those other links in the description. Yeah, I guess I just gotta fucking click the VOD. I know, that's the original video. Lauren Southern and the boats.
Here's the problem. The date on that laptop is the 10th of October. The first scene was 1 week earlier, so the 3rd, which is
Oh, and that's
weird
the Lauren Southern reacts to Loner Boxes video. I don't care. Oh no! Isn't that that's not his channel? I think. Oh yeah, that's a fan channel. Destiny Entertainment. That's not his channel. Oh no! Man, this guy surprised me a bit. A lot of the other people we watched don't push back on a non-answer, but this guy wasn't too shabby. Yeah, he pushed back well. No, I already watched this video. I watched the original Loner Box video a while ago. And yeah, it's 1 hour long. It's a good video. It's a good one, but there might be more. Nah, like... What the fuck is this cut? I want to hear what Destiny thinks about it. That was the original point. I got into discussion about whether Destiny was simping for Lauren Southern or not. whether he was being unbiased or biased in his treatment of her, especially in the light of the boat debacle and her bad faith and stuff and everything. Oh, yeah, the one thing that I have to grant, this is not strong proof, but I have to grant, he has actually addressed the fact that Lauren is arguing in bad faith in this discussion. Destiny calls her out in the discussion. He doesn't call her out strongly. He doesn't do... It's not like... It's not strong, but he does call her out. I'll grant him that. He might still be a sim for Lauren. I don't know. But... It's definitely not... In this video, in this specific reaction, he wasn't particularly bad. I don't think so. He definitely wasn't reacting like if it was Hassan saying stuff. I agree with you, Sotso. He would have been screaming the whole time. But yeah, no, he didn't go full like Lauren defense bias. He acknowledged that Lauren was being weaselly. He acknowledged the points that Lonerbox was making that were correct. Most of the time he just didn't react. He was neutral, so kind of doesn't really matter. But yeah, I don't know. I did not get the feeling out of this, but it's not a definitive feeling. He didn't react enough. That's the thing. He did not react enough. I don't know what to say about this. You would have taken that flight with Lauren. You are the only simp here. No, I would not. I genuinely would not. Come on. Like, okay, maybe I would. Maybe I would for the fucking content. Would I? Okay, would I actually do that? Oh man, would I go on a fucking do not come on? Would I accept to make content with Lauren just to, like, I think I would. I think I would. I think I would go full fucking grifter. Not that I would like actually support her arguments or whatever. I would debate her and stuff, but I would go full fucking grift in the sense that I would accept to be platformed by her and platform her in order to grow my channel. I think I would accept that. But I would not simp. I would not come. I would go. I would not come. I do not come, okay? If there's one thing you know about me, is that...
I want to be clear. To focus.
I do not come.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Edging? I would edge. He's gonna come. I do not come, okay? Do not. Alright. I don't know what to say after watching that video. I feel it wasn't a waste of time because it was interesting to see Lauren Southern be put on the spot live by Lonerbox. That was honestly pretty entertaining for the most part. I enjoyed that. And Lonerbox definitely comes off as well-informed. He had his research on hand. He was ready to... And he was both civil. He was extremely civil, and simultaneously, Lonerbox was not giving her any slack. So, like, he had a civil conversation. He reiterated his points when he had to. And then towards the end, he was just like calmly, well, like, I don't want to be rude, but I mean, you made a documentary about this. Shouldn't you know this? He said it once, and that's all he needed to say. Pretty good job. And not pretty good job, exemplary job. Actually, exemplary job. I think I appreciated his performance a lot there. Now, honestly, I'm shocked. I'm shocked at the Australia stuff. I still can't believe that people... I can't believe that people unironically want to Guantanamo every single migrant. I can't believe that Lauren thinks she's reformed when that's what she's defending. That is her alternative to having an immigration policy, is to just Guantanamo everyone. It's insane. Not to mention, like, even if it did stop the attempts at migration, which is what she professed it did for Australia for the most part, which it seems to have accomplished. Is that a good thing? Is it a good thing to leave people in despair in their countries with no option of coming because they know they're going to get Guantanamo'd? Is that the better world you're building? Really? I struggle to see that as a better outcome. Now, that being said, I also need to be fair with her. There are problems with immigration policies in Europe. It's not that the systems are overburdened. There is enough money, there is enough power in the systems to take care of migrants, to process them correctly. I don't believe that it's necessarily a lack of funds. At least I haven't seen evidence as to that. But here in France, for example, a lot of people are left homeless, are in tents under bridges. The way she said it, that was not fake news. That is absolutely true. And absolutely is a problem. But I wouldn't as much blame the problem on the migrants as much as I would blame the problem on the local French government. Just doesn't want to deal with this. Because it's a hard problem. It's a complicated problem. You have to take all those people in, and it's much easier to do nothing. It's always so much easier to do nothing if you're faced with a complex problem. Because when you're doing nothing, you don't have to take the blame for the things you do attempt and that go wrong. Politically speaking, doing nothing has much less of a risk than doing something and having it go wrong. If you do something and it goes well, it very likely might even be just invisible, politically speaking. And what we've seen is just a lot of nothing, a lot of weird gray area status quo. She mentioned Calais. The migrant camp near Calais has been a problem for over 20 years in France. It's specifically speaking, for those who are unfamiliar with the French context. Pas de Calais. Let me show you. So it's the part this is the part in the north of France where the tunnel towards the UK starts. So there's the town of Calais right here where the Eurotunnel goes to the UK, and this is where the big refugee camp is. I actually have friends who went there to interview people. I help them translate the interviews and edit them. There's a huge refugee camp there. It's a big problem because it's a shanty town. Sometimes the police randomly choose to come in and be like all rah rah and tear it all fucking down. There's no real comprehensive policy to properly take care of those people. We're waiting to basically successfully immigrate into the UK for the most part. Some of them are sitting there waiting for their asylum status in France, actually. There's a lot of very different profiles there. But originally it came about from people who were waiting to try to get a chance to go into the UK. Whenever I hear conservatives highlight human suffering like that, it always smacks of manipulative, concern trolling bullshit. That's because it is. That's because it is. We're talking. We're acknowledge. We have. You're right, Slugalisk. We have to acknowledge it. This is concerned trolling coming from a woman who literally advocates for Guantanamo Baying all migrants until they're processed. The result in Australia is that you've got people spending years in fucking prison islands until they get processed. So the article we read earlier said that some people spend 5-6 years without even seeing a lawyer because guess what? They're immigrants. They struggle to navigate properly the bureaucracy and the processes to apply correctly. And you know what? That is why I insist Lauren Southern is such a terrible human being for looking at NGOs helping people acquire refugee status and saying that's the wrong thing. They're manipulating the game. They're training them to lie or whatever the fuck she was implying. She never said it outright. Terrible. People need help, especially when they are migrants. They don't know the systems of the countries they're arriving in. Of course you gotta help them. It's so fucking obvious if you put yourself in their shoes, which she never had to do, for like 5 minutes. I know that because I'm an immigrant. I have to renew my fucking visa every couple of years and stuff like that. And you know what that taught me? Waiting in line for hours with a bunch of North Africans, Asians, South Americans, all dealing with the same paperwork bullshit. What it taught me is I'm so fucking privileged because I went to a French school. I learned French in France. I've lived here for years before I had to do the paperwork. I have such a huge privilege advantage over those people in dealing with all this administrative bullshit. They are struggling. The number of times where I'm waiting in line with someone, usually a person of color, who usually maybe doesn't understand French as well as I do, or doesn't understand the paperwork or whatever, and they ask me for help, and I help them. Of course I'm going to help them. And imagine looking at that, knowing that those situations happen, and being like, NGOs shouldn't help those people? How fucking terrible. I'm shocked. I shouldn't be shocked, because I knew she was like an ethno-nationalist whack job, but I'm still shocked. I'm still shocked because I want to believe that people can change. I want to believe that she got more reasonable with time. Like I knew she didn't really rescind her insanity, but I wanted so hard to believe that she aspired to be a better person. And that's not what I've seen in that confrontation. Look, if you want to go to the UK while being in France, you don't know Alpha European Union, and you deserve to be deported. What the fuck, Chinchilla? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, this last rant like actually has me a bit depressed, low key. I genuinely wanted her to be a better person than that. I didn't expect her not to be a conservative. I didn't expect her to be pro-immigration, but I expected her to be at least pro-human rights. You know what I mean? Like, maybe accept human rights, save her. I can't. She's out of my reach, Kino. I'm never gonna be able to save her. Let's see how big her channel is. I'm never gonna get her to, you know. Lauren Southern Live. Average viewers 311. Oh, wait a second. We're not so far. We're not so far. Yo, maybe if we hit like 100 viewers average, then we can like go save her. What do you think about that, Kino? Would that satisfy you? Can we save Lauren Southern? 10 times more? Yeah, I just need to 10 times my viewer count, and we can reach out to her. It would satisfy. Good. That's our plan. We're gonna save Lauren Southern. I don't know what we're saving her from. Herself? Then you cannot save people from themselves. Yeah, that's literally impossible. It just cannot happen. I wish it could happen. She probably likes guns. She probably likes guns, true. We could probably talk about guns, you're right. Well, maybe not that much, because I don't actually know much about guns outside of video games. I still need to go to the shooting range and do that. I found a shooting range near Paris, so I'm gonna I'll see if I can I would love to like live stream from the shooting range. That would be pretty fun. Talk about CBT. You mean cognitive behavioral therapy? I'm sure it would interest her, but I don't know if that's like a core interest of hers. I love cognitive behavioral therapy. I love psychology. I would love to talk with her about cognitive behavioral therapy. I'm sure it would be a very interesting discussion. Teach her French. Oh oui. Oh oui. Je pourrais lui apprendre le français. Je suis un cheval. I am. Why would I teach her that? Why would I teach her to say I am a horse? Kappa. What's the? Is there a meme there about being a horse? I don't get it. Je suis cheval. Cheval. No, it's je suis un cheval. You cannot. If you just say je suis cheval, you're saying I am horse. Just lie about what it means. Profit. Yeah, that's yeah, no. No. I am a good faith interactor. I am horse nodders. Okay, you are horse. I acknowledge that. You are horse, my friend. Very, very horse. Good. Okay, someone linked this earlier. This is not politics at all. An article about the new Intel CPUs coming out, 12th generation, Alder Lake CPUs, 720p gaming performance. Let's go. Frames per second in Anno 1800. All right, so Intel is finally getting Intel's finally getting a competitor to the top-end Ryzen. Buying out of the money call options on Intel right now. They finally get back the top end of the CPU market. AMD has dominated it for the past like year. Year. Literally an entire year. When you wanted the best CPU money could buy, you had to buy AMD. Intel's finally dethroning them. Look, 11th gen CPU, worse than the Ryzen 9. Actually, worse than the fucking 5600X, which isn't surprising. It's an insanely good CPU. Now, the real question is, will they be able to actually fight on the price performance thing? Because the 5600X is a beast. It's an absolute beast. You like price performance value there is insane. I don't know if Intel can compete with that. I'm curious on whether they'll be able to review their pricing brackets. Does it beat the stuff Apple is doing? That's a bit complicated to measure because games are, for the most part, aren't yet compiled for ARM architecture. So they'll be running on they'll be running under the Apple ARM emulation, which incurs a performance cost by definition. So I genuinely don't know when we will have proper compiled binaries to do benchmarks with. Is that clear? I'm using like too much technical lingo. I got the 5600X. Nice. It's a 6 CPU. Honestly, it's an amazing CPU. Sorry, I guess I don't really mean gaming per se. Oh, outside of gaming for productivity apps, when they run native on the M1, it runs amazing. The M1 is an amazing CPU. I was interested in getting an AMD CPU, but their cheapest CPU is more expensive than Intel 10400, which I was looking at. Definitely, they've been pressing the fact that they have the absolute dominance on performance. Like the 5600X is their cheapest 5000 generation CPU. Not to mention games which are optimized at a low level, assuming Intel AMD processor instruction sets. Okay, that is yes and no, not really. The thing is, there is such a thing as the Intel, as like different behavior between the CPUs, and there is an Intel compiler, that the proprietary compiler. NVIDIA has pulled that sort of shenanigan to make their games more impressive for benchmarks, I think. Yeah, but the thing is, CPU instruction sets are standardized things that you have to agree on. If you have a program that has been compiled for the AMD 64, the x86 64 instruction set that uses instructions that the CPU doesn't understand, it will have undefined behavior. Your program will literally not run properly, if at all, if it doesn't have the right instructions. Like Intel and AMD have agreed on what are the instructions that their CPUs guarantee functionality for. What the differences are is they may make different architecture decisions, which will make different instructions more or less efficient. And you can eventually optimize for one CPU over the other, but there is no such thing as having different instruction sets between Intel and AMD processors. Like, not really. Oh, but what about compared to the Apple CPU? The Apple CPU is a little different architecture. I just pull up Paint. There's two main architectures in the CPU world right now. There's x86 underscore 64. You don't have to add it. It's the x86 architecture, but this means it's 64-bit, the underscore 64. And there is ARM. So ARM has been an architecture that's had a shit ton of research and money put into it because it's the architecture that we have in our phones. Our phones all run on ARM CPUs. It's the architecture we have in our Raspberry Pis. It's the architecture that is and now it's the architecture that shows up in the MacBooks, in the Mac computers with the M1, with Apple buying the big ARM company. So ARM is the up and coming competing architecture, and it will be very important for years to come, as it already is in very many different fields. But this is the standard architecture that got standardized ever since. It's called x86 because it got standardized by the original extremely successful Intel 8086 CPU. The original Intel 8086 CPU was an absolute revolutionary piece of technology for the computing world. And that is why it single-handedly has been iterated on for as the instruction set standard ever since then. Are things clearer now? AMD is better than past Intel gens. 12th gen just came out and it's a little bit better, but you'll pay more for boards and DDR5 and coolers, etc. Yeah, absolutely. The low-level optimization software is stuff like vectorization, and some of it is available on current-gen ARM memes too, like AVX instructions used for crypto. I did not know that the ARM implemented AVX instructions. That's really interesting. But yeah, definitely that's another thing that the ARM architecture is going to have going for it. So what Sluglis is talking about, the AVX instructions. Why are you still live? What the fuck? I don't know, because I reacted to like a 1.5-hour video, and that took a long time, and now I'm just like ranting about the CPUs. Hyperextended. So like AVX instructions are basically vectorized instructions. Usually, when your CPU is taking instructions, it has like a register. Let's call it R1, in which it has, like, say, a 64-bit number. Let's put 3 dots in there. 64-bit number in here, and it's going to operate on this number. It's going to run instructions on it. But with a vectorized instruction, you can have an entire vector, say maybe 128 bits. 256 bits, and run the instruction in parallel on every single one of those components. And obviously, since we have multi-core CPUs that have 6, 8, 10, 12, 24 cores, sometimes even more. Since we have all those computing cores in our CPUs, this goes obviously very fast. It takes just as much time to execute just this part as it takes to execute all of this at the same time. So that's why AVX instructions are like a really big thing for CPUs. We have a bunch of cores. This allows us to utilize them in a way that's very straightforward and easy to implement for software developers. But yeah, it seems like Intel is finally going to take back the dominance of like pure performance. But it's going to be at a premium for sure. It's going to be at a hell of a premium, I think. You know, I still have my old 5600X. I never ended up selling it. There it is. Dude has old, recently made PC parts. I mean, the thing is, I wanted to hold on to it because it's like just a really good CPU. If I ever build a second PC, like a streaming PC or whatever, I like have it with me, and that's cool. But I don't know. I was also thinking of maybe selling it to a friend who was thinking of building his own PC, but he never contacted me back on that. So I don't know. Bukra, do you want it? Do you want a 5600X? Because AMD, Intel, Apple, and maybe even Google are making... No? Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, you don't actually need a CPU upgrade, right? AMD, Intel... don't you think competition may help to bring prices down? AMD, Intel, Apple, and maybe even Google are making their own processors. My 3600 is decent. Yeah, the 3600 is a really good CPU, for sure. Like I would say it also depends on your budget, but wouldn't you pay a shit ton shipping internationally? Fair bit. I wouldn't say a shit ton, but yeah, you would be paying international shipping for sure. Let me check. I think there's even I think there's even fucking Google will not be making desktop processors. Okay, I think there's even a cooler integrated with this. Oh yeah. There's the cooler I never installed. It's still got the hells yeah. I got the official AMD cooler in here, and still got the unmarred. Yeah, it's still got the what's it called? The thermal paste underneath it. Cool. That's really good. That's like really nice for if I need to like sell it to someone or whatever. This is really nice. The cooler is like $10 to $20 on the market. I think it's better to use Noctua ones. Oh yeah, for sure. It's just nice that I like have everything here. I have the CPU and the cooler, and I can I can just sell them, or keep them and build like my second PC with them if ever I need to. They included a packet of Coom. No, they did not. I saw a kid in school that had an old CPU turned into a charm keychain that he bought from Reddit. Jeez. I also used an FX 6300 before, so 3600 is a nice number meme swap. True. Google is making CPUs for Chromebooks currently. I don't know if they have any plans beyond thin client power chips. Wait, are they? Google CPUs. Google developing own CPUs for Chromebook laptops. Ooh, what architecture are they going for? Are they going for ARM or x86? I'm really curious. I'm really curious. Oh, okay, ARM. The new CPUs and the mobile processors that Google is developing are based on the chip blueprints of ARM. the SoftBank-controlled UK chip company whose intellectual property is used in more than 90% of the world's mobile devices. All right, Google's going ARM CPUs. I swear to God, like, the result of this, I don't know for competition, Slugless, but the result of this is that we're literally going to have everything have proper compilation tool chains for ARM and x86. There's going to be no way of getting around this as developers. And as consumers, we're going to need to have binaries in x86 and ARM and have the different options. HEDT will still only be Intel and AMD and like maybe Mac if you want to go full retard and pay it 2 times Apple Premium. Yeah, but only for mobile. Debate me, ooh. No, the M1 chip is amazing. The M1 chip is literally demonstrating in real time that you can have a proper ARM chip in a full-blown PC. It's 32-bit versus 64-bit all over again, except I know you can't screw it up for a computer. Well, no, it's not. Well, I get what you mean. It's kind of like that, but not really. But kind of. Yeah, I get what you mean. M1 looks pretty good, yeah, but Apple is a whole node ahead of AMD and 2 nodes ahead of Intel. Isn't M1 RISC-based? Wait, RISC versus CISC is a different thing. I'm talking about the architecture as an ARM versus x86. So RISC means restricted instruction set, which I think ARM is a restricted instruction set, and CISC is a complex instruction set. This is a choice in the CPU architecture that's more abstract. It's when you're choosing between RISC versus CISC, you're making a choice whether you want plenty of small, simple instructions that are piped through the CPU in a very streamlined way, or whether you want instructions that trigger complex, specialized sequences of actions in the CPU. There are complex instructions, so whether you want a restricted instruction set or a complex instruction set. As far as I know, both x86 and ARM are... Yeah, and isn't ARM a type of RISC and x86 the CISC? I think x86 is RISC as well. I could be wrong. Let me look. Let's just look up the Wikipedia. Okay, it doesn't tell you if it's a restricted or a complex instruction set, but this is simple Wikipedia. I just want the real Wikipedia. Okay, I found when I controlled F RISC, AMD meanwhile designed and manufactured the advanced but delayed 5K86, which internally was closely based on AMD's earlier 29K RISC design, similar to next gen's NX586. Yeah, I think x86 is RISC as well. I think both ARM and x86 are RISC. No, it says CISC. Check your file explorer. This program files x86 for a reason. No, x86 is definitely CISC. Okay, sorry. Okay, I wasn't sure. I believe you. Oh, the x86 architecture is a variable instruction length, primarily CISC design, with emphasis on backward compatibility. The instruction set is not typical CISC, however, but basically an extended version of the simple 8-bit 808 and 8080 architectures. Okay. Okay, so it's CISC, but with caveats. Cool. Never mind. Sorry. So ARM is RISC and x86 is CISC. He doesn't know about Linus getting butt mad about AVX instructions, but what Linus did Linus get butt mad about AVX instructions? What a nerd. Oh no. Linus kernel creator Linus Torvalds hopes to see the end of Intel's 512-bit vector extensions and admits he has an irrational hatred of the floating point benchmarks used to prove their value. Oh no. What a nerd. Jesus Christ. Are you okay, Linus? Are you doing fine? Are you coping? Alright, anyways. The fact that M1 is a whole node ahead of AMD and 2 nodes ahead of Intel is irrelevant to the discussion. In practice, ARM is an extremely well-functional CPU for desktop computers. That's what Apple demonstrated. ARM works for desktop computers, and it works great. So the fact that it's a few nodes ahead, in practice, like it matters maybe for an abstract discussion of saying that maybe if AMD and Intel were at the same technology level as the ARM production scheme, they would outcompete ARM. But first off, that's a big hypothetical, and secondly, and most importantly, if they aren't, maybe that's because their architectures are too complex to use on lower nodes, and the manufacturing process becomes too hard to optimize for smaller production, like smaller size silicone engraving and stuff. I think that I don't know enough about the chip engraving stuff, whether that actually matters, but I would posit that that's definitely a possibility. And if that's the case, then that's another advantage for the ARM architecture. If it supports being pushed further to the limits of smaller transistors, then sure, that's a great advantage for the architecture. If it's more resilient towards errors in silicone manufacturing and all those considerations that come into play when reducing your node size, then you have to give that as a win to ARM. And once again, ARM has demonstrated that it's perfectly functional as a desktop CPU. So I honestly, the only problem I see with ARM spreading as a desktop CPU, and I'm glad to see that Google is going to use it for Chromebooks, the only problem that I perceive is in two situations. First off, top high-end performance. ARM generally seems to be designed for huge power efficiency, which isn't necessarily compatible with something like a 5950X AMD powerhouse CPU that's like chugging on 100 watts when idling and stuff like that. And most importantly, the biggest problem I perceive in all this is that Apple loves being a proprietary piece of shit. I don't see Apple being like, hey, yeah, our M1 CPUs are great. You can buy some M1 CPUs. You can build some PCs with the M1 CPUs, install Windows, install Linux on them. I don't care. Apple's not going to do that. Apple's never going to do that. So it will take until someone else makes the equivalent, a consumer equivalent of the M1 CPU, to actually have ARM CPUs in non-Apple PCs. Because Apple's never going to help people with that. Bro, we got to accrue value for our shareholders. I mean, I would like having a more open system is value for your shareholders, because it's value for all human beings. You know what I mean? It's literally accrued value for the entirety of humanity to have stuff be more open and more free to use. But yeah, obviously they're doing things that in their shareholders' interest, of course. But all this to say that I don't see the problem with ARM becoming a desktop CPU architecture being anything but like Apple business politics decisions. Functionally speaking, it seems to work great. The benchmarks are amazing. Compiling for ARM is not a problem if you have a properly set up tool chain. Literally, Apple could sell M1 CPUs tomorrow, probably. No, there's a real advantage in mobile, I think. Yes, of course, because we developed extremely efficient, low power consumption ARM chips. Of course, there's a huge advantage in mobile. There's a huge advantage in laptops too. All laptops should be running the Apple M1 chip. All non-Apple laptops should be running the M1 chip if they could. They can't, but if they could, they should. It's obvious. Laptops equals mobile. Yeah, but usually when people say mobile, they think of phones. I wasn't sure what you were saying, but yeah, okay, we're agreed. But I think desktop computers can benefit from it too, unless you're a laptop gamer. No, even laptop gamers. Even laptop gamers will see huge improvements. You know why? Because your dumbass fucking gaming laptop, and I know because I have a gaming laptop, your dumbass fucking gaming laptop is gonna overheat. It's gonna overheat and throttle the CPU speed, whereas a lower power, highly efficient ARM CPU is gonna be able to function at max overclocking speeds without overheating. And yeah, sure, because it's always GPU limited anyways. Yeah. Well, I'm mostly thinking about heat management because depending on the resolution, you might be CPU limited, but usually you are GPU limited, of course. That also is a consideration. But like heat management in laptops is the #1 biggest killer of performance, in my experience and in benchmarks I've seen. Heat management is no joke inside a laptop. Apple laptop heat management, sweaty. Yeah. Well, that's why they moved on to the M1 chip as well. I haven't tried the new MacBooks, but I can imagine that they're way better at heat management than the old ones. Because fucking Apple laptop heat management is a shit show. It's a joke. It's an actual joke. They're so fucking bad at heat management. But anyways, yeah. I could see it appearing in desktop computing as well, though. I genuinely could see ARM RISC CPUs making headway into desktop computing. I remember. Anyone remember the PowerBooks of old? When it was like the last time there was a big consumer change in architecture, or big consumer competition in architecture in CPUs. Apple had the series of big desktop workstations that worked on a Motorola. Motorola designed RISC architecture, their own CPUs. Obviously horrible for everything that was cross compatibility. If I recall correctly, their CPUs were little endian, and our CPUs are big endian, so there was no end to the amount of problems you had importing and exporting files and moving them around, etc. But the interesting thing is those CPUs were killers. Those CPUs were performance machines. Back in the time where everyone was jerking themselves off to Pentium CPUs, how Intel Pentium is so good, etc. Intel Pentium was faster. The clock rates were so much bigger on Pentium. But what was amazing was that the Motorola CPUs and the power in the Macs, they were able to run so many more instructions at slower clock speeds. The problem was, I think my feeling was that the main problem was, on the one hand, Apple had huge problems, huge business problems in general. They were losing market share. It's well known that the Apple went through a dark phase until Steve Jobs revived Apple with the iPhone. Well, first the iPod and then the iPhone. So I understand that they had to cut off the custom R&D with Motorola, etc. But also, marketing-wise, it's hard to sell to neophytes that your CPU that runs slower than a Pentium is actually better than the Pentium. Because people just want the big numbers. It's dumb, but it's true. So I can see it being a hard sell for their marketing departments. And they're like, whatever, fuck it, we're just going to use Intel. But it was a good fucking CPU. Like RISC CPUs can actually be fucking killers when it comes to desktop performance. And I think ARM is going to bring that back to the table. There are rumors Microsoft is designing their own ARM-based CPUs too. Interesting. I'd be very interested to see what they come out with, because then we would actually have ARM CPUs that can be used, because the Google ARM CPU is going to be a Chromebook thing. But a Microsoft ARM CPU, that might be a consumer thing. That might be a thing you can run Windows, you can run Linux on, you can run whatever the fuck you want on it. That's going to be dank. I'm really interested in that. My face when HEGT gamers think their CPUs need to be at 70 degrees under load when millions of MacBooks are idling at 80 and intentionally running up to 105 because power control and temperature management is that good these days. True. I was impressed when I installed my 5950X. I was like looking at the temperatures and stuff, and I was scared when I saw it. I tested it under load, and I saw it go to like 90 degrees, 91, 92 degrees max. I was like scared. And then I looked up the documentation for the CPU. It's actually normal. The 5950X is rated to run at 90, 91, 92 degrees Celsius without any damage. It can literally run continually at 90 degrees and no damage. It's rated for that. Literally not a problem. It's just managed differently. Like old CPUs would have been damaged by that, but it's no longer the case. You can run literally anything up to 105 these days. I would not like to see my CPU run at 105, okay? I would not like to see that. I would be really pissed. Like 105 Junction or whatever this is on AMD. No, I would not be happy to see it run at 105. From what I've read, 90 is fine, but you don't want to hit 100 on the CPU. You don't want that. Also, power consumption in data centers is a big issue, so I wouldn't count out more powerful desktop and server-grade ARM chips. True. Like all the big server-grade chips, it would make a lot of sense for them to become really powerful ARM chips instead. It's just a more efficient architecture at the end of the day. Like, of course, it makes sense for them to explore and switch to those options. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, it's like 95 average, but an individual core might get up to 105 before throttles. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, sure. An individual core could get up much higher before throttles. I don't mind that. I don't know. It's literally on all the 5000 series, and they all run fine. Well, yeah, the 5000 series can run really, really hot. Absolutely. That's what I read. They can run really hot with no damage. Like way hotter than most other CPUs you would expect. Absolutely. All right. You run pretty hot. I am pretty hot. That's what's going on here. What's up with my hair, dude? Like, look at this. I noticed this earlier. Look at my hair like sticking up out of my head. What the fuck's with that? What's going on? What's up with that? What are we doing? What's our purpose in gamer hair? Yeah. What's our purpose in like? But he doesn't run anymore. Lazy. True. I haven't run in a while, dude. Oh yeah. I promised the workout stream during the Raid Shadow Legends stuff. I actually promised a workout stream for a bit. Show bald spot. Pepe left. Okay, here you go. You got it. Got my bald spot. There you go. Yeah, I'm gonna do an IRL stream. It's always there after the headphones. Yeah, I know. But I'm also balding. That's okay. No, what I want to say, it's one of my ideas for an IRL stream. I want to do like a workout stream outside in the park, which is kind of gonna suck because it's starting to get really cold. Such good bait. Yeah. I need to do a workout stream. It'll be fun, and it'll be an excuse for me to like actually work out. It'll be a short stream though. I gotta warn you. It'll actually be a short stream. That face went actually bald. True. You gotta realize I'm not in shape. I'm trying to get back into shape, but it's a long-term effort type thing. All right. Anyways, I'm gonna wrap it up. Okay. If I had someone with me, I would do 400-meter sprint stream at the track. Ooh, that would be sick. Yeah, I need to find like a track to run at. That would be cool. Low key, honestly, when I do the IRL streams, holding up the gimbal all the time is actually pretty good. Like, not like a workout. And obviously most of the time I hold it with my right arm, so that's the one that's like my right shoulder, my right arm that are getting the workout. But it's like pretty heavy, like constantly holding it up with the phone attached to it and everything, and having to like move it around for the viewing angle and stuff like that. It's actually a physical effort. Yeah, you got lots of training with the right arm nodders. Yeah. I do. You know what I mean? I got that Coomer training with the right arm. That's what I got. Hey, look, the ladies like a guy who's got a strong wrist, okay? He's got nimble fingers. And the boys like it too, actually. The boys and girls, they all like it. And someone who can do things with their hands is always gonna find pleasure in the bedroom. That's going to be the last message of the day. All right, thanks for watching. Hope you appreciated it. And yeah, it was good. Cool podcast. It was nice meeting Hans of Hakir. Whatever. Cool guy. He seemed pretty chill. I like that discussion earlier on the podcast. Yeah. See you next time, man. Stay safe. Yeah. Oh yeah. Wait. Before we leave. I almost forgot. Tomorrow. Well, today, but tomorrow. Anyways, tomorrow I am doing a Virgin Veranda with Melon. So please be there. It will be at 8 p.m. GMT +1 or 2 p.m. CST. What? Let me check the Discord again. Because I actually like converted for her. Yeah, 2 p.m. CST. 2 p.m. CST, 8 p.m. GMT +1, Virgin Veranda with Melon. Please be there, especially if you want to talk about your relationship. Keep in mind, considering how fun it was last time, we are going to have open call-ins for the discussion. Okay. So we will have like our discussion topics and meme about. But if you want to call in and talk about your relationship, get some advice, or just talk about stuff, you're absolutely welcome to do so. So please do so tomorrow. So that's the plan. I'm gonna obviously stream before and after. Yeah, it'll be memes. All right, thanks for watching. See you next time. Bye bye. Boom. I'm gonna do like the oops, no, not this one. Oh my god, I forgot. This is so cute. Look at me. I'm on the screen. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Okay. I'm gonna do an actual little outro with the music and whatnot, okay? And we can chill. Yep. Good night. Good night, everyone. Mike is on. Yeah. I'm ending the stream.